Good morning, sir. Now we are live.
Hey guys, my apologies.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good
Hi
morning,
Bear.
everybody.
Morning. Hi.
Thank you for
Hi Isaac.
joining and welcome to the second day of 10th CII Big Picture Summit. We had a great start yesterday to this summit. We did 10 sessions yesterday. We'll be doing 8 sessions today. So total 18 sessions and we are on 18th November. Before I invite all the panelists of this session on OTT being the new face of television, I would like to take a minute to thank all the partners because of whom this summit has become possible. This summit is powered by Disney Star. Our partners are Prasar Bharati, Viacom 18, Amazon Prime Video, Applause Entertainment, Broadcast Audience Research Council, Discovery, Geo Studios, Netflix, Accenture, Times Network, Shamaru Entertainment, and BCG. Thank all the partners, and I invite the panelists of this session for the discussion. The moderator of the session is Ms. Shilpa Ratnam. She is Deputy Entertainment Editor at CNN News 18. The panelists are Mr. Karan Bedi. He is the co-chair of CII Subcommittee on OTT and Digital Content and the CEO of MX Player. Welcome, Karan. We have with us Mr. Mihir Rale. He is also the co-chair of CII Subcommittee on OTT and Digital Content and Chief Regional Counsel for Disney Star India. Mr. Gaurav Rakshit, Chief Operating Officer of Viacom 18 Digital Ventures. Ms. Kranti Gada, Chief Operating Officer of Shamaru Entertainment, and Mr. Isaac John, Marketing Head APAC of Discovery Plus India. Over to you, Shilpa, to steer this session.
Thank you, Shalini, for that. I would love to welcome all our panelists, Karan, Gaurav, Isaac, Mihir, and Krati. Very good morning to everyone here. I will start it off, as they say, without much ado. 2020 really proved to be the year of the OTT, with the growth outpacing pandemic expectations. And what's interesting a year on is a much touted and feared bubble has proved to be more durable. We're still in the growth phase of OTTs. We are far from saturation. We are just entering consolidation and coordination. And I'm going to go on to the movers and shakers of the streaming industry to shed more light on the growth trends and regulatory measures. Let's start off with the growth, of course. I would love to start it off with Karan. Karan, experts say that we're currently facing a future in which all of TV is distributed via OTT. What do you feel about consumers cutting the cord in India? Is it prevalent? Because elsewhere across the world, we saw in the first few months of the pandemic, a lot of subscribers stopping their cable TV because sports were on hold, and that was their incentive to renew. But in India, what are the kinds of trends and numbers that you see?
Good morning, Shilpa. Thank you for having me. So I think the way I look at it in India is that we have a set less of cord cutters and more of what I call cord nevers. Where I think the total number of TV sets in India is about maybe 200 million, give or take. We have about 197 million TV households at 98%, I think, which are single TV households. So you have only 200 million TVs. So I think what OTT in India has done is that it's actually not just a distribution innovation as it was in Western markets, where people simply had a different channel through which they consumed content. I think that what OTT did was opened up a huge new audience who basically wasn't really on TV. I understand that, yes, there was this, the calculation that says, 200 million TV sets into, 4.5 people per family, etc. But I think if you really look at individually addressable users, already about 500 odd million 4G enabled smartphones in India. That number has been going up pretty rapidly over the last few years and will continue to grow up rapidly, as we know. So I think more than cord cutting, it just has opened up this massive new audience of people who've come. But in addition to that, I do have to say that, certainly there was, a bit of a move away because I think, there is a whole, again, bunch of people that realized, I think what COVID did last year was that because in India, it was not just sports that was on hold, but I think because most of our TV content is daily soap, all of that went on hold as well, right? Because that's, again, you need to produce that pretty much every day. So when that happened, I think that people realized, oh, okay, we need more to watch. And it acted as this massive new potential base for OTT. So I think that powerful combination has led to what you mentioned earlier, which is that we are far from saturation. We are still in, I would say, we are still in like sort of phase 1.5, phase 2. I think there's a lot of scope to go. I mean, there's eventually going to be a billion smartphones in this country with 4G in the next few years, right? I'm not talking about 10 years from now, like 2, 3 years. And there's no reason why every single one of them be an OTT consumer.
All right, I would love for Mihir also to come in on this. Mihir, you of course have Star India, Disney India, and you coexist. You already have linear television as well. You have OTT as well. You don't want the consumer to cut the cord and choose the other. You would love for both to coexist. Is that what you find is happening in India?
Yeah, thanks, Shilpa. I think definitely. I mean, to compare the Western world or what is a phenomenon that is happening in the US, let's say, as an example, with India is comparing apples to oranges. I think everything from the diversity, everything from the price point, everything from broadband penetration are all very distinct and unique to India, which almost make OTT way more cheaper. From a price point standpoint, plus right now more of a urban phenomenon and sort of trailing to a large extent when it comes to television sets, trailing to a large extent around broadband penetration in that sense. So it's only supplementary. That's what we've seen so far, and I think that should be the trend for a place like India in terms of its various segmentations and various diverse regions, languages. All of those combinations make India potentially a unique sort of situation in that sense.
Well, absolutely. I also find TV is a traditional medium, not just in the textbook sense of the word, but in India, everything becomes a tradition, right? Like you watch TV with your family. It really is a tradition. So to let go of that would be quite, a big tectonic change, which I don't see on the horizon. And, the industry leaders, you guys also feel that way. So that's interesting. Karan touched upon 4G. My question is about 5G actually. We find that in tests, apparently 5G is about 100 times faster than the best available 4G. Now 4G has really penetrated the market, but will the arrival of 5G completely change the game? I would love for Gaurav Rakshit of Viacom to come in on this.
Sure, I think that our OTT moment really was on the back of reasonably priced data. Right? I think Karan touched upon it, and that's unique to our market. And that's really about reducing the friction in distribution, because that is the primary friction that we face in distribution. The rest of it is a very compelling proposition where you're looking at consumers having the ability to time shift their consumption, choose a convenient time to view content, long form, short form, all of the things that we have available, but data was the real source of friction. And I think that in the past 4 years, as you've seen, we've had this massive movement in terms of consumers adopting OTT. And to your point, the more we can remove this friction, certainly I think that those are the tailwinds that this industry will even further benefit from. So I don't see that being a small shift for us. I do think that while we have had our first data moment, I don't think that data speeds are democratized across all our user bases. And we see that as publishers of content, that some people are still on slow connections. There is a lot of people that still prefer to download video to consume it and then consume it at a time shifted period of choice. All of that, I think, starts to become less relevant as 5G rolls out across the nation. It's been something that has been on the anvil for some time. And as content publishers, we're very excited to see that moment come, because it's really going to make the same experience available to all our users. Now, the speed of rollouts in India are always very difficult to predict. It requires adoption of new handsets, willingness to pay, for a new device that now is 5G enabled. But like Karan, I'm very optimistic that if we have to get to 1 billion, I see this happening in the next few years itself. All signs point to that.
With the arrival of 5G, I think a lot of subscribers, consumers will be able to access 4K videos, which really are a window into a whole other world. As Isaac John can tell us, those discovery videos in 4K are definitely a whole different ball game. So Isaac, talk to me about that. And also, we're going to be finding growth in the tier 2 and tier 3 cities. And Discovery has, opened up that foray with vernacular languages. So, I would love to hear from you on that.
Yeah, so actually the 4K bit is an interesting one because we are actually the largest producer of 4K content in the world compared to any other broadcaster or OTT content player. So I think as the 5G bit starts opening up, I think there are two kinds of things that will happen. One is on the product front itself. I think people will start ascribing value to watching like higher fidelity of content on mobiles or connected TVs, etc. So I think one thing that we will see is that people who are, let's say, accessing stuff only on mobiles will probably get a lower grade of content that they might want to consume, and there will be consumers who will pay higher for, let's say, the finest or the highest gradation of content that will come. So I guess it will obviously be dictated by the amount of supply that comes into the ecosystem. But I do think that in the next couple of years, that kind of demarcation will start coming into how consumers pay for content. On the bit about tier 2 and tier 3, I think one of the biggest things that we've done as a broadcaster over the past 20-25 years we've been in India, we have like a library of about 25,000 hours of content that's like language in 5 different languages. Again, we were one of the first ones to go after the languaging bit. And that gave us a lot of insights as we were forming our original content lineup for Discovery Plus to say that we need to continue to double down on the languaging format. And the interesting part is that, let's say, compared to the first 6 months, wherein Discovery Plus saw essentially we skimmed the market for tier 1 cities, the top 8 cities, over a period of time, that consumption is now slowly starting to move more towards tier 2 and tier 3 content. So it's definitely something that is evolutionary, but it's in a way following what some of the other players have already seen.
Excellent. Thank you for your inputs, Isaac. Also, content creation, original content creation. That is something that everybody wants to attract the subscribers with. And I find most players, still in the growth phase when it comes into putting in that money into original content creation. I would love for Kranti to come in here. Kranti, do you feel that right now the consumer is spoiled for choice as opposed to in the beginning of the pandemic, or there has been a certain amount of saturation that has hit the content space when it comes to creation, or do you find that it is still very much in the growth curve?
Thanks, Shilpa, and thanks, CII, for having me here. What I would say is that currently what's happening is that I think most of the OTTs are targeting a very similar set of consumers. And for that set of consumers, I would definitely say that they are spoiled for choice and, being bombarded from all corners. But if I were to look at it the other way, I think most OTTs are focusing on subscription-led revenues today. And there is a limited base of consumers today willing to and able to pay subscription fees. And I guess I would definitely say today the consumer is spoiled for choice. But there is, I feel, building on what Karan and Gaurav have said, there is a massive next level of consumers who've already come in on AWOD, and even the next set, the journey from 500 million to 1 billion, on the OTT platforms is going to be consumers from the lower tier cities, and from the lower SEC classes. So how do we serve them? how do we serve Bharat versus India? I think that would be a question, most of the OTTs would be poised with, and how do we create for them? So today, a lot of the content, that is being put out and consumed by that is still offshoots of television content. So how do we actually viably create for them? Because they may not be willing to pay a lot of money, but they have the strength of numbers. Yeah.
I actually want to comment on that, Shilpa. I think it's pretty interesting that Kranti said this. I think, as most people here know, and perhaps a lot of the audience, that's something that MX has been sort of trying to sort of address, right? And I think, we all know each other well on this forum, and Kranti and I have talked about this many times, that I think that I think she hit the nail on the head. That there's a certain section of the audience that has been fed a lot of content. There's lots of available choice. But I think that I go back to that number I gave you earlier. That I don't think the TV industry has a fear of cord cutting, because, like I said, there's just not that many people who have cords in India, and I think that.
Karan, I disagree with that. I think the statement that not so many people have cords in India, I won't agree with. But yeah, the mobile is a very active second screen to most families. Second, third, fourth screen to most families. The television is still at the center of the household. I don't think we can take it away from there. Yeah.
I think it's interesting.
I think the topic says the new face of television, which is why I'm addressing television as the device as opposed to mobile devices.
But I think that is where it gets very interesting, Mayor and Kranti, that you're right that television still stands as the sort of family media in India, and for the, given our sort of cultural backgrounds, I think watching TV together is a family activity that is not is more prevalent, I think, than in many sort of individualized Western cultures. But I think the number of people you're now seeing to switch on to individual consumption is huge. And I think more than anything else, it's the fact that you can actually understand who those consumers are. So I mean, TV, you're right. The fact is that, there's 4 or 5 people sitting potentially in front of a TV at prime time, means that television has had a particular kind of content. And like I said, I feel that the TV industry never got a chance to scale beyond that because of various, regulatory things that we all discussed many times.
Yeah, Karan, I think what studies have shown is that television viewing was at a particular time spent in India. And when digital has arrived, it's added on to the time spent. It's actually not eaten into the television time spent. So I think probably Indians just had so much time at hand that it was not, one medium is probably not enough to cater to the whole household. And I agree with you there. But, actually, given the size of most of the houses in India, 80% of the houses in India are very small and are single screen television houses where, the whole house revolves around the hall where the television rests. But along with that, there's a lot of co-viewing. And I'm sure there are a lot of apps tracking, where the consumer is actually on the app and there is also television happening in the background. So there is simultaneous viewing, and of course, out of home, etc. is also happening. But I agree with Karan that it opens a window into a whole new set of consumers to whom probably television was not directly catering to. So
I think it couldn't cater to. I think that, like I said, I definitely want to step back here and say it's not as if like TV decided that, oh God, we're not going to touch these guys. I think it's technology, regulation. There are lots of, there's 15 different issues that popped up in that ecosystem that I think OTT very by its very nature, because it is I think that the biggest difference, as I said, is that, and in some of the reports that we've read and some of the first party research we did, right, when you go really down into tier 3 in India, tier 3 and tier 4, it's funny, the questions you're dealing with is not, okay, how big is your house to have a second TV? It's like, do I have stable enough electricity to have that on? Whereas with a mobile phone, you charge up and you're sorted for the next 8, 10, 12 hours, right? You can actually watch where you want. And we saw very, very interesting phenomena pop up, right? For example, one of the most interesting things I ever heard of was people were like, we steal data from our parents. People would come back and say that, bachon ki tarah, when we used to steal pocket money, now what happens is that, most packs have whatever, 1 GB per day, 1.5 GB per day. And what they're saying is, look, our parents who are like, let's say in their, perhaps 40s and 50s, right? We're talking to mostly 18 to 25-year-olds, right? So 50 is really the parents. They're like, look, they don't have use for 1 GB a day, but their pack gives them 1 GB a day. So we steal data from them. We go and we put hotspot out on their phone, and we use their data to stream what we want to stream on various different platforms. So I think it's a huge market that just has not been that's never had an opportunity to watch. I think more and more as you mentioned, right, data is not democratized in India. I think Isaac was saying it's just not, the quality is not there yet, but it'll get there. So I think it's just giant potential streaming time left.
All right.
Interesting that you guys are looking at television and mobile as television itself is the fastest growing segment in OTT. So I think that you're actually talking about linear television because it's an incredibly fast adopted
Absolutely.
within. And if the 5G moment comes and we do democratize data, then I do see that television could also be one of the fastest adopted for OTT. An equivalent is, just like, a lot of TVs are smart now. A lot of TVs used to be HD. And the difference was that people wouldn't subscribe to HD channels. So it's not about the infrastructure being there. It's actually about whether we will have adoption. And if fast data is a reality, then I do see that OTT on television also becomes a reality for this country.
Absolutely, Gaurav. Initially OTT was all about individual viewing on your own personal devices, your phones, or perhaps even your laptops. However, with smart TVs, especially the kind of boom that we've seen in the Indian market in the last few years, connected TV has really gone up. So, if you could tell me what the numbers on that, what is the trend? Has it actually overtaken personal devices?
So it's definitely higher for the subscribed audience. And that's really the audience that has access to very, very fast internet at home, typically, right? And so I think Karan made an incredibly solid point in terms of users not having access to fast data and potentially even, electricity. Where I think in those markets, those audiences, the phone is definitely the flag bearer of OTT consumption. But what we see is that for subscription homes, which are largely have access to higher speeds and their content needs are slightly different, we do see television actually overtaking the mobile. And that's just sort of a point in time. Over time, that could, that could spread to all users if data and even things like electricity are taken care of. But right now, that's a lot further away. We ran, in August, we did this experiment with Big Boss, where we put it exclusively on OTT, right? Just to figure out what would be the adoption on television for people that are really accustomed to watching something like that. And it was staggering. It told us many, many things in terms of the fact that users will definitely migrate to a platform of choice. But it also told us we got to see the power of TV as well. Right? When you take a marquee property like that and you put it on OTT, you also understand what are the inherent distribution strengths that broadcast television has. And so all of that, I think we're all learning this game together. And these experiments will sort of help all of us figure out which way the industry is headed.
Do you also find that with television emerging as a primary viewing medium when it comes to OTT, it becomes, because a lot of households are single TV households, it becomes a family viewing experience. Does that have any impact on content, or am I just seeing a correlation where there is none? Impact on content coupled with regulations coming in. Is content actually becoming more family friendly, as some are saying? Or is that just a few shows? What do you feel? Do comment, Kranti, Karan.
I think so you have to again go back to the audience here. I think that while yes, TV content does have an audience on OTT, remember again the TV content, and I'll break this down into two major buckets, right? And I think Gaurav has probably got the best view of that. In that TV content, there's been obviously there's been the daily soap sort of phenomenon that has been very clear for many years, etc. With a fairly specific audience. And what we've seen now, of course, on linear television has been, of course, the reality TV, which is, Bigg Boss is what Gaurav mentioned. That has been, there have been a few shows that have transcended what we call sort of traditional TV audiences. But I think what OTT has done is that it has opened up so much more as in terms of an audience. I think what's happening is that the other difference is that OTT doesn't need to have a quote unquote kind of content, right? It's all on demand and personalized. So, for example, one stat that I can share with you from MX is that about 60% of a user's homepage is individualized. In our particular case, 60% of the thumbnails or whatever that a user sees is individualized. So, and obviously, this is not on like day one, right? You need to use the platform to get for us to get a little bit of data on you to understand how you're using it. But when you come on the platform versus when I go versus when, perhaps like, let's say, Isaac goes, it will be very different. So I think the one huge difference between OTT and TV is that TV is linear, quite literally, or, whatever, television as a medium was linear. Therefore, there is this much time in a day that people are going to watch, that 3 hours of prime time plus, whatever else there was. OTT, there's no limit. You can produce 500,000 hours of content, and you still find audiences that will consume. So I think the kind of content that TV had was definitely more homogeneous because of the nature of the distribution medium. In OTT, because it's on demand, you're going to have family content, you're going to have individual viewing content, you're going to have content focused on young people, old people, men, women, blah, 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 blah. And frankly speaking, most platforms, if they are personalizing well, you're going to go on to them and have no clue as to what the other side is looking like. That platform is going to look like stuff that you want to watch. So I think that's happening. But I again go back to my earlier point, saying that there is a very large amount of demand for content that just wasn't available on TV. There is, yes, demand for content that is available on TV and that is being consumed on OTT. There's no doubt that those audiences are going. But there is a huge amount of demand for people who just didn't have, and which is why, if you think about it, why is sports so expensive? Why was cricket the be all and end all of, and continues to be the be all and end all of, whatever media consumption in India? Because that was something that appealed across the board. You could be 15 years old, you could be 55 years old. Obviously, the more casual matches are more male focused, I guess. But certainly the big important India matches didn't even matter gender, age, etc., etc. So I think that's the real difference. Saying that there are now sets of audiences who didn't have access to content because it was not feasible for TV or even cinema. I mean, it is not the right forum for it, but I mean, we can spend an hour discussing cinema distribution in India and why that is never allowed content beyond a certain type to ever go out. So I think that's where the big reveal has been. That there's a lot of audiences out there that just didn't have anything to watch. I think the bigger competition, by the way. Sorry, just to finish, the bigger competition OTT, by the way, whether TV, original, whatever it is other kinds of entertainment, not each other at all. We are seeing the numbers we're seeing on Takatak, for example, are just phenomenal. So short video, social media, those are the ones that are actually looking at timeshare.
I think quick comment on what Karan was saying only on the television bit, and in terms
and also
of
on sports, Mihir, for sure. I would love for you to come in on sport and give us some insight into it, being the leader when it comes to sports.
Yeah, no, so I think quick comment only on the linear bit versus OTT. I think there was an inherent limitation when it came to linear, right? It was time driven. So I think linear did try to find at different points of time, different time slots when they would cater to different audiences. just because of the fact that that is the audience which is likely to be consuming that content at that point of time. I think that inherent limitation is being removed when it comes to OTT. So I think the intent for television also, linear or otherwise, is always to find the right audience. I think the inherent limitation that it had has been removed for OTT, which is why you see a lot more what you would call individual based or in customized sort of offerings. So I think that's the bit that OTT has unlocked and potentially gives us ability to sort of really delve into and explore. On sports, yeah, I mean, listen, it is tentpole. It is, everything from the interest in it to viewership tells you the data is out there. And the fabulous bit is that people are watching not only on the linear streams, but also on their personal devices. So I think it just resulted in a further explosion in terms of consumption of sports content. So yeah, I think the future is bright for sports from that standpoint for sure.
I'd like to just go back to the previous topic on, while we are saying on one side, the consumer has become more addressable in terms of, reaching the smallest niche. I think it's also, on the creator side or on the platform side, it's become that much more easier for newer platforms or businesses to offer content to consumers or creators to offer content to consumers. So I would say it's become one side, while the whole from on linear to on demand, but also in terms of cost and ease of putting out content and making it available, it's created this whole massive I would say community of both creators who can now put anything they want and they can have an audience for, as well as smaller platforms. We see a lot of small platforms emerging, trying to cater to niches which otherwise maybe mainstream platforms may or may not find viable to address those niches. So that's the other side of the supply side of the story, is also become, I would say, more addressable, while of course on the consumer side it is addressable.
Well, yes, absolutely. And also, platforms that already have a huge portfolio of library content, such as Discovery, even they are very keen on promising to the viewer that we will be putting out new content on this platform. And I think Discovery has done that in a kind of unique sense with their flagship programs such as Opera or Bear Grylls. And the fact is that they've been able to curtail piracy of these programs because, despite them having a few flagship programs, they're absolutely nowhere else to be seen. So Isaac, do tell me about that, being part of a large group which has the kind of wherewithal to curtail any kind of leaks and to drive this kind of funnel growth.
So I think it stems from one key aspect of our business, which is that we primarily are an SWOT platform. And I think a lot of other players that are there in the market obviously use some of the other platforms that are available to enable sampling as well. But we believe that, the best experience of a more deeper experience that, you can have with discovery content if we enable sampling of that on our platform. So we are very restrictive about what we really release on third-party platforms. And like you rightly said, being a part of a global group, some of those relationships with players like YouTube and Facebook, etc., have come in handy. And we do have a team that sort of constantly scrapes anything that gets leaked out and brings it back. So it's to do with the kind of business objective that we are here to serve in India, which is to basically, and our thesis everywhere has been that consumers pay for quality content. So, and it's really as simple as that.
All right, let's also talk about discovery for a bit, because if content is king, then discovery is queen, right? Is YouTube still driving discovery?
YouTube still driving discovery as in
discovery of content, I think.
Oh, yes. Discovery of content. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you. Discovery of content is what I meant. I didn't realize the name clash there. Absolutely.
You really set that one up, Isaac.
Not the first time that it's happened. Yes, YouTube does have a role to play in consumer acquisition for us. But we, like very early on in the product journey, Shilpa, we took a call that we will be very, very focused on driving consumption on DTC platforms. And again, a function of that is the fact that we are not restricted by let's say, metrics of, that we need to definitely have like a different revenue stream outside of Discovery Plus as well. So we were the last to the party, so to speak, when we launched in 2020. And very early on, we said that I think the main goal of this product is so that, it serves the main content on Discovery Plus. So that was something that was taken on very early. So you'll never see, let's say, I think a lot of platforms do first episode on YouTube or half an episode on YouTube and then go back. We don't necessarily do that. We of course use YouTube and the associated Google affiliate partners and Facebook, etc., to drive acquisition, but not necessarily in content discovery. We might have content around content, but not necessarily anything from the flagship piece that we do.
All right. We are far from saturation, but we're already, moving towards consolidation and kind of coordination, increased synergy between platforms. We already saw Prime Video offering an umbrella with some channels under it. Do you think that is the way forward? Are we going to be seeing more consolidation going ahead? Mihir, I think Hotstar had a tie-up with HOOQ a couple of years ago. That was a great, kind of consolidation of content. Are we going to be seeing increased consolidation? And is that the way to kind of survive in, especially when it's becoming more polarizing and competition is increasing?
I mean, yeah, to think of it just from a very macro lens, beyond the point, I think there will be a saturation as to how many platforms will find an audience. So there will be a point of aggregation. I think we're at a nascent or evolving stage right now, early stage in terms of what we are seeing as far as the Indian audience goes. But at some point, yes, I think it will reach an inflection point where people will make active choices, especially as the subscription ecosystem starts to evolve and mature.
All right. And we spoke of... Sure. Sorry, was someone coming in? All right. Of course, now, the cliched question, theaters have opened up again. We saw Suryavanshi doing some great numbers, drawing numbers back to the theater. Again, it's been, is a competition back for OTT. Of course, we know it's not so direct as that. But of course, it is true that now the big ticket movies will be moving towards this stream. Will there be a migration of audience, or will it continue to kind of coexist? Because now the theatrical experience really needs to be an experience for the viewer to want to step out and go into it. Nobody wants to take it.
I think that, it goes to what Karan was talking about, is that there is a strong move to individual consumption. And actually, theater consumption is on the opposite end of the spectrum, that it's not even household, it's enjoying that experience. Very glad for consumers to be able to actually experience that. We've been through hell and back through this lockdown. I don't think that substitutes the need for individual consumption.
Absolutely.
And, I think that people have been extremely enabled to choose content of their choice. I mean, if I just look at my family, my son consumes anime, my daughter does young adult fiction. There's a lot of stuff that I do, a lot of sport, my wife does rom-com. A lot of that would not have been possible in the earlier co-viewing paradigms. And I think that once you have experienced that, I don't see a reason to let that go, because it is your, very fundamentally tied to your individuality as a consumer. Is there a need for stadium experiences? Absolutely. And that, that goes to live sport, that goes to cinema. It's a completely different experience. So I don't see it as head-on competition in any way, because the nature of consumption of that entertainment is very, very different. It is appointment driven. It is big experience related, and very happy to actually have that back.
Yeah. Shilpa, actually, at Shamaru, we all believe that the theaters opening up and big releases coming out will actually fuel the entire entertainment ecosystem. There's a massive PR and marketing machinery which rolls out when a movie releases. Of course, on OTT, we do it whenever we release a tentpole title or a big title. But still, the kind of promotions that happen for a movie are, at another level. Also, some of the big movies, it was not, in fact, for Suryavanshi was ready for almost the last 18 months, but not releasing because it was just not viable for only digital, revenues to compensate that scale of a film. So it also makes available that large level of larger than life content then available for OTT platforms. So two things happen: content becomes available, promotion has already, kind of educated the consumer about it, and everybody doesn't end up going to the theater. So there'll definitely be a big chunk of people who want to come to the OTT platform to watch that film. So I think it complements, the content, I mean, the OTT play. And OTT, as Gaurav was saying, have like one is the film-led content and the other is the equivalent of GEC content, which is on television. OTT has its own version of GEC content in the form of shows. So that is any day a bigger market, even on the platform, more than the films.
But yes, definitely OTTs become the staple, and your theatrical experiences have become a treat for sure in 2021. Now we have some audience questions as well. We have Prateek, who's asking, what in your view is the key monetization lever for OTT? One, subscription in India is max 10 million even for leading OTTs, Prime or Hotstar, so limited upside. Two, ads, more eyeballs via mobile but low disposable income. Are they even the TG? Who would like to come in on this? It's an open question.
Sure, I can take a stab at it. Clearly, I think that the industry is governed by attention, right? And as attention gravitates to a particular platform, so will advertising money, as well as the opportunity to create subscription revenues, and also other revenue streams like TVOD and the like to explore. I think the proposition itself is what we're all driving to try and figure out how does that get to a billion users as early as possible. I think that monetization is more a concern. It's a valid question that the audience asked, which is, how do you time it in a way that you don't wreck the business? I think it's more that I don't think that when we're at a billion users with significant attention on OTT, we will have a monetization problem. The question is, how do you navigate the waters from now till then? Because content is an expensive business. And so how do you plan that particular roadmap so that when you're there, you're still standing and you're not just a metric along the way of the OTT wave? And so that, I think, is an important journey for all of us to figure out for ourselves. And everyone's playing slightly different playbooks. Karan obviously is doing a particular audience. Isaac has talked about a different audience. Everybody's trying to figure that one out. But I think all of us have that one eye to the future, where I think that that much attention seems inevitable. The revenue streams seem inevitable. How do you chalk a path between now and there? That's actually going to be about sort of what success looks like.
All right, we seem to have lost Karan from the panel. If someone from CII can add him back as a panelist, because I see him in the attendees. Some internet teething issues still going on here. All right, so we're just waiting for Karan to join back. All right, in the meanwhile, I think Karan is back. All right, excellent. Welcome back, Karan.
Thank you. Sorry, I think my technical issue at my end on my laptop. I've just rejoined from an iPad.
Don't worry about it. This is something that I wanted to touch upon, that most people wanted to come in on. Auto subscription being stopped. We saw the market growing, and everything is exploding. And then there was a spanner in the works thrown in by the RBI when they said auto subscription is going to stop. Did you find a lot of churn, because of that?
Yeah, so I can speak to that very quickly. On the regulatory side of things. Essentially, I think intent, very noble. I don't think anyone can doubt intent. The idea was to move consumers to a safer ecosystem where everything was authorized by them, understandable, completely auditory, as well as protect privacy. So from both those standpoints, I think completely should be done. The problem was, I don't think the ecosystem was ready to receive it. And I think what should have been done by the RBI, and potentially, I don't think in their scheme of things, potentially we were almost collateral damage in that sense. Because I think the focus was so much more on the banking and the retail banking system that the merchant side of things almost disappeared into the horizon. So I think there should have been a larger workshop. There should have been more understanding. Every stakeholder, from the retail banks to the payment gateway to the guys who issue the cards, Visa, MasterCard, to the merchants onwards, and to the consumer, all should have been sufficiently taken into consideration, should have looked at all the angles before it was implemented. What it has done, especially on a subscription standpoint, is that you're trying to, in the internet world, cut down friction as much as you can when it comes to the consumer. You have added layers of friction. And as long as it's authorized, which is the laudatory objective, as long as it's authorized, there really shouldn't be an issue. The problem is a lot of business models were potentially built on the back of the fact that there is an auto renewal which is sanctioned by the consumer. I mean, if you ask me as a consumer, of course, it differs from consumer to consumer. I would love to just do, one authorization and then forget about it for the rest of the year, or the rest, whatever time to come. And a lot of business models and price points were evolved basis that consumer insight and that consumer pattern and behavior, which has been completely disrupted. So intent laudatory, but I don't think the ecosystem was geared to receive it. And as a consequence, the people who are hurt the most is actually more than anything the startup ecosystem.
Was there any upside to this? As you mentioned, Mihir, you would just like to get one subscription, an annual subscription for a year and forget about it. With auto subscription stopping, did subscribers want to switch to a larger pocket, such as a half yearly or an annual subscription? Did we find an increase in that?
You still had to have, the problem is you still had to have the retail banks and every stakeholder having adopted the new ecosystem that RBI was mandating. Till that wasn't done, the consumer couldn't authorize an auto renewal thing at all. So even if the consumer desired, it wouldn't happen. So all that would happen is, let's say if there's a subscription on a monthly basis, that option would come and that friction point would come to the consumer every month. If there was a yearly thing, the RBI did extend timelines and allow people to do a one-time transaction in the extended period. But from a larger ecosystem standpoint, it has led to a lot of disruption. And maybe Isaac can speak more about it.
Sure.
Comment on that. I completely agree. I think the intent was noble, but I think the execution was very flawed. And I think from an RBI's perspective, they can always say that, they gave like a year in time. But I think there are other players in the ecosystem as well. Like there's a payment provider, there's a merchant. And honestly, we're still grappling with it, and so is everyone else. Like the ecosystem is still not, let's say, at even 70% ready to go perfectly up and running, right? There are still gaps. Like every week we see some progress with some banks coming in, some merchants, again, like troubleshooting, etc. The bit that I think was probably unfairly placed on OTTs and, let's say the end service provider was actually the customer education part of it. So that onus completely fell on these startups and OTT services like ours as well, because the consumer education onto this was practically negligible. Suddenly overnight, I think everybody in the ecosystem knew this was coming. They were prepping for it, but the consumers were almost caught off guard as well. So I think more than the subscriptions, churn, and anything else, as a product that we focus a lot on, what the end consumer experience is. I think we had to really ramp up our customer service kind of, support that, we were providing, and had to almost go like, consumer by consumer, which at least, was one of the mitigation points, apart from the other bits that you mentioned. I think other players went for longer monthly plans, et cetera, et cetera. But all said and done, very fractured, experience for everyone, right from, the banks, right to the end consumer.
Big learnings there, and hopefully things are stabilizing and will stabilize very soon. We're drawing this, the session's drawing to a close, but I cannot stop. I cannot end it without talking about regulation, right? When it comes to OTT content, I find that the audience is so worried that it is going to be censored, it is going to be subjected to the kind of scrutiny and the norms that the television content is. So the government has said that they are helping OTTs by allowing them to be self-regulated. Now, how effective is this self-regulation? Has there been any relief in the last few months with the forming of these many regulatory bodies?
So, I mean, there have been a couple of regulatory bodies which have been formed. under the aegis of different federations or different bodies which have come together. But from a government standpoint, I think at some point, some regulation was likely to come. I think there was a self-regulation play which was sort of being put together by a lot of OTT platforms. It didn't see the light of day for a while, and then eventually the government came up with a set of regulations. It's sub judice, so it's in courts right now. So there's some amount of relief that courts have granted. But I think from a principle standpoint, as long as we walk down a self-regulation path, we have the ability to stay within constitutional parameters, and within that framework be able to actually deliver content to individual preferences or preferences for targeted audiences. That contemporary standards are followed, especially when it comes to subjective criteria, that we don't use content as a means to garner vote banks or otherwise in that sense. And criminal prosecution and FIRs, complaints, etc., are kept at a minimum, and there's a more mature outlook which is looked at or content is viewed with. I think that's the right ecosystem in which creativity will actually thrive and foster, and that has to be an imperative for the government.
Well, FIRs are bad enough, but sometimes we even see attacks on sets by some elements when they don't agree with the content, such as we saw MX Players Ashram being attacked. We saw director Prakash Jha being attacked. So of course, the government has provided relief in form of these by saying you can have self-regulation and by not bringing in some kind of draconian law just yet. But what about these other disruptions, Karan?
So, a shout out to Prakash ji. He's an absolute trooper. When that incident happened, within a matter of hours, he had spoken to folks who were involved in it and come to some conclusion and gotten along with life. So he's really, I must take this opportunity to really praise his response to that situation. But I think, look, Mayor made the point that, the idea of this was to create the framework. Right now, there may be differences in opinion in terms of how robust the framework was, or how much involvement there should or should not be from industry versus government, etc. But the fact is that at the end of it, a framework was created. And in fact, one of the big things that, while this consultation process was going on, including with the government, one of the big things that a number of players brought up was that, look, now that a system will be put in place, how do we deal with law and order issues? And law and order issues include both incidents like that, as well as, filing of FIRs and so on and so forth. So, and the answer to that is sort of in two ways. Look, fundamentally speaking, the principle of this regulation is to bring a framework such that these things don't happen, right? There is a clear mechanism for dispute resolution. There's a clear mechanism for escalation of complaints, etc., etc. But that said, as someone pointed out in that consultation process, the filing of an FIR is not restricted. If someone feels that it is possible and if a particular station house feels that it is relevant, it will be filed. The central government cannot stop someone from filing an FIR through whatever framework that is out there. Similarly, with these incidents, look, you will always have people who have objections to what is being said or being shown or so on and so forth. And that is not something like this can prevent in a short period. So I think the answer is that, look, over a slightly longer period of time, as these frameworks start becoming more established. I mean, as Vijay said, the matter is currently sub judice, and we don't know what this final sort of framework will look like now. But the fact is that if there is something in place, you notice that even though the matter is in court, no one is sort of materially changed what the current process is. So I think everyone's waiting for that to happen. I think the real answer here is, over time, we hope that this provides a little bit more of a stability, not just to platforms and government to interact, but eventually for users to be able to come back. But that said, I mean, look, there'll always be incidents like this that pop up. I think we just have to sort of deal with it as part and parcel of the scope of operations that we are all involved in.
All right. Just a quick question on how are complaints currently redressed by the regulatory bodies? When you receive a complaint, how do you address it, and what is the redressal process?
Well, there's a full sort of process by which users file complaints. There are multiple ways to file complaints. There are processes by which there's a tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 model that was put forth by the government. So there is a tier 1 complaint that comes. There's a process by which it's escalated to tier 2. There's a timeline through which tier 1 becomes tier 2. So I mean, it's probably not the right forum to go through the very specific details of it here. But I think that there is a very clear process in place for this system to work, and I think that there have now been a few cases that have gone through this framework. I know both at the IMAI and the IBF bodies.
Yeah, and you have experts in both. You have retired Supreme Court judges helming both. So it comes with a level of sanctity, even from a legal or quasi-judicial standpoint.
That's excellent. So I hope more people will take this method rather than going and filing the FIR, considering, this one seems to be more efficient and well detailed out. And, I'm happy that we're ending this on the regulatory note, a very optimistic note there, be it in terms of regulations or be it in terms of growth or subscribers. It's a very exciting time still for OTTs, be it the content creators or be it the viewers. I feel like we're going to have a lot more to talk about on next year's panel. Today, I would love to thank all my panelists. It's been a very stimulating session. If anybody has any closing comments or any statements, the floor is open.
Yeah, I think I'll just make one quick comment. I think since we ended with regulation, I'll continue with regulation and end with it. I think it's still a nascent ecosystem. I think you've unlocked the ability to cater to the huge diversity that India represents. And I think we need that regulatory ecosystem to sustain. Calls of level playing field, parity, etc., are completely unfounded, should not be entertained, and content controls should remain within constitutional parameters. And I think India will find its right place from a content standpoint, not only geographically for this region but for the world at large.
Well, the world is
from a regulatory standpoint. I think the role of the regulations and regulators is to make us as an industry more sure-footed. And I think that the points that Isaac made and Mir made and even Karan earlier is to the extent that they can create an ecosystem where we don't have to second guess ourselves and don't add friction. I think it will really be enabling for us. But for example, in the case of the payment situation with the RBI, I think there is a lot of work that has to be done on the infrastructure and ecosystem level for it to actually become frictionless, because intent is not sufficient. It will probably hobble us. Similarly, in the area of content, I think it remains to be seen whether the regulations in the way they are implemented will actually make us a lot more sure-footed and faster, in which case they would be great. And that's sort of what we're keenly watching.
All right, some setbacks there, but definitely an optimistic outlook on the whole. And thank you so much for joining me. I had a very insightful session. I got the answers to so many questions I have some more, and I'm sure I will connect with all of you very soon to pick your brains. But an absolutely marvelous session. Thank you to all my panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Shilpa. Thanks, CII.
Thanks,
Thanks,
Shilpa.
Neerja and Shalini.
Thank you, Shilpa, for asking all the questions. You touched upon all the aspects of OTT that could possibly be covered, including auto subscriptions, which brings us to our next session, which is actually on content monetization machines, unlocking value through efficient digital payments. We'd like to invite all.
Shalini, you're on mute, Shalini.
Sorry. So we begin the next session on content monetization machines unlocking value through efficient digital payments. The session is being moderated by Mr. Vivan Sharan. He is an advisor with Asia Center and Partner Quan Advisory Group. We have with us Dr. Aruna Sharma, practitioner of and development economist. He is also former secretary to the Government of India. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Sharma. In this session, we have Ms. Gunjan Pradhan from Netflix. She leads payments in India and ANZ. We have Mr. Ajay Chako, co-founder and CEO of RA, and Mr. Jong Kyangte, Vice President of Public Policy at Disney Star India. Over to you, Vivan, to steer this conversation on digital payments.
Thank you, Shalini ji, and to CII for doing this. We indeed have a very good segue from the last session, of which we were able to catch a few minutes in the green room. I think this whole theme is so germane today because we are just come out of the grips of a COVID pandemic, hopefully, which has really accelerated the shift of industries online. As entire industries, particularly in the content space, have shifted online, and we're all privy to what that has meant to each of us as individuals living this experience of industries shifting online. Monetization also has to shift online. And for example, in 2001, physical revenues from the sales of tapes and CDs and other products from the recorded music industry accounted for 97% of total music industry revenues globally as of 2001. Now, in 2020, accelerated by COVID, but also a sort of continuing trend over the last 2 decades, physical accounts for less than 20%, and streaming plus downloads account for around 70% of revenues for the music industry. And I think it's a great example of the shift of an industry online. At the same time, it's relevant to note the Asian and Indian context. In Asia, digital revenues for this industry surpass 50% share of the region's total music industry revenues. Again, I'm using music industry as a proxy to understand the shift of content industries online and to set some context, hopefully, in doing so. And India is very much following this trend with the proliferation of devices and data that we're all witnessing again, personally, professionally. So while revenue streams are shifting online, and this is the key question from my vantage point, it's also important for these revenue streams to deepen and expand the size of the pie, expand the size of the market. This hasn't happened in the music industry's case, for instance. So the total global recorded music revenues were $23.6 billion in 2001 and are not too dissimilar now. This is for a variety of reasons in the case of music. Similarly, closer to home, spot ad rates on TV far surpass those on AVOD platforms, for instance. And since content holds such great promise, and India has a mature market for content in all spaces. For instance, we have video on demand, two professionals here who represent that industry. We have over 50 video on demand players in India today. There is no reason why the country cannot deepen its content market monetization via digital. This is happening very quickly in industries like gaming, for instance, which of course didn't exist. There was no transition. It's a completely new industry in terms of online gaming. And part of this transition, therefore, will be a function of the kind of innovation you see in the gaming space and consumer experience and devices and so on. And the other will be, which is what we are focused on today, is what regulators and policymakers will have to do to enable it. And it is in this context that it's so appropriate that we have someone like Aruna ji with us. And I'd like to turn to you, ma'am, to kick things off for us. You've been part of government. You've served in relevant committees that are very relevant to this discussion, the Nilekani committee being the most recent on deepening digital payments. Ma'am, we'd like to really understand from you, it's okay for me to say that there is a public interest in deepening digital payments, but from your vantage point, how should the government look at the public interest in unlocking monetization online. It's not just the industry's case that this should be so, I hope. And I just like to ask you to set the big picture, so to speak, on this panel. Thank you.
Surely, surely. You have said it very right that citizen-centric policies has to be there, because it should not be the convenience of the banks. It should not be the convenience of the regulators, which should be the guiding factor for framing the policies. And this is exactly what we tried to unleash when this committee sat through, that all along it was the comfort of the banks which was seen at, and therefore you did not have NIFT or RTGS, everything 24/7. So this thinking has now got into the policy making, that citizen has to be centric. And with that point of view, what you talked of content monetization, you look at the digital payments, it is growing in geometric proportion in a big way. Even though there is an argument that more than 26 lakh crores of cash is circulating, but that is not more because they don't have an option for digital payment. It is more because of saving taxes or saving on GST. So that is coming in an entirely different window, which is being looked at the policymakers as to how we motivate people to stop handling the cash. Now, coming to the frame of things on which you are planning to debate today, the emerging macro trends are very, very clear to the three players, which are very important in the payment structures. So whether it is the payment providers, whether it is the issuer of the cards, whether it is the merchants, and citizen is now more demanding for ease of doing business, what we call it. So they don't want any disruptions into a practice in which they have got into or they have hooked into the mechanisms of digital payments. So when you have these emerging macro trends, definitely you are capturing data monetization opportunities along with that. So when you are getting these opportunities, putting a regulatory framework to clamp it is not going to work, because definitely data monetization is going to happen, and this is something which is being looked at. The recent policy which was discussed in the previous panel, where we overheard for some time, is yes, which was happened in our committee, that we allowed repeat payments or standing instructions even on the debit cards. But now with this change, this has disrupted of leaving a standing instruction for the merchants. So now you have to be bank oriented, or you have to work upon the bank for which they have not geared. And definitely the policy makers are realizing this fact that readiness is not there. And this has been flagged very, very clearly that first of all, we have to be ready. And in the bogey of security, we should not lead to what we have gained on the digital payments, because immediately there was a loss of people who were gone into the digital payment. One of the small reason of this cash, a small percentage, is also that people prefer to retain some cash because of these disruptions. So therefore, it is very, very important that it cannot be one step ahead and two step backwards kind of a policy on which we are working in. And here I will say that the best suited is the payment providers, because they have an opportunity to have the data of the merchants. Whereas the banks do not have data so much about the merchants, they have more about the customers, right? Their own customers. So it's limited to their customers, where you have this opportunity where you can work upon it. And these kind of distinctive data sets, definitely analytic techniques have to be applied. So when you are looking at the policy framework or something which the intention of the government is that the digital payments, digital finance, digital fintech has to increase in geometrical proportions, each of the policy has to be vetted in the sandbox instead of just rolling it down with the deadline dates. And therefore, these deadline dates were postponed once, twice, and few of the banks have geared for it. Few of the banks are prepared for it. There was a major disruption, because here what is happening is, which personally I have a serious objection, the entire data will get concentrated or aggregated at one place, that is the banks. So you will lose data or building up on further research, which is happening at the payment gateways or at the merchants level. And this is not something a fintech company will be uncomfortable with, which is not very, very welcome for a digital ecosystem that India is thinking about, because you cannot have an aggregated concentration into few hands. And the banks itself under their own confusion of mergers and non-mergers and moving. And then you have, on the other hand, mushrooming of the small banks, right? So in the sense, how do you define a bank? So you will have, maybe today every payment gateway will register itself as a bank, just to get the advantage of this mechanism of storing of data. So the proliferation of banks in whatever form you call it is going to happen if we do not allow this kind of a thing. And proliferation is bank is not something one of the agenda. So here I will stop my opening comments by saying that when you make a policy, you have to see its ripple effect on the others, whether it is going to result into a different kind of FTAs with a country for better transaction, whether it is going to result into too many mushrooming of the small banks which are going to come up, whether it is going to come up by creating a hindrance to which is for whom we all are working, that is the consumer. So I think I will stop here for my opening remarks, and then if need be, I will add on.
And thank you for that expansive and strong view. It's really refreshing to hear that from people who serve for the country, and you've really touched on a lot of things. So we'll open this up from here as expected. And before turning into the intricacies of payments and business models around payments, I want to turn to the theme of the session first around content machines, content monetization machines, of which John, is sitting within one of those. So John, really, from your perspective as one of the largest video on demand providers in the country, what is it about this content market that makes it ideally suited to play out the monetization proposition? What are the specificities of this market as you see them? And therefore, how can we connect to the larger theme of efficiency of digital markets through transactions that are seamless, convenient, and secure?
Yeah, thanks, Vivan. I think Karuna ma'am has set the context beautifully for me, so I don't have to sort of get into that point again. It's a privilege to be on the same panel with Ajay and Gunjan. Ajay, this is my first time being on the same panel with Ajay, but I've been on the panel with Gunjan and have interacted with her multiple times, and so have I with Aruna ma'am. So it's a great privilege. Vivan, before I come to your point, I just wanted to make 2 points. First, yes, I wanted to clarify that the merchant that we will be talking about here is largely a media entertainment merchant. And therefore, all of the merchant that I will sort of speak about is only from that context. And I'm glad to have Gunjan and Ajay speak after me, because they will be able to clarify certain points which I may not be able to simplify. The second point is that I want to build a little context to it. And I think it's allow me to indulge a little bit on my understanding of content monetization for media entertainment. On the content monetization front, I want to talk a little bit about how content is monetized in media entertainment. Something that we all know, but I think it's important to re-emphasize it in the context of the current conversation. We all know that M&E sector content is monetized largely through 3 forms, right? You have your tickets, which is basically a box office revenues. You have your advertisements, and you have your subscription. And there are various distribution platforms that offers you various ways to monetize your content. And digital platform is a very, very interesting platform from that perspective. So you have platforms that are largely, let's say, advertisement driven, like your radio platforms and things like that. But you have what we often refer to it as a 2-sided market platforms, like your television that allows you to monetize through advertisements and subscriptions. You have your print that also allows you to do that monetization as well. And you have online, which is, I think, sort of increase the capabilities of content monetization through those two sources. Now, just some numbers I want to throw at you. About 70% of the content that you see on TV is being subsidized by advertisement. About 90% and maybe higher of the content that we read on newspaper is subsidized by advertisement. And on the online platform, you have advertisement subsidizing almost, well, 95% as per some of the industry estimates that I'm looking at. But the interesting part about content monetization on online platform, and this is largely with video on demand, is that there are various ways to monetize them, right? So you have your advertisement video on demand, subscription-based video on demand. And as business mature, we're sort of witnessing that transition from advertisement to a subscription sort of base model. Now, within this, I want to talk a little bit about a model which is very popular, which is called a freemium model, right? It allows you, so in the freemium model, your first year of content is free, which is mostly supported by by advertisement. And then you have those content that are only for your subscribers, right? Now, the reason why I'm saying all of this is that it allows you to transition from an advertisement to a subscription model. And the moment you do that, then you get into the digital payment mode. So this in a way, media entertainment merchants play a very important role in transitioning a customer from an advertisement video on demand to a subscription-led demand. So when you talk about policies and regulation, I think it's important to understand the key enablers from the demand side as well, right? So that's the reason why I brought in this. Now, I just wanted to take a little time also to talk about the role of media entertainment in the whole digital economy, right? So, and we've seen some numbers being cited in this summit, right, multiple times. And I just wanted to, bring them out again. So we, as per the TRAI latest data, there are about 825 million internet users in the country, right? And the second data I want to sort of bring out again is the data consumption, which is around 14 GB. And if you look at the time that we spend on online, I'm looking at Omnicom Media report, and video on demand, an average user spends around 97 minutes, online news 58 minutes, news apps 42 minutes, music streaming 62 minutes, and online gaming 63 minutes. Now, the reason why I wanted to bring out this data again is that the media for an average Indian, for the 825 million people that are connected through the internet, media entertainment platform is their first interaction with digital platform. And that has a very, I think that it plays a very important role. It makes you comfortable with digital platforms. And the point I want to bring about is that it builds trust. And trust is, as we all know, very, very important in digital payment. Most of us, 10 years ago, a lot of us were not comfortable doing online transactions, or maybe 20 years ago, using your cards, right? But the trust built.
John, just to intervene, my parents are still not comfortable with it. But anyway, yeah. Please go on.
So I think, but yeah, so they will always be your outliers. And I'll come to that point also later. But yeah, but I think the important point I want to make is that media entertainment platforms have played a very important role in educating consumers about how digital platforms work It makes them comfortable. And my mom, who's 76 years old, is very comfortable paying her utility bills through GPay that is linked to her debit card. So I'll stop at that. And if I have some time, I would like to talk about the e-mandate and the data restriction regulations from RBI. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I think that's a very important perspective. We have to bear in mind we are in a media entertainment summit, and I think you've really shown the transmission mechanism between or the relationship between media and entertainment and this theme that we're talking about today. And I just want to turn now to Gunjan. With some of what John has said, Gunjan, media and entertainment merchants, and for those of you who are confused when we use this terminology, the Reserve Bank of India treats everyone who's selling online goods and services to consumers as merchants. So this think of them as the online version of anyone who's retailing goods and services offline. So as a media and entertainment merchant and a behemoth in the form of Netflix, this is very relevant that you are the first touch point for the consumer. You are where this public trust is being built. I mean, look at the statistics around internet bandwidth consumption and how many people use Netflix in the US. I remember the debates around network neutrality, and it was astounding to know that YouTube and Netflix account for over 60-70% of bandwidth consumption in developed markets. This was around 6-7 years ago. The ground may have shifted. There are many more competitors. But the point is that media and entertainment is it's not a small share of the subscription pie online. It's a big touch point for the consumer. COVID has again shown this to all of us. So from that perspective, Gunjan, really wanted you to jump into some of the specific shorter and medium term challenges that you see as far as monetization is concerned. You are a payments expert, so feel free to take it away with the technicalities around these regulations and then abstract away to perhaps some first principles that can help us think through how to remedy some of the challenges that lie ahead for the sector. Thank you.
Thanks, Vivan, and thank you, Aruna ma'am and John, for going ahead of me. Such strong points and some very pertinent points that both of them have raised. And it's an honor to meet you like this again, Aruna ma'am. I remember interacting with you when we had the Nandan Nilekani discussion, committee discussion around what we need to be focusing on as being digital payments first. And while John has spoken about a ton of data points around how we in the entertainment space and we as merchants overall, if I were to take that term, work in the space of driving trust and comprehension and building that ease of use for customers. To add on to what John said, it is true that merchants have played a very significant role in pacing up the value and the volume of digital payment transactions in the country. And it could be a function of things that we've done through digital payment innovation, by encouraging customers to move to digital platforms and thereby digital payments, to the example that John alluded, by building that trust and educating markets around the ease of use. We also have done this by partnerships with banks and schemes for digital payment activation, and therefore accelerating that shift away from cash, especially from people who are fearful of using it in the first place. And also by building these consumer-centric approaches to offer secure, trusted, and of course, convenient digital payment options to the customers. And all of this put together has really reshaped consumer behavior in India towards moving towards a digital payments. And one of the prime factors contributing to the growth of fintech in India has definitely been favorable and progressive regulations. And one thing that I would like to call out is the ecosystem readiness and execution by regulatory timelines is the one area that would require a ton of work from all of us. As a consequence of not having ecosystem ready and execution failing by deadlines, customers have consequentially suffered, and they suffer friction. In addition to the work that each stakeholder is doing in order to set up the ecosystem for success, I strongly believe what is needed by all of us is an appreciation of this complex ecosystem of digital payments that requires a really elaborate orchestration between multiple stakeholders, big and small. and also appreciating the fact that there's a complex interplay of interdependencies. Let me help you with, by way of an example, and for the purpose of this discussion, let's focus on some of the key stakeholders in a digital payment infrastructure when we talk about any development project. It typically starts with networks. Who we are referring to as networks are your Visas, MasterCards, Rupees of the world, where they start a project by designing, developing, and testing all of these workflows within their own environments first. Subsequently, there is these so-called technical documents for consumption by entities who are downstream to them. And I'm getting a little technical, but because I think it's important for us to appreciate the nuances around this. And these downstream entities are the ones that Aruna ma'am also referred to when she spoke about macro trends around payment processors, which we largely call them as payment aggregators, payment gateways, and banks who are not just issuing, but acquiring banks as well. So this combination of banks and payment processors then in turn go through their own process of design, development, testing, certification, and eventual go live, again, within their own environment first. We've not yet reached the merchant and the consumer, so bear with me. When they start this process, they essentially start with a first technical documentation draft. And then
the process,
they go through...
Gunjan, sorry, just to intervene for the convenience of everyone listening in, the process you're referring to is the transition to any new regulated regime, or? Correct.
So this is not just a regulatory regime, but this is largely the process that anyone would refer to if they want to move towards a digital payment infrastructure project, right? So any project that requires an infrastructural change, and Aruna ma'am also referred to this, she alluded to this around how infrastructure also needs to be robust. This is exactly what we need to start thinking around when we say, what entails a digital payment infrastructure development project? So we started off with networks, then we move on to banks. They also start with their own systems of design, development, testing, so on and so forth until they go live. And then subsequently, they start with their first technical documentation draft. That goes through a numerous iterative process, which could take months, before they issue a final technical documentation to the entity downstream. And this could be version Z.X or Z.Z, right? So it goes through several iterations. So by way of an example, for an acquiring bank, or largely who are called as processor banks, the immediate downstream entity would be the payment processors, like the payment aggregators and payment gateways. And for the payment processors, the immediate downstream entity would be the merchant. And this is where we make our entry. Now, since we are at the lowest end of the downstream, we're also very oblivious to what really happens in the ecosystem upstream. We may hear about it anecdotally, but we don't necessarily know exactly where things are. And development on the merchant's end then, which is the development of that infrastructure project, effectively can only begin once the payment processors, who are right above them or above us, they provide us with this final version of the technical document. And only after these upstream stakeholders go live in their own environments can we effectively start with testing, potential certification, and go live. And the reason why it's important to highlight all of this and appreciate all of this is to say that since all of these happen in a sequential way, there is a need to appreciate the need for a graduated and an agile regulatory response from all of us in the ecosystem, based on how unique an industry and market characteristics are. We have to be in a position to acknowledge that there are interdependencies, and there is a need for all of us to work collectively in order to develop best practices that allows us a phase-wise regulatory compliance in keeping with the customer, keeping the customer views in mind, because we need to ensure that customer friction is minimum. And again, Aruna ma'am, I think you did most of my work by saying it is really keeping customer as central to our view, that we'll be able to achieve anything here where we could achieve growth or any sort of geometrical growth in any of the projects that we decide to bring forth in the country. And really, one of the ways for us to achieve this is, of course, keeping customer friction in mind. But I think one of the primary ways for us to do this is to continue to have regulators and all of the ecosystem stakeholders collaborate very closely to that end. We've spoken about some of the interesting ideas that we could explore in terms of what else could we do and how could we be a little more creative in order to ensure that there is a need for us to have this graduated and agile response system. And I love Aruna ma'am's suggestion around having a sandbox-led system and a sandbox-led regulatory intervention rather than having a deadline-led compliance regulation. That would again keep customers at the center of what we are trying to solve for, because what we are really trying to do is solve for customer convenience, solve for security of customers' payments online, and also further customer adoption in the digital space. I'm going to pause here and I'll hand it over to you, Vivan. Thank you.
Thank you, Gunjan. I think there's lots to pick up on from where you've left off. First, again, I want to go from the specifics of this digital payments ecosystem, which is, as Gunjan says, very heterogeneous, has lots of players. There are old and new guys. It's quite a khichdi, so to speak, Ajay. And, if you can help us unbundle this khichdi from a conceptual standpoint, particularly from the standpoint of an entrepreneur trying to make it in this country, trying to run a business as a merchant, we almost worship the startups and startup culture in this country, which gives us all so much hope and perhaps resilience. But what is useful for us to understand, I guess, from your perspective is, what does digital mean to you? What do digital markets mean to you as an entrepreneur? What are the characteristics of the digital market that you seek to leverage? As conversely, if there were to be the kinds of disruption that we've seen, for instance, most recently in the recurring payments debate, which I think all of us, whether we are New York Times customers or not, whether we are elite or we come from tier 2 and tier 3 cities, everybody has experienced a bit of disruption, and I'm sure businesses have too. So what does this all mean, Ajay? Can you help us put it all together?
Yeah. Hi, Vivan. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. I lost you a bit towards the end because of the audio, but I'm guessing that, it's what we kind of tried to discuss yesterday as well. So I'll take off from there. I guess a lot has been already said about, what the current intention is and what the infrastructure is and what needs to be done, etc. But I think I'll jump straight to one point of, and it'll be slightly sort of aggressive statement to make. But I think with this whole recurring payment, kind of disruption that has been created, I think we're trying to fix something that was not broken. In fact, something that was working quite well. So while the intention may be to kind of try and put the customer at the center and security, etc., but I think the unintended consequences of that or the intended consequences of that is something that takes us back, not just from the customer's point of view, but also from the industry's point of view and from entrepreneurs' point of view, from the point of view of the larger ecosystem, which helped over the years. I've been part of the journey from the 90s. I was in print, and then in the network 18 era, I was in television, then moved to digital, and then we started our own business in 2015. All through the years, I mean, the dominant theme was obviously disintermediation, right? That is what digital and the new economy kind of promised, right? So print was far more intermediated, TV was little less intermediated, but it was still in the stranglehold of the cable business for creators, whether content creators or broadcasters or whoever else, to be able to actually own the customer in a genuine sort of way. So with the digital, era, what happened was that disintermediation actually kind of accelerated, right? So whether it is Netflix or whether it's a smaller OTT platform, both could actually reach out to the consumer directly, and the consumer could choose to pay on a recurring basis or on a one-off basis, anybody he or she wanted to, without the monolith of an aggregator sitting in the middle who controls the customer, right? So I believe this whole payment, recurring payment stoppage or disruption actually has taken us back to the era where, again, the power shifts in the hands of a few aggregators, be they the big, large payment banks or be they, telcos or whoever else is willing to bundle you all big and small together, right? Between a Netflix and an Apple, I would say there's a difference right now because Apple owns its own payment, system. Netflix does not, right? So even the large guys are not spared. So I'm a bit flummoxed as to what the real intention or the objective behind something like this was, right? So forget about the tier 2 or the tier 3 creators who would actually ever have dreamt of looking at monetization through recurring payments, through subscriptions, through whatever, right? Now they will all be bundled together and offered as a pack, for a flat fee by a telco or a large payment aggregator. So that's really my core, point. And I don't want to labor too much, but if you look at unrelated industries, even a very interesting example was like a monopoly like Gillette got challenged by a dollar shaving club, which was built purely on subscription. So one needs to understand that a subscription is not just recurring payment. It is also giving the power of consumer relationships directly with the person who's actually creating, so producing. It's disintermediating a lot, right? So I'm still unclear as to whether that objective is being met by this move. And while I agree with the sandbox idea or whatever, but I think this was very, very obvious, right? It's not like that unobvious that this would result in something like this. This would take away the power from both the consumer as well as the end producer or the creator, and give the power to an intermediary again. So I'm unable to still kind of grapple my head around this issue. So given the larger issues and other issues related to payment, I thought this was a sort of a non-issue to be fixed, especially since you could always introduce limits below which you could continue these recurring payments and what have you, right? So it's not like my son is in university in the UK and they actually have a 6,000 pound recurring payment system, which does kids use their credit cards to pay their fee. So why are we so scared about a $2, $5, $10 payment?
Thank you, Ajay. I think it's such an interesting debate. I think what you said about subscriptions is not just digital payments, calls for a column. Ajay, you must write about this.
Yeah.
It's also it's a business model that disrupt incumbents. It's freedom of expression. It's a consumer experience that is built on choice. It's so much. It's so rich, just as a model. And to John's point, the ultimate goal for a lot of digital businesses, therefore, naturally, is to build a subscription business via whatever channels they may pursue, whether it's freemium or otherwise. You, as an entrepreneur, you see the freedom that gives you to think ahead and not to be locked into cyclicalities or interdependencies that you may not want in the digital world. Aruna, ma'am, you've had the benefit of listening to industry, and there's a lot that has been said, and it's only appropriate that I turn to you in this, what I expect to be the last round. And I think in this round, maybe we could each spend 5 minutes at the most, because I think we have about 20 minutes left, to just try to bring some of this discussion to closure. What Ajay said about there being different threshold-based possibilities, for instance. Now, one of the risks or one of the fears that is always in the minds of regulators and policymakers, ma'am, I think you will agree, is that there are at least two Indias, if not many more. There are debates on social media around Indias and how many versions, but these are not new debates. These are very old debates. They shape policy in India for the last 70, 80 years. That you're not talking about consumers there are consumers who don't mind losing 2,000 rupees, but there are others for whom 2,000 may be, everything. So how do you begin to think of useful first principles to accommodate a heterogeneity of consumers while making sure that, the public interest is served, while making sure that the market and consumer interests are aligned and convergent in the long term? What are some of those formulas that you think regulators and policymakers should start to adopt before they embark on a regulatory or a policy making exercise? Ma'am, I think you'll have to unmute.
Yes, I really thank all three panelists for bringing out very, very important thing. In my career, I worked with the media at a very, very critical times, and I'm a strong believer what John said, that subscription and the choice, and we have to move out from the advertisement, especially the news channel. The deterioration what we saw in news channel when they started commercializing the revenue for the news channels, and then they all became like entertainment channels. So I think the digital payment mode has given us that opportunity to bring back the choice of subscription to the people, and therefore bring down that pressure of those managing these kind of channels where we want accurate analysis or accurate information, and even entertainment channels are better quality contents, as we are visualizing wherever the subscription shift has happened from advertisement. So without break, you are able to see it, and consumer is very happy about it. Similarly, what very rightly has been said by Gunjan, that there are many stakeholders and it's a complete linked chain. You can't have a policy in a silo with a limited blinkers while we are thinking about it. And therefore, the sandboxes, all these grievances would have come in the sandbox stage itself and would have prevented all the damage that happened down the line. And it could have put a full stop there itself, knowing that maybe you're trying to be disproportionate. And I am using this word disproportionate because this is exactly the word used in the cryptocurrency ban issue, where the Supreme Court said that Constitution, referring to the Constitution, that your action should not be disproportionate to the kind of fear which you are visualizing. And therefore, this ban on cryptocurrency was completely removed. Exactly the same thing. Here, the fear that it will be misused or data will get leaked or will go, not realizing in the technology when you are doing a repeat payment, the data is already locked. But like Vivan said, the parents are not yet into it. And if you tell them that every time they have to punch their credit card or debit card number, the chances of leakage is much more. The chances of mistakes are much more. The chances of grievance is much more. The technology you had decimal complaints where something has happened, and the further dissection of the decimal complaint shows that somebody shared the PIN number with someone, right? So it had got nothing to do with the technology. It had to do with education of the user, or to make him understand how sacrosanct this number is, and they should not. Then coming to what Ajay has very rightly said, I totally agree to this, because this disproportionate thing has happened. And absolutely there was no problem as well as the repeat payments were concerned. And you were getting more and more people into this digital payment platform who now are a little reluctant. So in the sense, we have added on to the problem of adding more and more people on the digital platforms. Not only that, we have, like I mentioned before, on this aggregated of the information, what was happening en route, the kind of analytics that were emerging, or the lot of startups which were emerging, all that we have brought into a standstill. So this is again a complete disproportionate kind of a thing. Like we are hitting at the wrong end in the name of cybersecurity. The cybersecurity requires to tackle it at entirely different end. And this is getting debated at different levels, at higher levels also, to see a sense to it, because level of preparedness is not there, concentration and aggregation is not anybody is going to favor. Because if we want to go at the larger objective of the country, what we talk of the digital India and having more startups and everything, so we'll be clamping it down. And Ajay's fears is absolutely right. Then you will monetize, those aggregators will monetize this, maybe at a much higher price, discouraging the new innovations that what we are looking forward in the coming days. So having said that, I will say that now it is very important that any new change or policy is coming, it is very important. It should not come as a shock. There has to be an enough time. All the partners have to be associated with it. It has to be openly debated. See to what extent one has to walk the path in the policy. It should not be that, okay, you want to walk the whole path. It may not be needed. And what rightly has said, there can be an upper cap which makes a lot of sense. You allow the standing instruction or repeat payments by keeping an upper cap, which in India, I understand 5,000 rupees is more than enough in Indian rupees, which takes care of all your annual subscription, etc., etc., everything. So, including your electricity bill, which sometimes you may exceed, but on an average, maybe 10,000 if you keep it. So, that is going to make a difference when you are operating upon this and you have built up all the systems on it. There was a lot of disruptions, even payment through the banks. I myself suffered through it, like my Rajdhani is not accepting my credit card payment, it is just hanging somewhere. I don't know whether I should pay it before the deadline date or wait, or what should I do about it. Right. So this kind of a disruption happened because they built up the system on these intermediaries. And with the absence of intermediaries readiness, you have disrupted the whole system. Complete system has been disrupted. So therefore, I will say it as the end point is anything has to be discussed with the entire chain of the stakeholders, because ultimately the consumer is getting in touch with the merchant. That's the face they see. Rest of the thing is in the background. The bankers, the merchants, the payment structures, everybody has to be in the queue. When you are looking at the media sector, definitely the shift to subscription is something which needs to be encouraged. And for that to encourage, the digital payment is the foundation. If you don't have this, or you don't have the standing instruction or repeat instruction arrangements, you are heading for problem. And definitely cyber security is to be handled at an entirely different level and not meddling, to which has been evolved quite secure with literally 0.0001 of incidences which we come across, and that has got nothing to do with technology. That I can say with authority because I have analyzed that just to understand the whole thing. So that is where it stands, right?
Ma'am, you're so right. In fact, I was reading statistics in a book around financial fraud in as reported in Gurgaon in some of the police stations, and you won't believe, but the maximum number of frauds, perhaps 80% or 70%, were on account of the very construct that we use to secure people or to show that we are very secure, is that of OTP. So generally what happens is not at the technological level. It's somebody calls you, pretends to be somebody else, asks you for an OTP, short circuits the security system that you have in place. So we are very ingenuous in that we understand human behavior very well in this country. And so technology is not an end in itself, as you said, and there are ways to actually reduce the human element in security. And I think we should pursue some of those.
No,
but
very
just
right. You are shooting the wrong bird. Right. So you're hitting at the technology, whereas you should hit at more educating the users. Right.
Absolutely, ma'am. And just on that point, John, if we can build on that a little bit on the consumer aspect of this. You're in the unique vantage point of running a TV business, which is again among the largest in the country, as well as among the largest VOD businesses. So arguably, the consumer really touches you most in this forum. So if you take a consumer backwards perspective, in a sense, how do you build that consumer orientation into regulation, as well as into the kind of technological transitions that are needed to make consumers feel more secure while maintaining convenience, and as a corollary, deepening digital payments and making the digital market more efficient? Are there some lessons that perhaps the older markets can offer, or some trends that you see globally in terms of the way design has to happen, which is an important element of regulatory policy thinking, where consumers are more involved?
Yeah, Vivan, I think my short answer to that is that there's a lot of narratives around all policy making saying it's in consumer interest. Our business are built for consumers. So without them, we don't exist. I feel so, and very often, and one point I want to make is that if there are no services or products, there will not be any consumer interest to protect. And very often what happens is that when regulations are framed, they impact the supply side of things. And in affecting the supply side of things, you impact the consumers, right? So I fail to understand several times what is a consumer interest. Is it bringing down cost? If you bring down cost in media entertainment, or if you try and regulate prices, the quality is going to suffer, right? So our understanding of consumer interest needs to be more holistic. Right now, it's more, I would say, almost 100% towards the demand side. But I think we need to understand the supply side of things as well. And if we are to serve the consumer interest in the long run, we have to make it sustainable for a supply side, a seamless supply of services to the consumers. That's just my point on that. And coming to the point that you alluded to a little bit before, I think very often the outlier cases, the anomalies, become the basis for regulations, and that's very unfortunate. In my statistics classes, we would do some sort of regression models, and we would pick out the outliers to understand what the data actually speaks, right? But the problem in the current policy making, in most certain cases, is that the outlier becomes the basis for the policy making, which is very, very unfortunate. And I think, and I think Aruna ma'am and Ajay also, spoke about that. I think we're shooting the wrong bird, right? We're not tackling the issue where it's supposed to be tackled. And in the process, you have a uniform sort of regulation for everyone. It's like punishing one student, one defaulter in a classroom, and punishing the entire class for it. I mean, growing up in schools, we are used to that, right? The last point I just want to come to is that there is another regulation that's coming our way, and that is the payment gateway and aggregator guidelines. That prohibits merchants from storing card data. And if I look at the demand side of the payment industry and the supply side of the payment industry, there's a very interesting data, which is from the McKinsey report, that says that 60% of all digital transactions in the future is going to come from merchants, right? So we are, as merchants, the very important link between the supply and the demand, right? To your consumers and your financial service providers. Now, the moment you prevent me or you take away a very important element of my data, which is my card data, on which I innovate my products. And those products are the products that the consumers come and test our services and then get on to the digital payment mode. It impacts a lot of our ability to transition into the subscription economy. And so data is very important, financial data. For the banks and the aggregators, it serves as a tool for financial innovations. But for merchants, it is a very important ingredient in the product innovation. And I think what we need to do, and I don't have an advice on what the regulators must do, but there's, I think, one important ingredient that's missing in the policy making is that the impact assessment of regulations. And in the impact assessment of the regulations, I think there's little nuances of how merchants build trust with consumers, how they innovate their products to enable consumers from a free content to a subscription content framework. Those are very, very important. And I think in future regulations, I think RBI is also learning. I think it's a very complex process. Anything in digital today is very complex with several stakeholders. But I think for future regulations, I think it's very important to understand the small enablers that we often neglect, the so-called, I would say, the invisible hand of digital payments in the Indian economy. And
John, you're betraying your economics pedigree. The invisible hand has appeared in the conversation. But John, just turning over to Gunjan, just to expand a little bit on, upcoming regulations. Let's be clear. I think the Reserve Bank of India, for instance, is one of the most progressive regulators that we have. It has enabled the democratization of financial markets. It has enabled democratization of banking, and there's no reason why it cannot also democratize the digital economy for everyone concerned. And I think if you actually read through some of the regulatory objectives, one can't really argue with it. I think they're the question of intent is a debatable one, particularly if you're on the wrong side of the law. But the intent does definitely seem to be positive in terms of securing consumers and also making sure that somewhere the balance is maintained between security and convenience. Now, that's a very difficult balance to maintain if you don't really have visibility on one end of the spectrum, which is the merchant's end, because you are not regulated entities, so to speak, whereas fintechs and banks are by the RBI. You are, of course, regulated by bunch of other line ministries and so on and so forth. So just to understand also, Gunjan, how do we strike that balance, not just from a procedural standpoint? There are also, and merchants are also a heterogeneous bunch. So you can't argue with the fact that there would be some small merchants that may be insecure, where you could lose your money and so on and so forth. So is there a better way of doing this whole thing? Are there some standards that are available, for instance? How do you basically move towards a risk-based regulatory framework, which everyone from the RBI itself to the Niti Aayog to the PMO wants in this country?
Thanks, Vivan. I think you answered your own question, to be honest, because when we talk about the existence of regulation and ecosystem, and here when I represent merchants, I say the merchant ecosystem, all of us ideally exist to ensure that customer adoption of digital payments is high. And all of this is done via ensuring minimum customer friction. And I'm alluding to that time and again, because I think it's very important for us to understand that any regulation we bring forth or a compliance to a regulation we bring forth that introduces customer friction has the chance of making steeper the decline in a customer willingness to transact online and increases the likelihood of a digital exclusion. So all of the work that we've done so far could possibly be washed away because of all of these frictions or disruptions, as we're calling it, when they get introduced. Now, recurring payments is a prime example. The circular is a prime example of how it's a very progressive payment regulation, and Aruna ma'am knows this. We've had multiple conversations back in the day around why this is needed, why India is a subscription economy, but we don't have a valid way of collecting subscriptions revenue from customers in the most seamless way possible. This is also a prime example of how RBI really led from the front, and this is speaking to the fact that we have one of the most progressive regulators in the world in terms of maintaining customer interest, because at the heart of it, it's a very well-balanced regulation that maintains customer interests and balances that with security and convenience as well. And so they're really pioneers in that space. But if you look back at how the implementation went, the lack of ecosystem readiness, I think there are learnings from this regulation, particularly around ecosystem readiness and the lack of complexities and the heterogeneity that you mentioned, that we can collectively work on in designing our future approaches better. In addition to the sandbox suggestion that Aruna ma'am gave, I think there are also opportunities to not disregard the fact that there is a large customer base who we need to collaborate better at informing them about, right? So informing them and spreading awareness is also key to making sure that we don't get into those pitfalls again. And so the downside of not having like a phased approach to regulatory compliance is really customer friction. And in such a high, in such a tech-heavy sort of an ecosystem, it almost becomes easy and also tempting for us to approach this compliance backwards from a deadline perspective, right? But unfortunately, that particular approach loses sight of the most crucial stakeholders, which is the consumer. And I strongly believe that in order to serve the regulatory vision in its truest sense, it's very essential for our ecosystem stakeholders and the regulator to work collaboratively, both to drive regulatory readiness, not just from a compliance lens, but rather from a consumer lens. And Vivan, you mentioned, are there best practices elsewhere that we could mimic in terms of something that takes into account the heterogeneity of all of the ecosystem stakeholders involved? And I think just having a risk-based and a principle-based approach towards any of the regulations that get set forth in the market would be the right way to proceed. That would take care of challenges like concentration of data in the hands of select few, which is what Aruna ma'am also alluded to. because that then makes you as an entity who's willing to participate, comply with a set of risk-based, principle-based approaches in order for you to start participating in that system rather than being excluded by force.
Gunjan, if I can bring in now Ajay, and all valid points. Ajay, let's abstract away from some of the heaviness of this discussion into some future gazing. Metaverse on everyone's mind. How do we monetize the metaverse? Are we anywhere there? How does a multifunctional environment get regulated? Is it really possible to have a compliance backwards approach, as Gunjan said we should not have? How can we even possibly think in those directions when the complexities are exponentially increasing in this ecosystem? How do you see it?
See, I think there's like a little too much being ascribed to some of these things that have actually existed forever, right? Payments is not a end in itself; it's a means to an end. So your cable operator would come collect cash from you, your newspaper vendor would come collect cash from you. Now there is a digital option where you don't need to really tell him come tomorrow every day, come on 1st of every month, please come. That is what you're telling him, right? So it's not that big a rocket science. I mean, there's a lot of work on the tech side which is fairly now cookie cutter in that sense, from whether it's NPCI or whether the other setups in the world that have actually helped develop that backbone. So I'm not terribly worried about this whole payment ecosystem and the regulation around it. My worry is essentially a slightly larger point about saying who's actually now really is the means becoming an end in itself, right? So will payment systems own or aggregators and pipes end up owning content guys, right? Or will some of the content guys like Netflix have to own some of the payment systems, or because even it seems to be now one of those things that was actually a risk from a business perspective, which were unattended to, right? From whether it's, I mean, imagine Netflix's global subscription model coming into a standstill because of a recurring payment deadlock. 90% of its value will probably kind of collapse from a stock point of view. And we're all investors directly, indirectly, but these are all businesses that have been built on easing off this whole simple process of the means becoming easier to deal with, right? It was never an end. Like the cable operator was actually a means to the end of the consumer being able to watch that cable TV and pay for a subscription amount. It became an end in itself, so much so that the guys who were actually creating products for the consumers were paying the cable operators to carry that, right? Are we going to return to a similar situation now, which is the larger fear I am? I'm just trying to push it to the extreme and see whether what can this lead to. So what does the future entail for people in the media business? Do they need to align with players who are in the means business or in the payments business, or will the payments guys or telcos acquire some of these guys, some of the smaller ones? These are the two things that actually I see as a distinct possibility if this thing is not rolled back or it's not kind of attended to soon.
Thank you, Ajay.
लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं, आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही। खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ, खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ। उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमां खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ, और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिरकर, इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है? Someone is stalking me. कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ, खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ। खुली उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ। रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं, आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर
मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन, आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर कर, इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है। This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े, यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले, यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े, यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदें, पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले, यहाँ लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं, आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही। खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े, यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले, यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े, यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदें, पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले, यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े, यहाँ नए जहाँ।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉयज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर कर। इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है। This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है, सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉयज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर कर। इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं, आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही। खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर कर। इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा। सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है, सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ, और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर कर। इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई कोई तो भरपाई करेगा। सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
आई थिंक मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमां खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही। खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमां खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ, और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है? Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा। सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है, सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ, और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिरकर, इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है? Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा। सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है, सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ, और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन, आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है? Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
पर ये अल्फाज अलग है, सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही, खुले यहाँ नहीं जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नहीं जहाँ, खुले यहाँ नहीं जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नहीं जहाँ, उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमां खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ, और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन, आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है? Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ, खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ, खुली उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमां खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ। रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है, सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही, खुले यहाँ नहीं
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ, और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर कर। इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं, आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही। खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही। खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ, खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ। उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ, और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन, आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है? Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ, खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ। खुली उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ। रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं, आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही। खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ, खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ। उमंग
देख मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
Mr. Nair. Back all the viewers.
I think you're on mute again, Shalini ji.
Sorry, thank you. We welcome all our viewers to this special fireside chat on the big opportunity in OTT, regional content, telecom companies, and more. The guest in this chat today is Mr. Samir Nair, CEO of Applause Entertainment, and this chat is going to be conducted by Ms. Noor Fatima Warsia. She is the Group Editorial Director of Business World Group. So over to you, Noor, to steer this chat.
Thank you, Madhana. Thank you so much, Shalinji. Thank you so much. And I also want to officially welcome Mr. Samir Nair. This is an absolute pleasure and honor and all of that for me. I think he already knows that. I would like to thank, before we even begin this, I would like to thank the CII and thank for this initiative and for inviting us. And I would like to thank Mr. Nair for his time. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Noor. Thank you, CII. Thank you, Shalini.
The topic we have at hand today is about the opportunity. So, Mr. Nair, I don't think we get to talk about why OTT is growing. I think we are getting to talk about, now that it is growing, what else can grow with it, and some of the elements that can grow within it. Everybody has all the numbers, but just to kind of lay a little bit of the background over here, in India right now, FY22 is supposed to close with about rupees 4,000 crore of the OTT business in terms of generating revenue. This is already almost a 5 times growth. There is also another independent report that was done by RBS Advisors, and RBSA says that while in 20, we were at 1.7 billion, both video and audio, in terms of the Indian OTT industry. In the next 10 years, this should grow to $15 billion as an industry. So that jump and that the opportunity in terms of size and scale is clear and present. However, the question from here on is, there are 40 providers of OTT platforms in India right now. There are multi-genres, and where we are going to leverage Mr. Nair is to understand how this kind of spans out in terms of growth opportunities for everybody involved. With that, I should ask my first question. What do you think, Mr. Nair? Can I go ahead?
Yes, of course. Definitely.
Thank you so much. Now, point number one, and Shalini ji alluded to that when she kind of introduced us, which was the regional content. When I was going through the 40, it was a little bit of a shocker for me that there are 40 platforms. Typically there were 3 or 4 that, one kind of really looks at. But out of the 40, a very large chunk is already in the regional space, whether it is language or slightly more niche. Like we've got Ullu TV examples, which are, they're trying to do a very specific job. I wanted to get a sense from you. From here, what happens? More of these, more people will try to be the big boys, the GEC types.
Well, we are like the early days of satellite television, rapidly growing. I think satellite television grew with a slightly different, sort of birthing, because I think content and distribution were growing together in the 90s. In the case of the streaming business, in a way, the distribution is in place. Because we already have 4G, we already have broadband, we already have connectivity, we have the cheapest data in the world, we've got the devices out there, and now in a way content is playing catch up, with an existing base. So which is a good thing. Obviously, you have broadcasters who are, also setting up their streaming platforms, and you've got foreign majors and highly sort of exclusive streaming platforms that are being set up. So yeah, I mean, it's a good time, fiercely competitive. You have a number of 40 platforms. I think there's somebody else shared a list with me of 60 or 80, which is also a good thing. So just to answer your question, like people keep talking about regional content. And I think one thing that has happened in this business is that ever since the global streamers arrived, and so ever since streaming happened, the one distinctive thing from what makes it distinctive from television is that it has no language or geographic boundaries, right? So what a streamer can do is essentially show all kinds of content on the same platform next to each other anywhere in the world, right? So what this means is that we must now stop using the term regional content, right? There is no regional content, it's only content, right? And the only thing that stops one person from watching another type of content is that you don't understand the language, which is why increasingly it's becoming, people are getting accustomed to consume content using subtitles and in some level dubbing. So that is actually the big change happening, that now it is possible for, a consumer in North India to very easily watch a Malayalam movie, right? In the past, you needed to subscribe to a Malayalam cable channel, which means that your service provider had to give it to you. And then you had to find the movie whenever they were showing it. And it was, TV, now when you think about it, TV is incredibly laborious as a viewing experience, all the appointment viewing and the tonight at 9 and all of that is now gone out of the window because streaming has made all this so easy. Non-linear, anytime, anywhere, resume watching, no advertising, right? At least for some. So yeah, I think, there will be, obviously the market is growing rapidly. The figures you said, 4,000 crores or 5,000 crores, that is in a sense a percentage of the real low-hanging fruit, not even the potential of the entire market. Because to start with, I mean, the straightforward, what's staring everyone in the face, or I hope it is staring them in the face, is that the entire cable distribution revenue that goes to the broadcasters, which is currently whatever, 197 million cable homes with an average of $3 a month, is a pretty big sum of money, right? And that is the first thing that is going to get cannibalized in a sense, as it drops off. If paying subscribers have got to, OTT subscribers have got to 30 million or 40 million, the straightforward potential is 200 million, right? Just there, as in a swap of the money, if you will. That then combined with this, this change in consumer behavior of how you consume content, how you get entertained, So you see this, you still watch movies, you still see shows, you still do all of that, you just do it differently. And that is something that TV in the manner it is is finding it increasingly difficult to compete. So yeah, I mean, I think the potential is really good, and where the market is going to go from here is only go up now, because the streamers are here to stay. A lot of them have pretty deep pockets. There will be a shakeout at some point. It's a tough business to do. Also, what used to be an advantage in the past for TV of having, like I am a language channel. So since I'm a language channel, then I'm strong in my market, right? But when you're a streamer, you don't have to be in a market. You're everywhere, right? And you can have all content everywhere, and it can be sorted very easily. So what could be defined as a Hindi streamer could very easily have an entire vertical of, Bengali content on the same service. And you don't have to be physically present in Bengal to see it or to ask for it in that manner. So I think the streamers have this opportunity of being all-encompassing. A streamer is like a mall. You can get everything there, right? And it's not bound or bordered or, there's no barrier. There's nothing that can stop them from having everything. And the internet's not going to run out of space, right? So, there's no slot, there's not enough slot, there's none of all that. I mean, it's all there. So.
Perfect. I love that you said that there's no such thing as regional content anymore. It's all just content. We speak about digital media in similar terms sometimes, that there's no such thing as digital media anymore with the way everything is seamless and it's all just media or it's all just marketing. However, we spoke about this a long time ago when distribution was getting slightly flattened out and digital was first rearing its head. And you had made a comment in one of our conversations at that time when you said, power back in the hands of the content creator. Earlier, there was a little bit of that distribution game in television that would be there. But once that the playing field is leveled, the power is back in the hands of the content creator. Now, how has that scenario changed in today's times?
See, the power is never in anyone's hand, right? It takes two hands to clap. So, content and distribution sort of go hand in hand. Always. It was the same in TV as well. Where the dynamic exists is in essentially who is, who's paying for it, and therefore who controls the process, and then who controls the IP. That's all. I think what happened with TV is that because TV was funding content creation, the IP of all the content and the sort of, the upside, if you will, was gained by TV. So while obviously a content producer did get healthy margins and were doing well and were getting TRP bonuses and all of that, the fact of the matter is that they don't own the content and there's no greater upside. Needless, you can also assume that since you're making daily soaps, there is no long tail in that sense, and it's sort of playing out. Now, with streaming, what's happened is the kind of content being created, everyone loves to talk about it, premium drama series and cinematic television and all of that. There is an opportunity, again, for content companies anywhere, and they're doing it everywhere in the world, to, increasingly, create that content by taking a degree of risk, by investing in it, by attracting funding towards that content creation, and then licensing it to platforms, right? So that is an opportunity. Conversely, you can also get directly commissioned and work on a margin. So this equation of power is really a function of what different companies choose as their business model. It's not necessarily an industry thing, right? There's not going to be one sort of, it's like how the movie business works, right?
Yeah.
Historically, the movie business works on the principle that there is the producer who decides to put this together. So he gets the director and he gets the writers and he puts the whole project together. He raises finance for it, he or she, and then they proceed to make the movie, then market it and release it in theaters, who are distributors, right? And then the whole value chain sort of recovers money from a consumer who is buying tickets or paying for satellite rights or whatever. So, that's what we are trying to do. So we are trying to work in a traditional movie studio model, where we are trying to attract capital, risk capital to content creation and taking some risk and hoping to get some reward, And I think that's the equation. I think that is what is going to be, but everything coexists, always, everything coexists,
Perfect, I got it. In fact, some of the risks really worked well for you. And that brings me to my next question on, is there such a thing as content choice? And I really don't want to keep drawing comparisons to television, but in television, you may recall there was this one period in time when we thought you have to, if you want to go big, you have to go GEC, you have to do family viewing, etc., etc. And a lot of experiments at that time were expensive and probably didn't pay off as much as they should have. And in today's hindsight, when we look at it, we're like, that was excellent content, but that was in the market for it. Is there like such a thing right now that if you really want to hit it off and attract or make your OTT brand stand out, and I'm talking from a streamer standpoint, of course, streaming applications, or even a content creator standpoint, that if you really want to get picked up, this is a genre you should look at. Are there such trends?
No, I don't think so. There are broad trends because, basically what's happened is that if television was, especially GECs, were catering to a mass audience, the streamers now cater to a mass of niches, right? So that's been the big advantage. Now, when you look at the mass of niches, these are not exactly niches. They're pretty large masses themselves. In a country like India, when you talk about a potential, viewing population of 600 million, and then if you say 10% of that like crime, that's the size of a small European country, So we are talking about pretty large niches, and there are lots of these niches that exist. So what the streamers are now able to do is to cater to all these niches. So like what I like to watch, you don't necessarily need to like it. And it doesn't even collide. See, like now on streaming, we don't even fight, what used to be, remember the slot wars, that 9 p.m. show and what's against a 9 p.m. show and therefore who's winning or losing. And nobody wanted to put a new show against an established show and all of that. Now, none of that exists, right? Especially on streaming, because it makes no difference. I can watch a show on this weekend and another show on the next weekend, right? And there's nothing to collide. Everything can coexist. So I think what happens is that from a consumer point of view, it creates a lot more variety. It allows us to explore new kinds of content. It allows us to see different things. And increasingly what's happening is, as the world is getting flattened out, is that we are now very happily watching content from other countries, from other languages, in various genres, because it's all there, right? So I think from a OTT platforms point of view, you've got to have as much variety, as much choice, especially if you're one of the majors, because eventually when every market stabilizes, all consumers, do look for value for money. It is a reality as to how much am I going to pay per month and for how many services and what do I get for it. And so the more robust the offering, the more sort of, rich the offering, the more the consumer feels has got value for money. And that will happen. So, so it's obviously dangerous to exist as a very sharp niche, like a very thin niche, which have customers paying you large amounts of money for a small thing, but it's possible. That'd be the ultra premium variety. But if you're going for larger numbers and a more sort of uniform offering, I think you need a lot of content. So the opportunity now is that we actually, to drive streaming in India, the content required to drive it was never created in India. Because we never had that HBO Showtime moment. We never made all those drama series. We've not made all those things, right? TV has been dominated for the last 20 years, essentially with the, celebrity-led reality television programs or with the daily soap opera, right? That's the two things. So when you're talking about other kinds of content that typically a Netflix or Amazon boast, Indian TV has never made that. So now is the opportunity to make it and create that new ecosystem.
Perfect.
Across and in all languages.
So, I'm happy you added that, because my next point was exactly that. Have you still come across the term meta content? Buzzwords, we love creating buzzwords. So now meta, in this world of meta everything, meta content apparently is a concept of creating content that is suitable for multi-platforms, which people are now saying, or at least some reports are saying, will pick up as a trend, which is slightly different from when OTT kind of earlier started. While of course there was a lot of licensed content, but the content that was being created for OTT really kept a very digital savvy audience in mind, or a very Fire Stick audience in mind, right? Now, your take on this, are we back to that space where when you're trying to think content, think all screens for OTT?
See, again, when you say all screens, the screen is actually just a dumb physical screen, right? So, a lot of us now are watching OTT technically on our television screens, which is still mounted on the wall, right? Because the TVs have become smart. So this thing about, the difference between a mobile screen to a TV screen to a laptop screen, it's all in our head, right? You can watch it on any screen. So you're still watching a piece of content. As the market expands, as viewership increases, as you get more subscribers or consumers, you do tend to go more massy, as the requirement is. But the advantage now with the streamers is that you can be massy and classy, mass and niche, more widespread spoken language, and a very sort of sliver of a language all at the same time, right? It's a question of figuring out those economics, and which everyone does. All the platforms have got a lot of data, a lot of intelligence, a lot of analytics. They know exactly what's happening much better than TV, right? Yeah. The information that they have about the consumer and the consumer behavior, habits, all of that is way superior to the TRP, for example, right? So I think their decisions become more informed. But broadly, what drives entertainment and what drives consumers in general are often the same sort of triggers. Like everybody loves romance, everybody likes crime, these are things, these are all human things. People like a good story, people like a story well told, you like good performances, well produced stuff, unique things, crazy ideas. These are things that people like. The big advantage now is that you can do more of it, right? You can do experimentation. It's not linked to a viewership like a TRP, it's not those things. So I guess everyone has their own sort of measurement of what is success, and success will be defined by the number of subscribers or viewers that you have, the amount of money you're generating, completion rates. There are a few, simple parameters. So I don't know about meta content. These are all very fancy things. Like another one you always hear about is, content that travels. I got a, like, are you making something that will be, viewed across the world? I don't think you set out like that. You set out with primary audiences. You set out with a primary premise, and then some things break out for some reasons, and many things are very, very successful in their local markets, and both coexist.
While we're on this opportunity subject, one of the points that has changed a little bit and allowed for some specialists to come in, and it kind of actually goes back to what you just mentioned about the availability of data and hence the ability to infer the kind of taste and preference that actually works in content, discovery or recommended content when you are on a streaming app. The jury has been out there on this. Some people believe there is value to that kind of content. Some people believe that when you're recommending on an OTT platform, you are limiting the options that could otherwise be there and reducing the amount of discovery. Now, again, this argument was in play before the pandemic-led digital adoption that we saw. So in the last 1 year, recommended content that we see on OTT, how do you see its role kind of getting, or what do you think its role should become as more people are on these platforms?
Listen, it's machine intelligence. It's not anything else. It's just like, it's like you watch a particular kind of content. The machine understands that you do it and suggests that you may also like this. It's making those kind of recommendations. Like any other algorithm, the more you use something, the more you get of it. All these platforms have search buttons. So to say that, oh, I am being sort of shepherded into a particular direction, and therefore in some way reducing my choice or reducing my opportunity to see different things, is not a fair. You have a mind of your own. You can go to the search button and look for something else. You can also apply your mind. So what happens is that content viewing behavior tends to operate on looking for something new versus looking for comfort food, right? It's a mood thing. You are not always in the mood for something new. Oftentimes you're in the mood to just chill, relax, and do the same thing again, right? So you go back to your comfort viewing, right? You go back to what you're happy with, So like you're watching a lot of Nordic noir, you get to see a lot more of Nordic noir, more is recommended to you, and it's a virtuous cycle or a vicious cycle. You want to break out of it, you can go to the search button. You can look for other recommendations. Like Netflix has this new feature, it's come up, I think, in the last year, which says play something, which is, I don't know what I want to do, so just play something. It's almost like a little bit of a roulette, like spin. I'm sure the algorithm still is working in the background and showing you play something in the context of what you normally watch. But again, now the advantage is that now you've gone into a mall, and obviously the mall will have a food court and it'll have, clothing stores in one place and, lots of things. Now, if a consumer says, no, but, I want to actually buy shoes, you got to find the shoe shop, I mean,
Got it. I got it. Perfect.
Okay, nice. It's nice.
It needs to probably just evolve in its own right. I will come to the point of monetization now. And the reason I'm posing this question to you is, some of your earlier experiences, and you kind of understand how this entire the money must be made model works. But again, just throwing some numbers out there, this is again from a report. Apparently, post the pandemic, more consumers want ad-supported streaming services, and all these the metrics of ad-only or some ads have increased, while there was actually a decline on no ads kind of a model. It actually came down. That being said, the number of people who are no ads is still a very large chunk, which means monetization still is very strongly driven by subscription, but the content creation cost will still be very high. Now, what are some of the things that streamers can kind of do over here in terms of not just keep on burning your money? We all know that a lot of OTT platforms are really bleeding right now. What are probably some things they can do to kind of bridge in that or bring that down?
Well, I think, this is an expensive business because the opportunity is so huge. There is, obviously that gestation period. There is for a big opportunity, there'll be an opportunity cost. That's a given. You have to, get to a critical mass of subscribers who are paying you in this sort of manner. And it is going to cost to get there because there are so many options. So this business is not for the faint-hearted, and definitely not for light wallets, because it is going to take its time. That being said, the opportunity is there, the consumer is there, the money is there, because the money is actually out there. The cable distribution money is there. The 50-60,000 crores of revenue annually is a low-hanging fruit that is ready to be taken. So I mean, that is there. People are paying already. It's not that people don't know how to pay. People have always paid for TV in India, right? We call it FTA and pay TV and all of that. At a consumer level, you're always paying for TV. You have to pay your cable operator, right? Yes. So there's no surprise there. You're not getting anything free. And if you don't want to pay, and now people are used to paying for the subscriptions. Now with all the digital wallets, all the digitization happening, with all the phones that have gotten out there, even your regular consumers are well aware of how all this works. This whole streaming business has also created this individual viewing experience. So like whenever you go anywhere, you're always seeing people, who are watching stuff on their own, whether they're driving, they're waiting around, whatever they're doing. And so everyone very quickly gets to this thing that you have to pay for it. But again, there will be a section of the audience that will want it for free. So which means they've got to then deal with the ads. So it's a coexistence, I mean, it's a thing. So not everyone, I won't say that no 1 billion people will pay for all these services. They won't. There will always be half the population that will be, happy with an ad-supported service. They will always look for ways to skip the ad or to knock the ad out and do things like that. And the rest will, the recent churn that's happened to the subscription platforms has been this new regulation that requires you to, renew your subscription. So that's like, that was a bit of a hit. But yes, so see, economically, this is on a larger mass, this is a great business, right? And this is going to be an extremely profitable business. Getting there will cost money. It will, you will have to spend money to get there. But that's the model. I think, international streamers have the advantage of having global markets, right? Yeah. And I think that will be, if you're playing in a very small market, it'll always be harder, right? If you're playing with large numbers, then even a single dollar difference adds up to large numbers. And that's why everyone's looking at India, because India is supposed to be the next 100 million consumers coming out of here.
Apparently we're second only to the US. That's right. Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's the opportunity for everyone.
So, I'm going to now bring the point to telcos. When we were kind of assigned, this is what we're going to talk about, apart from regional content, a terminology we should not use anymore. The second was telcos. And I was kind of doing my math on this. Now, unlike the international models where we actually saw mergers and acquisitions, beginning right from the AT&T acquisition onwards of content platforms, India doesn't have that kind of a play, because India's revenue models, the telecom market itself is not that massive. So India doesn't have that kind of play. However, there are the Indian cellular network companies and broadband companies. They've been offering OTT subscription packages, which they believe kind of gives them like a little bit of a hand in growth. Now, is that where the telco opportunity is limited in India? How do you see this kind of move or actually become a growth opportunity?
Well, I think telcos have done that, right? I think Jio does have a play in Viacom and in broadband, cable companies and all of that. So some have done it. Bharti Airtel did get DTH services going, So I mean, there have been these plays. I think where the bigger opportunity was lost for the telcos was that, when they had the opportunity, they could have become the streaming service on their own, right? They could have become that streaming service, which they chose not to. They were happy with remaining VAS, value-added services, which was, essentially at the time, again, low-hanging fruit, easy to get, easy to make money out of that. So they didn't do that. They didn't build out those branded services in that sense. They didn't invest the money in content. They were happy to skim off the top, if you will. Then all these services came across and in a sense have built OTT services are literally OTT. They are over the top. They are built on the back of these big broadband companies, big internet companies, and big telco companies, because that's how you access your OTT platform. And then what you do is you pay data charge to whoever is giving you the data, but you pay the premium charge to the brand, right? And so data has become essentially a commodity, right? I can get data from anywhere, but I have to go to the brand to get the service, the content, the entertainment. So now in this case, I mean, if suppose the telcos decide that they also want a piece of their action, I think they'll have to do it's the same rules now to follow, right? You have to get customers, which they have. You have to give them, you know, a very, very specialized, unique service. You have to spend money in creating that service, and then you've got to charge money from them. So there's going to be no sudden solution to this.
But from a telco standpoint, what works better, partner or create, considering there's so many platforms?
See, as far as partnering goes, is that you anyway still got to buy. Otherwise, what are you partnering? Bundling of a bunch of subscription services without any control over the content or the customer is that's hardly a thing. And in any case, now there are 2-3 big aggregators coming up. So, you know, a lot of people now go beyond just OTT or content. It's a share of wallet, right? So how much money do you spend per month on telecom, data broadband, television, and entertainment as a package, right? So 4 people in the house have got 4 phones. This is their total data cost. This is their total, you know, subscription services cost, total TV cost, and total movie cost, you know, as in going out there. So suppose that number comes up to 2,000 or 3,000 rupees a month for a type of family, and then about 1,000 rupees a month for another type of family. Then a much larger company can have a more, sort of a T-Rex view to it and say, I'm not in the platform wars, I'm not in the content wars, I'm not in the telecom war, I'm in the share of wallet war, right? I want 3,000 bucks a month from that customer. And in order to get 3,000 bucks a month for the customer, what do I have to spend? So if I have to spend 1,000 rupees to aggregate everything and offer it for 3,000, that's a good business to be in, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, it's different ways of looking at it.
Got it. Totally got it. You know, we're on the last 7 minutes. I don't know how this has happened, but I have 2 more questions before I kind of, just get to the closing. One is about potential behavior change here on. So last year was all about lockdown, streaming time increased, viewing time increased, etc., etc. We all know that big picture. Now there's some bit of normalcy. So there were big ticket movie launches also that had to fall back on OTT for what they were doing. But now theaters are open. There's a little bit of, go out there. How much are we going to see that balancing act happen? I mean, the spikes, will it kind of come somewhere in between? Will it stay where it is because of the habit?
I think at the end of the day, human beings are social creatures. So, we've been locked up and locked down for the last 1.5 years. So there is that sort of latent, sort of pressure to get out and go out and continue to lead our normal social lives. So that rebound will happen. You will go back to theaters. You are already doing those things now. So the minute the lockdown got lifted, we went to restaurants, we went to shops. So those things will happen. Though some habits have been formed. So, for example, we've all been introduced to the streaming habit. Much larger populations have now become aware of it, become used to it. So that's a good thing because there's no going back from there. We've also now become aware and used to the fact that there's a lot more content out there, right? Yeah. So in a sense, we used to call TV as your window to the world. You suddenly realize that TV is just a window to your neighborhood. The internet is the window to the world, right? And that is actually the big difference. And a lot of people all over the world have realized that, have experienced that because of this pandemic. Because this lockdown has been a uniform sort of experience for every single person on this planet, right? So that's a really, truly once in a lifetime. And I would argue it's never happened before this, because even the last time the pandemic would have happened, there was no connectivity, there was no telecommunications at the time, right? In the 1900s or whenever. So this is the first time that all of humanity together has experienced something, and we all know what we've experienced. So I think that is a good thing. And as we return to our lives, we will take a lot of what we've picked up along now and continue with it. So it's not to say that we will straight away stop using Swiggies and Zomatos because, we can go out now. It's not. We'll continue to do these things. And I think these markets will grow. We are used to, in a way, all of this is, like bad habits, you got used to it, you love it, somebody delivers something, somebody does this, somebody does that, everything at the end of a phone, you watch this, stop this, look at that, all of that. So we've got all these.
7 a.m. I did that.
Yeah. So we've got all sorts of things, and now we're going to continue to do some of them, and we're going to sort of manage our lives and go from there. So I think it's good. I think it's all good.
All right, perfect. Final question in this set before I will request you to give the final words for the audience. But this is about connecting it back to commercial or commerce, and you know what the options there really are. While it is not defined as OTT, but a lot of these short form content have been allowed to create something called social commerce. So there is either messaging or videos, and then there is an interlay of buy or choose, or somebody's curating for you and go like, etc., etc. From an OTT perspective, will that kind of integration like really happen, where a brand is actually able to help these streamers monetize better while not annoying the audiences?
You know, again, it comes down to consumer behavior, because every time you do anything which involves, messaging or selling into a content experience, it is annoying, right? So, of course, now it's the dream of everyone to attempt to do it. We give words to it. We call it immersive, content, and we talk about, integrated advertising and all of those kind of things. But it boils down to the same thing, right? That so I mean there will be a lot of experiments. There will be a bunch of new startups that come with fancy ideas of while watching. Like one of the favorite ones that I remember from recent years was while watching this show, you see the character on the screen and then you like the shirt the character is wearing. So you pause and you go and click on that character and it straight away takes you to an e-commerce platform and you can buy that shirt and then get back to watching the show. I mean, it may sound good in theory, but it's the most impractical kind of, expectation of a consumer to do. No one's going to do that. Or who knows, maybe we are going to become mutants and we will do that. I don't know. So I think there will be all sorts of ways of looking to how to monetize. I love giving this one statistic. It always has interested me because I've been in the business for quite a while. Netflix today has about 210 or 220 million consumers worldwide, right? Because Netflix is the most successful streaming service and the most expensive, one can assume that it is the top premium globally that get Netflix. If you take 4 people per home, 4 to 5 people per home who have with one Netflix subscription, you can share it with the family, right? So you're talking about now 5 people technically who've got that Netflix. So 200 million becomes a billion. Right? So, and if they are all watching Netflix for say 2-3 hours a day, as Netflix says, with, we are fighting sleep and we are doing that, then you're talking about 1 billion premium customers all over the world who do not come in contact with your regular advertising messages at all, right? They don't come in contact with those messages because you're probably not watching news. And the only time you might see the messages is if you're watching live sport. Otherwise, you're not I don't know what the latest Pepsi ad is, unless the cricket starts, So, I mean, there are different things that are going to happen. There are different things that are going to happen. There are different ways to make money. The default position of the consumer is to avoid advertising. The default position of the big consumer brands is to somehow get their message to the consumer. So they are looking for those vehicles and those ways to interrupt your train of thought. And in the middle of all this, we try and entertain people and keep them happy and do stuff. So.
Perfect. Shalini ji is also back. All my questions are answered. As usual, Mr. Nair has given us near perfect answers. The takeaway I would have said from him, it's a growth opportunity through and through. Stop putting labels because it kind of limits the growth itself. Content continues to be important. However, it's partnerships of content that will always be important in terms of its actual manifestation and how it goes. So some very important trends that came through from that conversation. Very grateful for Mr. Nair's time.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Shalini.
Thank you, Mr. Nair, and thank you, Noor, for that fantastic conversation. I think the telcos will get some new business ideas from here, from what Mr. Nair has shared. An important point, important message. Content is content. There's nothing regional about it. So thank you, Mr. Nair, for joining us in this chat. For our viewers, we are taking a 15 minutes break. We will be back at 2 o'clock. So see you. Bye-bye.
यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े, यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले, लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं, आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही, खुले यहाँ नहीं जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नहीं जहाँ, खुले यहाँ नहीं जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नहीं जहाँ। उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ, और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन, आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर कर। इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ, खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ। खुली उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े, आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ, जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ। रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं, आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ, और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
yet. Can't
No,
see
I'm
you
just
yet.
trying to. Just 1 minute.
Back to this plenary 8 session, which is how does India watch TV? I'll introduce all the guests in this session with the viewers. Among the discussants, we have Mr. Chaitanya Prasad, Additional Director General, Directorate of Film Festivals and Doordarshan. Mr. Arun Thapar, President of Content and Communication at Network 18. Mr. Avinash Pandey, Chief Executive Officer of ABP Network. Mr. Pradeep Mehta, Secretary General of Consumer Unity and Trust Society. And this conversation is going to be moderated by Mr. Paritosh Joshi, who is a Principal Provocateur Advisory. Over to you, Paritosh.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Welcome, audience, and welcome, panelists. I have to say that, many of us actually have been on real panels in physical spaces looking at real audiences in the past. So there is some amount of, shall we say, handicap in not being able to see you and read the room and get the vibe. But there is, I believe, a question and answer box. And, if the CII people can sort of curate and keep forwarding some cues to us, that will be very much appreciated. With no further delay, because I'm assuming that we will take all the introductions in detail as read, I want to start with Mr. Mehta, because in this group today, he represents the consumer. The panel is discussing a topic which very specifically says, how does India watch TV? So the perspective that we have is the perspective of the Ubhokta, the perspective of the consumer, the perspective of the viewer. And I have, Mr. Mehta, I have read with keenness some of your recent writings in the context of the new tariff order. Setting that aside, because it appears that even the regulator has for the moment chosen to, in a sense, set NTO2 aside. Can I request you to take the broad view of whether you believe that the consumer for audiovisual services in India, whether delivered through the linear mode as broadcast TV, whether delivered through the on-demand mode as OTT services, whether delivered by the public broadcaster or by private broadcasters, in whatever shape or form, do you believe, in your sense as an advocate for the consumer, that the consumer is being fairly treated by the offers that are on display and which are available at her doorstep?
Thank you very much, Paritosh, and I'm pleased to be here to speak to all of you. Let me go down the memory lane just to set the context. For long we had black and white TV and just one channel, Doordarshan.
That's correct.
So there was no question of choice, except that sometimes you had a local Doordarshan channel which was coming up. Then the Asian Games 1992 brought about color TV.
Yes.
And that is kind of a nostalgic journey. And even at that point of time, we had taken up the matter of the kind of tide selling which was happening by color TV sets to the then MRTP Commission, which was the Competition and Consumer Protection Agency that we had. Today that has been split into two, but I'm not getting into that. We did not have the kind of liberal economy as we've had following the 1991 reforms. Now, what did happen, and this is fortunate, that private broadcasters were allowed. But if you still remember, Paritosh, on Doordarshan, one of the best programs we used to watch was Pranay Roy's The World This Week.
Yes.
That was the only thing. I was living in Calcutta, and we had then the privilege of watching Dhaka television also, and watch American movies on that, but not on Doordarshan. Anyway, so there was an explosion of choice before the consumer. And today you have what, 500, 600, 700 channels?
Something like that, yes.
And probably the number continues to grow. I mean, every other day one hears about something or the other. Now, in terms of the distribution of these signals to the end consumer goes through a variety of broadcaster and cable TV operator and so on and so forth. So, that again, a bit of nostalgia, Paritosh. If you remember the kind of confusion we had in our regulatory system when CNN was being downloaded through a kind of a rotating dish antenna because the satellite was drifting all the time.
Yes.
CNN became very popular because of the Gulf War. Then again, I'm just tracing this history to show you, then consumers really latched onto it. At least we can watch CNN now. There's a kind of a liberation.
Yes.
And that liberation today has sort of gone, steps ahead. Now, what has happened is that when you have so many channels, an ordinary consumer cannot decide.
Correct.
He cannot decipher also, what is
Yes.
an offer, what is not an offer.
Yes.
And that is an issue on which the TRAI has got confused itself. When they start sort of, the kind of bouquets which are being offered and so on is something which is, but let me take a step back, which I thought was important, that we had done a survey in the very early year of, that's again important to understand this. We had done a survey in 1990s of the kind of, when the TV market was opening as to what consumers want and so on and so forth. And even then we had found that there was still a lot of confusion, a lot of lack of understanding as such. Given that kind of situation, how does one expect try to do something without proper and in-depth consultation with consumer groups or consumers itself? Now, they did put out a discussion paper, but as often happens with many of our regulators, including TRAI, is the consultation process is often a one-way process. Fortunately, TRAI is a little more advanced than the others. They even put up all the opinions on their website. So
yes, they do.
Unlike other regulators. In my article, if you remember, Paritosh had pointed out,
yes.
the RBI has coming up with consumer orders impacting consumers without even talking to consumers. Very unilateral and very sort of bullying kind of thing that, they know the best. This is in terms of the deferred payment, the sort of digital payment system. And many of us have suffered because of that, because all our payments
are dependent on these stages. I think your point is very well made, and it enables me to actually take the conversation to the two private broadcasters that we have on this panel. And I'll start with you, Arun, first. One consequence of what Pradeep has been talking about, which was predicted and which should be a cause for concern, because one can argue that the type of content that you at A&E Networks are involved with delivering is not the sort of thing that is center of plate for a consumer, and yet it is of great criticality in terms of the infotainment aspect of what is essential to a diet of healthy diet of good audiovisual content. Today, do you believe, from your perspective of all the various modes that you have available to you, that this Indian viewer, and we are asking about how she watches TV, whether whatever she is doing to watch TV is giving your content a fair crack to be a part of her consumption. And if it is not, then what is it that you are doing to fix it or mend it in a manner which is more propitious to A&E networks?
Well, I think there is a fair distribution of audience that's gravitating towards us. I think the content mix also to a large extent would determine who comes to you and how long they stay with you, because at the end of the day, we're all merchants of time, aren't we? We're all competing against each other for that share of attention and mind space and so on and so forth. Of course, technology is more rapidly changing now than it ever has in human history, as is technological obsolescence. So I think more and more that technologies converge, particularly digital media, or digital media is actually the wrong word, everything is digital, particularly after the digitalization of television itself. But the more and more that streaming content, online content begins to sort of merge and converge on the same fixed television screens or on mobile phones, I think we'll all have to adapt and reinvent the kind of content we put out there and the various touch points that we have to reach our viewers. For example, in addition to creating shows like Surgical Strikes or shows like, the one we created on the creation of the world's largest cricket stadium, or the whole plethora of international content that we have, franchises like Pawn Stars and so on and so forth that comes from the US. This is all high quality content, and thanks for saying exactly what it is, which is that it's a necessary component of a healthy television viewing diet. And I think more and more we're employing the tools that the modern media landscape affords us, which is social media, YouTube, etc., in order to sort of disseminate that content amongst cord cutters and cord nevers. That is a reality of the landscape that you have to adapt to. And from a regulatory perspective, I think it's not so much discriminatory, I think, against us in any way. I mean, we're pretty much, our lot is thrown in with everyone else. And could things be better? Absolutely, they can. Should market forces be allowed to take their own course? Absolutely. And I think the viewer is a lot savvier and a lot smarter than all of us would give her credit for.
I think that point is extremely well made. Mr. Prasad, it appears that you still have some problem with your video. Do you want to log out and try logging in again? Maybe that will sort it for you, because we would really, really want to see you. But in the meantime, Avinash, I'll come to you. Now, the one good thing about news as a genre is that while it is not exactly center of plate, it periodically does become center of plate, and it is never really far away from the consumer's line of sight. I want to actually, in a sense, put you on the spot for a moment on the behalf of your industry, because I think the audience here wants to know. There is a question which was there in the panel guide, which said we need to develop mechanisms by which we can actually figure out what works and what does not work with the consumer. But the one mechanism which does exist for doing that, which is called the Broadcast Audience Research Council, at this moment finds itself stymied in a stalemate with the news broadcasters industry. Is the solution at hand? Are we going to be staring at this endlessly? And what does this really mean for your industry at this point in time?
So first of all, thank you very much for calling me here and putting me in a spotlight, as you rightly said.
Avinash, that is what you expect from me. I mean, you expect no less.
Yes. So Paritosh, look, as a news broadcaster member of NBA, we never demanded BARC data to be suspended. We asked some question to which BARC answered that let me suspend the data, correct it, and come back to you. At this stage of time, I can safely tell you that we both News Broadcasters Association and the BARC are working very actively together to resolve this issue and come soon with the data as soon as possible. To run a business, you need data.
Correct.
Let's not kid ourselves that we don't need the data.
Correct.
To run any business, you need data.
Absolutely.
But what we need is that the data should be dependable.
Right. I agree.
Give you a guide as to what content that you should do. There are fundamental issues in the data management in this country. We have to accept it. If you are doing a good journalism, okay, a good story about let's say corruption at public places, epidemic, and etc., and what gives you rating is the story of Bhoot and Pret, then obviously the whole the purpose for which we exist, and there is a contract between you and the society, does not have any meaning at all. Because finally, unfortunately, Paritosh, the problem also with the way the news broadcast industry is structured in this country. We are 95% to 100% dependent on advertising.
Advertising, yes.
Advertising come for eyeballs. They chase eyeballs. Right?
Yes, yes.
And if the eyeballs are compared with what is entertainment vis-a-vis news, the chances of eyeball going on drama would be far more higher than seeing something which is a mirror to people's society. And thus, it necessitates news industry to innovate and go towards areas which is not primarily the purpose of our existence. But to answer your question, we are actively working right now with BARC. As of yesterday also, we had a long meeting that to solve this issue as soon as possible.
Let me stay with this for a moment. You know, in the international news landscape, not today, we are talking about a time when you and I were both colleagues in the STAR system. We will remember that Mr. Murdoch decided to put the Times in London behind a paywall. And there were many people in the world who said, that's a crazy idea. You know, you can get your news for free in the internet. And what is Rupert doing? He's going to kill the brand. And Rupert, as he is used to doing so many times, proved that he was actually thinking 3 steps ahead. And today, every single news brand in the world, including many, many newspaper brands in this country, have put the bulk of their content behind paywalls. The conviction in that presumably stems from the fact that the content which they deliver is so valuable and so indispensable that somebody will actually pay for consuming it. Is the pay path, I hear what you said, that you know it's mostly an ad dependent model, but should it not be aspiring actively to a pay model?
See, a good question, Paritosh. Look, we have to understand that unlike England, where from the French side of the border to the Atlantic side of the border, people have cereals in the breakfast, barbecue over the weekend, and in the evening they go to the nearest bar. The pattern of the consumption is the same. Culturally, they are very homogeneous. No matter how much they say that we are a multicultural place. The problem in India is that even if first of all, the leader has to take the position that in all the categories, whether it is a newspaper, magazines, television, and internet, they have to make sure that they are behind a paywall, the leaders in the market. Then only Times was a leader in England, and they did it.
Yes.
Leader has to do it here. Here, let's say Times of India today or ST today has started putting things behind the paywall. But you can, if you do not want to pay for it, you can read the same news item from, let's say, Hindu or Telegraph. It's such a diverse country. If a newspaper in Assam decides not to be behind paywall and still wants to report what is happening in Delhi, consumers would not like to pay. Unfortunately, in this country, our people consider the consumption of the content is like the fertilizer subsidy rights. Okay, that you need to have a free content. Otherwise, why, I'm sorry to say this, but Arun is smiling, but why TRAI needs to regulate what price consumers should pay to watch a particular channel. It is forced to do so because because maybe the industry body has not agreed to have a level playing field. Regulator job is to create a level playing field, not about fixing up the prices, who should pay, who should get how much commission, and etc. etc. In our country, the problem is that industry body is equally responsible for this mess that we are in today. We, the leaders in the industry body has to go out, say this in open that my product is not available for free, and then guide others to come along. Everybody will benefit. Consumer will benefit because consumer will get news which is credible. Right now, their sources of information is through WhatsApp, where some boy working in Jorbagh or somewhere, he's setting up a shop, he's putting content on the internet, and he's telling things without going scot-free. You know, while people like us who are investing in research, news gathering, and production has to play at the same level playing field while we have invested in the content. You know, that's the problem that as an industry body we have to solve, and the government has to make it. I mean, motivate enough to the entrepreneurs in this country to solve this problem.
I'll bring it back to you, Pradeep, because this is an interesting thing now. The juncture that we are at some level, puts some of the responsibility back on consumer organizations in the role of being activists. Consumer organizations being advocates and activists. And in this particular in this particular instance, actually advocating for something which prima facie might appear almost counterintuitive. The point that Avinash makes is not intuitive, but it is not stupid. It makes perfect sense. Now, you know, how far do voices of consumers like CUTS go today or are prepared to go tomorrow in terms of going beyond reacting to position papers issued by regulators to actively framing a consumer point of view and then advocating it and getting themselves heard?
Thank you, Paritosh. Just a few reactions to what Avinash spoke about. Even in our work, it's not only business, but research requires a lot of data collection and data interpretation. You're missing out one very big chunk of data users, number one. Number two is, in my opinion, paywall system, which is coming to India, and particularly some newspapers are doing it, I think it's a no-brainer. And as rightly said, you can get the same news. However, the only exception that I see is in a service like ET Rise, which puts out analytical pieces. Now, those analytical pieces, one can understand, are proprietary products, and therefore they should be paid for separately. Otherwise, if you look at the economics of running most of these newspapers, they are, as you rightly said, run on advertising and not on the price of the newspaper that you buy. The price, in fact, won't even cover the paper that the newspaper is.
Absolutely.
So it's all advertising. Now, advertising is something which we find has also skewed the television industry, unfortunately. And this is something which you must hear as a consumer advocate. The kind of news, I've appeared on BBC, CNN, or ABC, etc., and many news channels while on my travels abroad, and do a lot of international trade work also, by the way. And the quality of interviews, the quality of debates are so sophisticated. While in India, I find I'm ashamed to see the, kind of Hawa Mahal, and including, trends which have been set. And unfortunately, even my family likes one particular person who I would not like to name, but who's, shouting and slanging and abusing and all that. So that, that is a culture which needs to be arrested. What are we teaching our young generation is something which...
Do you have a role to play or not?
Of course, we have a role to play by educating consumers that don't watch these silly channels. And probably out of the channels that we see today, we find one or two channels are still more sensible and not sort of influenced by powers that be. Many of the channels are clearly influenced by powers, and that is something which is a tragedy for a democracy like it.
I'm not going to let you go so easily, Pradeep, on this one. I'm sorry. I'm going to push harder on it.
Yeah, no, please do.
You know, the point is this, that you're not alone. You're not the only consumer organization in the country. You might be framing a particular point of view on a certain thing, but I'm right now in the city of Bombay. So here, for example, for the last 70 years, there's an organization called the Consumer Guidance Society of India, right? In Ahmedabad, there's something called the Consumer Education Research Center, right? In Pune, we have the Grahak Panchayat. And I'm sure there are 100 organizations like that. And unfortunately, the area of services outside of hospitality, right, does not really attract the amount of attention of the consumer advocacy world and activism world as, say, you know, regular FMCG products, automobiles, or, you know, edibles or things like that. Why is it that an essential service like the one that we are conversing about today has so completely been outside of the worldview of consumer advocacy in India? It's not in other markets, as you know.
Yeah, they're quite active. No, I agree with you. And they see, CERC Ahmedabad used to be very active when the late Manubhai Shah was running it. Unfortunately,
Manubhai was a professor in Ahmedabad. I was lucky to have been taught by him.
He was a visiting professor, not an employed or a recruited.
That's correct. But I was there in the institute.
Now, Manubhai was very active as an advocate and did a lot of work. And we are probably one rare consumer advocacy group which we do a lot of work in the policy. Another one is a chap called Voice in Delhi, which is also quite active.
Yeah.
Another one is CII in Madras, which is also quite active. Now, you're right. I mean, not all of them have their sort of, you know, eyes on the media industry, except to say that, you know, when you have these kind of problems, you ignore it because, you know, as it is, Paritosh, you, Avinash, Arun, Chaitanya, and all who are here, as consumers, are suffering from 101 other problems which have to be dealt with. If life was only so easy in India, we would not have been. Now, on price, there's one reaction I wanted to respond to Avinash. It is the regulator's job to regulate the price. Now, in the case of telecom, for example, in India, since there is good competition, therefore there is forbearance. But in the event when you have this kind of, you know, bouquet approach where consumer may not know, then you do require the regulator to step in and analyze it and see to it as to what is good or bad for consumer, or to advise the broadcaster that, look, you can't be making it so complicated for her to not be able to understand as to what is happening. So let us not forget the responsibility. It's a legal duty also of the regulator to ensure that there's a fair price which is charged and there is no price gouging or any kind of thing. Now, let me go back to, you know, an important issue which I wanted to speak about, which Paritosh, you may have read in my article, is on behavioral economics.
Yes.
Now, all these things matter. Now, there is a choice theory, for example.
Yes.
Now, that is something which many of our regulators haven't understood. That, look, you have to, you know, understand behavioral economics. And as you know, and one tragedy with most of our regulators, is that they are run by retired IAS officers. And, you know, who just don't have that kind of vision or ability or capability to look beyond, you know, administration. You know, long ago, I mean, they become, you know, from regulators, they become controllers. So that's a mindset. That is what, sorry.
The public broadcast representative has finally joined us. Chaitanya, welcome to this panel. And I'm glad to see that your video is now working, but your audio. And my next question is for you, so you will need to turn your mic on.
Shall I conclude?
No, don't go away. No. I'm going to need you, Pradeep, but I want to get him in on this one now.
Fine.
Yeah, we have a lot of time. I'm going to come back to you. Chaitanya, welcome. And I'm glad to see that your video and your audio is now working.
Yeah, it was quite a struggle getting back into the system, but yes, I was hearing very patiently the observations being given by all the experts. And yes, coming from the government, yes, you see the perception which comes across the wall. So what Mehta Sahab was saying, I was listening very carefully because
Okay.
we are the easy people as far as the punch bags are concerned. So fair enough. I mean, that's part of the game. No problem.
And my job is to be principal pugilist at this panel.
Yes,
so I'm afraid I'm going to have to continue that punching a little bit. But you know, I'm not going to be asking you any questions of the regulator. If the regulator was there, I would have asked the regulator.
You
But
can ask anything to the best of my ability if I can try.
No, but I think there are interesting and important questions worthy of being asked from the perspective of public broadcasting system. Now, a couple of decades ago, a previous government in its wisdom decided that the Doordarshan All India Radio world was being seen as too much of an arm or a limb of the government to be able to discharge its duties as somebody that serves the public rather than the government of the day. And therefore, an institution was created, and you know, you now have Prasar Bharati. And at various points in time, I'm sure people ask you this question. So today, as the voice of the audience in front of us, I'm asking you, in your role as Director General in Doordarshan, how far do you think DD is from being a truly world-class public broadcaster? And, you know, this might sound sort of specifically needling, and then take it for what it is. You know, if you were to benchmark yourself against, say, PBS or NPR in the US, or against the BBC, or against HK or Deutsche Welle or France TV, how DD today benchmark itself as an organization through all its delivery mechanisms and through all the types of content that it does? And how far do you think you are from your own aspirational ideal?
Well, thank you very much. I think it's like drawing back into history and trying to be futuristic at the same time. Yes, the government in its own wisdom, whichever government comes to power in position, defines and outlines a policy framework, which subsequently other governments follow, or they can change or whatever. So that is the kind of continuity and change that continues in government. So that is our institutional process, unlike the private sector where changes can be done the way they want the ship to be guided. But then as far as Prasar Bharati is being concerned, there have been certain overarching principles, number one, which have continued over a passage of time. As far as the private sector is concerned, they may agree, they may disagree. I mean, that's a choice that is not ours, but across the space. That's number one. Number two, I'm sure all of you are experts, critics, analysts. With the passage of time, I think Doordarshan News has changed. Now, it depends on what kind of lens you adopt or where to judge that change, you see. We have a very defined responsibility, you see. I wish we could, change places, and then you would realize the kind of enormity of the mandate that is given to us in terms of news profiling. And it is not just trying to selling the idea of the government's policies and programs, but it is looking at the kind of bandwidth that we try to cover. You see, it's not just DD News, it's also our regional network, you see. And I was listening to the other experts as we were talking. We, in terms of TRPs, in terms of content, in terms of monetization, you all talked about the pay wall factor, etc., which is models which are there in other countries. Now, the point is, as far as Doordarshan is concerned, I would say that there is an element that they have to do. You see, that is an understanding that, oh, it's public broadcasting, this is Doordarshan. They have certain defined responsibilities. That is something they must do, fair enough. Whether it's a coverage, whether it's an event, whether it's an idea, it's a change, etc. That's Doordarshan's mandate, and they do it within the given defined ecosystem. One. Two is, as far as benchmarking is concerned, you mentioned about benchmarking. So the point is, you see, our ecosystem, the way we function and the way the others function is very different. It's very, very different. So, I mean, I wouldn't say that, we want to not to change, but within the given framework as to how we operate, I think we have done fairly well. I mean, not tom-tomming my own achievements or my organization's achievements. I'll just give you one little example, and it's for experts to understand as to how we want to take it forward. Look at the COVID times, right? Look at the COVID times when, everybody was rattled, and I'm sure everyone suffered. The news channels also had to take into account their responsibility of news dissemination, etc., etc. We as a public broadcaster undertook that mandate, responsibility, and the news gathering formation in our own way of a responsibility that is given to a public broadcaster. We never closed down. Believe me, we never closed down. Our newsrooms never closed down. Our colleagues never stepped back. They were right in front. A lot of them suffered because of COVID. What we also introduced is a lot of information dissemination processes, tools, programs by which people could understand, know as to what was happening. Well, there was another kind of story as to, the problems that were there and, the issues that arose. Nobody is denying that. But there was also a story, there was also a narrative as to how the whole news gathering process was going ahead. And believe me, I can say this to you today, and it's lovely to have such experts. Avinash Pandeyji is there. We have seen each other in INB corridors. You see, one thing was, some of the programs that we curated, created, was copied by other private channels, and they used to do the same program. You see, I'm not trying to say that you can't do it, but we were innovative. We tried to address the problem. That's number one. The other thing was, as far as comparison is concerned, I'll just give you one other important example. I don't know how many of you watch it. We are making some baby steps towards international channel, right? Which is called DD India, which you might have read in the newspapers as DD International. My humble request to everyone would be just to watch the channel a little carefully, because we are trying to, position a perception or perspective of India. You see, India's position, reach, idea to the world, whether it's foreign policy, whether it's public policy, whether the other initiative, and the idea of an incredible India. So, and we are doing fairly well, slowly and steadily. Now, the other thing which you talked about is, I would like to only, just because the others are waiting, is that the kind of regional flavor that we have brought in as far as Doordarshan is concerned. In the good old days, it was mentioned that you had only one Doordarshan, fair enough. And believe me, I can tell you with a sense of responsibility that we are very, very fierce competitors. That feeling, I'm saying it publicly, that Doordarshan is not a competitor, or it does not want to fight in the competition field, is just unfounded. No, we watch other channels, and let me tell you something before I end. You take my logo away, right? And look at the presentation, you at times will not know what is coming on, because that is the spice and variety as far as programming is concerned. I don't have a shouting brigade. My presentation by my anchors at times may be very sedate. It may look very unnatural, but that's what we are. But as far as content, programming, etc. is concerned, both at the national as well as the regional level, I think we are giving a fight to the leaders in the field. So, well,
speaking entirely personally, Chaitanya,
yes,
my mom has been, we are Maharashtrians.
Yes, please.
My mom has been a loyal DD Sahyadri viewer for a long time. So you have viewers, and those viewers can last for decades. So I can tell you that that is very personal right here.
And Sahyadri is doing very well. It's still the number one. It's the number one news channel in a place like Maharashtra. You see, I mean, I'm not trying to tom about it, but that's what's the reality at the ground level. And
Avinash might have an alternative point of view, but I'll come to you later, Avinash. Back to you, Arun. You know, we've been, in a sense, still talking a great deal about the conventional mode. We've been talking linear TV. We didn't intend to. I tried to introduce linear and on-demand at the beginning. But it becomes clear that there is also much more diversity of devices than there has been. And by devices, I do not only mean physical devices, but also virtual devices. So in this context, Facebook is a device, YouTube is a device, and not just the mobile phone being a device. So there is a whole host, there is a spectrum of delivery mechanisms and of devices and technologies which the consumers are accessing today. Are you seeing a systematic shift whereby, linear is taking some heat from other modes? And B, is the aggregate therefore growing? And I'll just add a little context to it. This time last year, when we were all locked down, we were all in our homes, Bark was talking about the fact that TV time spent had gone up to 4 hours per person. We were spending 4 hours per capita in front of the TV every day, which has dropped back down to 3 hours 15, 3 hours 17 minutes, I think was the last number that we saw. But it's back down to the levels that we were at, say, in 2019 or early 20. Aggregate screen time may have grown. So therefore, the question to you is that how is this shifting sands of screen time making a difference to your kind of content? And what is your assessment about what it is doing to the whole pie?
Well, it's an interesting question, I think, and it's really the million-dollar question. I mean, is television growing, or is digital taking away audiences from television? I think the history of television is still to be written, and I think the story is still evolving and writing itself. Overall, the CII report, for example, talks about 13 GB of download time, which is the highest per month in any country in India. Of course, part of it has to do with the fact that the data prices are so low, but also given that the per capita income is so, that's still a hell of a lot. So there is a hunger for content. And I think there will always be increasing amounts of cord cutters and cord nevers, an entire generation of people who are never going to watch television and enter the television viewing experience. And I use the word television deliberately, not content. The television viewing experience from maybe a television set which is connected to the internet and not connected to a pay TV connection.
Right.
So I think overall the aggregate of the amount of content people are watching, the consumer is watching, has increased manifold. There's no doubt about that.
Okay.
And is the aggregate rising? Well, it is rising because not only is digital rising, but as Bark has illustrated more than once, and as the audience, the universe updates suggest each time, the total number of audiences in television are rising too. I mean, it's risen to 210 million homes now.
Yes, they are.
And there is still a headroom for another 90 million. So I think with increasing levels of prosperity and the necessity that Manoranjan really is to everybody, Roti, Kapda, Makan and Manoranjan, which is probably why the earlier conversations and speakers are talking about how everybody expects a lot of it for free, is because it's almost like, hang on, we don't have any Manoranjan, how can life exist without that? So it's become an essential commodity, as it were. So I think content will continue to be consumed in a big way on television. I think television viewing, as you might see it, does form a staple diet. So those are your main meals of the day. Whereas a lot of the social media content, a lot of the content that you watch on streaming video is still largely, in between meals. But I think the mealtime content creation is pretty much, and of course, Avinash here is from the news network, and given the sheer number of young people who continue to watch news is wonderful. I'd also like to think about television as increasing, not just because the means of linear television as a delivery mechanism is seeing some growth. It's also because content creation as such is being driven by television. I mean, look at the major strides in OTT, apart from a few global independent OTT platforms that are created specifically for the purpose of OTT. Everything is being driven by television content at the end.
True.
Whether it's a Hotstar or whether it's a Z5, etc., their parent companies are broadcasting companies seeking to broad-base their audiences and broad-base their offerings. So I think television is here to stay in India for a very long time. we are still not at the levels of, say, the United States is, where pay TV is definitely in decline and at the expense of television. The growth is in digital media. I think both of them will continue to coexist for a long time. The question is are those paradigms changing? Are business models evolving? Are broadcasters sitting together and scratching their heads about redefining those business models and coming up with plan B and C? Absolutely, they are. As far as infotainment is concerned, I find that for the last 10 years now, infotainment, and I've seen it happen in front of my very eyes, even in my previous job, the amount or the proportion of revenue coming from subscription has actually increased and advertising has gone down. So this is a phenomenon which is contrary to perhaps what news television has been facing, or certainly newspapers face.
Okay.
Of course, that itself is changing because of the whole paywall system. But I think we've been lucky that the decline in advertising-driven revenues is more than compensated for by an increase in subscription revenues. And I think that points to the fact that our content is being appreciated by the end consumer and is not necessarily being held hostage to, mechanisms of bouquets and pricing and so on and so forth. I hope that story continues. Having said that, infotainment as a overall piece in the channel share has declined, which is really sad because I think this is a treasure trove of real valuable stories. And just the last point I would say is that infotainment content is such that it's becoming the fertile ground from which drama is really emerging. I mean, whether you look at House of Secrets, whether you look at the story on Rajneesh on Netflix, or whether you look at content coming up on OTTs, Scam, for example, they're all rooted in real events in history.
There's a lot of that.
That's the treasure trove of stories.
Okay, we are down to the last 1/4 of our time, plus there are a couple of gentlemen who have hard stops. So I am now going to take this last 10-15 minutes to ask us to think about what lies ahead. How do we continue to deliver much better for the consumer in terms of what is expected and what can we do? Because one of the words, for example, that we hear is interactive television. We hear virtual reality. We hear augmented reality, all of these things. And presumably, technology will enable more and more of them in our homes and in our personal devices as time goes along. So I'm going to go back to Pradeep and, ask all of us now to wear our futurist hats just for a moment and give you like a minute each to contemplate what you think lies ahead and therefore what lies ahead for you in your unique role. Pradeep, starting with you, where do you think this big picture is going, and what role does a Pradeep Mehta or his organization anticipate playing in ensuring that it shapes up for the best that it could be?
One thing which I did not mention earlier, but there is a lot of competition, as you've said. There's digital, for example, YouTube, for example. A lot of NGOs are running their own digital television channels. So you get a lot of news, including news that you're interested in. If you see quite often, product choices, for example, you'll find them on NGO television channels, which may not come out in public because they have to be paid, and normally they don't have that kind of budgets. Now, I find Chaitanya's comments very encouraging in the sense that they don't have any shouting brigade. I mean, that is something which we need to address to the news and the entertainment and all that. Stop this shouting. Please stop it
down.
Secondly, one thing which I find very irritating, a lot of consumers complain, is in popular soap operas, the advertising breaks are too long. I remember, Khullar, Rajesh Khullar, sorry, his brother. When he was a TRI chairman, wanted to bring in a ceiling on the advertising content in any program to about 12 minutes. I don't know what it was.
10+2, that's correct.
10+2, yeah, that did not fly. As consumers, we would continue to demand that, and that is something which we would like to campaign. Now what is also very clever, this is again an anti-competitive practice, Paritosh. TV channels also then collude in order to see to it that you can't shift from one channel to another without watching an ad. Unless you shift to VION.
So are you going to make this the point of the spear?
No, we did. We have been raising it. And what I'm only trying to tell you is this, that, very clever. We've told the Competition Commission of India, there have been cases like
this. This is what's going on.
Yeah, this is what is going on.
Obviously, the question goes to you now, and you raised your hand. Even if you had not, I was coming to you.
Paritosh, I still have to answer your question. I just thought few reactions were important for me.
Please. Yes, absolutely.
Now, what I see the future of television is there's going to be more competition, undoubtedly. But more competition, as you rightly said, from other sources, other channels as well, including, not watching. You may not want to watch TV at all.
Correct.
A lot of people are coming, with that idea. And as I said, fortunately, we still have a public service broadcaster. And we have now a second public service broadcaster, which has not been mentioned, is the Parliament TV, which is sort of a merger after RS TV and Lok Sabha TV. So that's a very good channel. If you watch the quality of debates and quality of news, Chaitanya, they're as good as anybody else. And without that kind of shouting which goes on elsewhere. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. Avinash?
Well, since Pradeep mentioned about the advertising break duration and colluding all of us and break at the same time and all that, etc., I can safely tell you, Pradeep, there are 300 news channels. It's impossible for us to collude every day to take exactly break at the same time. And
I'm talking about entertainment channels, not news channels.
Okay. Whatever. It's not possible. Second point is that about the advertising break. Pradeep, in the name of consumer interest, we are suppressing consumer. If they don't want to watch, there is a remote. Change the channel. Watch something that there is no ad. Pay for the subscription, watch the HD version where there is no ad. Go on the YouTube. See, let the market solve the problem. If we try to solve the problem, and that's what we are taught in the management school, that probably consumer does not know what he or she wants. 25 years ago, nobody thought that we'll be drinking water always from a water bottle. We thought the tap water is the best. The category got created, the $1 billion category has got created today. Nobody wanted to drink an aerated beverage at one point of time in India.
So you didn't have Uber and Ola also.
Exactly. I'm saying, Pradeep, that look, in the name of consumer interest, we are suppressing the consumer. Maybe consumer are enjoying watching those ads. I can tell you something, nobody reads a newspaper where there's no ad. Why the circulation of those newspapers are so low? Even Economist, which is considered the mecca of writing about the business and economics news, has ads, because advertising itself is a content. So what I'm saying is that, look, there is a level playing field in the market. If I run more ads and it's an irritant, and the purpose for which Pradeep consumer is coming to watch news and he's seeing only ads, chances are he'll move out and go to a digital medium where he'll surface. It is a fact, if you look at the data on the YouTube, all the broadcasters in news medium have got 20 times audience or more on their VOD than their linear one, because the linear one serves ads. So the consumer is shifting. The businesses has to realize that the consumer is shifting. They want a right balance between the advertising and as well as the content. Market will take its shape, but fixing it by 10+2 and all that, we are not 4 or 5 players like UK market where we can all agree to have 10+2 market. Not everyone has the same playing field. Not everyone is in the same cycle of the business. It's not a stable market, even today in television.
Avinash, if I may challenge that, the reality is that this is not just Ofcom in the UK. It's something that the FCC in the US also looks at with a very, very jaundiced view.
No, but the FCC in UK, tell me something, Paritosh, Fox News is a pay channel. CNN is a pay channel.
Yeah.
CNN, some bulletin, they have 10 minutes, some bulletin, they have 15 minutes, some bulletin, they have 17 minutes. It's depend on what, and their...
they average it around the clock.
Yeah, I'm saying that if you average it around the clock 24/7, Paritosh, we are still less than 12 minutes.
Okay. Chaitanya, this is really an important question because, DD is the original. And I hope that DD will be here with us for a long time to come. How are you future-proofing? I mean, one part is, of course, launch of new channels. But how are you future-proofing the entire delivery system and the relationship with the consumer?
Well, I think it's work in, just one moment. Yeah, I think it's work in progress as far as DD is concerned. Number one, we are extremely conscious and aware of what are the changes taking place in across platforms, especially in the news genre. I would like to just mention very straightforwardly that you see, when we watch another channel, I would say a fellow competitor, both in the Hindi and the English segment, and if we notice changes, we try to introduce our systems accordingly. So in terms of content creation, in terms of outreach, in terms of positioning, all that is being done, and it's work in progress. We say this simply because if you don't do it, if you have a very, kind of a lazy kind of an approach, you'll be nowhere. Because eventually, as everyone has talked about, consumer is king and nobody is going to come to us. Even though we are a public broadcaster, they will not. So what we are trying to do is to innovate change into a dynamic process as it happens every day. Now, the speed is a factor. You see, in other private channels, the speed is something which can go in a Ferrari mode, right? But I feel that we at Doordarshan, we are quite comfortable in going in the typical mode where we balance the change with the continuity. All right. So I would prefer to be in the CII's mode always rather than go into the Ferrari mode. But let me tell you one thing. If there are changes to be introduced, and I must tell you, if there is an important event, for example, a very straight and simple thing, look at coverages abroad when the Honorable Prime Minister goes. You may agree with us that the kind of, we are trying to populate the space with anything and everything that is happening, but that is also news. You see, that is also news. I'm just giving you or any other event that happens, you see. And we, number one. Number two, we are looking at partnerships, stay with organizations like CII and other business organizations. If there are important events, we do that. We are always willing to listen to people who matter, experts, policy analysts, people who want to give advice, who want to suggest. So we are open to suggestions. It's not a Berlin Wall which stays. That's unfortunately a perception which stays, that if it's Doordarshan, they'll never change, they will never listen. That's not the case. We function as far as a news generating agency, organization, typically the way other private channels do. We have heated debates within us as to what should go as a headline, what should not go, what is the kind of visual. So all that happens. I mean, I'm saying it publicly because that is an impression which goes across, oh, they just decide and they push it through. It doesn't happen like that. Let me tell you one thing before I end, sir, is that as far as inviting guests are concerned, guests across the table. And forget, as Mehtaji was saying, the shouting brigade, that unfortunately is not a part of our system. Hopefully not. But getting the experts, people who matter in the field across different domains, they are more willing to come to us. And whenever we call them and say, oh, what a relief that I was able to explain and dissect the issue the way I wanted to do it.
Sounds good.
And finally, please keep one thing in mind. A lot is going to happen in terms of content management, not only within Prasar Bharati at Mandi House, but a lot which will happen at a regional network. We are giants in the regional networks. It's just 31 RNUs, regional unit centers, and we are getting in more regional content in terms of news and programming. So I think by mid-22, you'll see a lot of changes coming in. Yes.
Arun, it does appear, thank you. Arun, I think you get the last word now. And in many ways, with the kind of access to global technology, global knowledge, best practices, I'm going back to my question that how are all the various technologies and capabilities intersecting to deliver whatever is the future of the consumer's experience of television? And how are you going to lead this charge?
Well, I hope we are going to lead the charge, or at least be part of the charge. I think, like I said earlier on, the future of television is yet to be written, really. The story is more complex than perhaps it can be covered in the space of a 45-minute conversation. and it probably need a lot more experts, particularly data scientists, I think, because the primacy of data is kind of at the heart of it all. I think convergence will be a big thing. Convergence not in terms of just technologies or how streaming video merges with linear television and so on and so forth, but also in terms of how content creation adapts to the new realities of how people view content, what their changing preferences are. Something as simple as, does darker content work on a mobile phone, for example? I mean, those little things in terms of filmmaking technique would also change. The economies behind the creative enterprise are also going to change and have to adapt accordingly. I think on the whole, it's really a good time for viewers. I mean, there has never been as much of a proliferation and explosion of a sheer diversity of content than there is available now. And there is content of all categories for every single socioeconomic grouping, every sensibility out there. And I think that from a regulator's perspective, I hope there's no stymieing or stifling of that creativity. That's something that I must add from the side of on behalf of my creative community here. I think,
comment to that.
So stifling that would be a great shame, because we really are a land that have told stories, that have passed down stories for thousands of generations, and that really is to a large extent what defines us, apart from every human being essentially at the end of the day.
Right, I have to interject. I think the lady is about to do it, but before she does, thank you panelists for being very patient with me, and thank you CII for having all of us.
Thank you, Paritosh, for that wonderful conversation. Thank you, Chaitanya ji, for sharing with us what the plans are there for the public broadcaster of Doordarshan, and Prasar Bharati is also a partner in this summit. So thank you for that. Thank you, Paritosh. Thank you, Arun. And thank you, Mr. Pradeep Mehta, and thank you, Mr. Pandey. We now move to our next session. All the guests are there with us. The next session is on the AVGC sector. We are going to talk about value creation in AVGC and esports. We have with us Ms. Neerja Shekhar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, joining this session for a special address. This session is going to be chaired by Mr. Biren Ghosh. Biren is the Vice Chairman of CII National Committee, Subcommittee on Media and Entertainment. He also chairs our AVGC subcommittee. Biren is the country head for Technical Air India. Joining this session are Mr. Rajiv Chilaka. He is the founder and managing director of Green Gold Animation, and Mr. Dibajyoti Mainak, Senior Vice President for Legal and Policy at Mobile Premier League. Over to you, Biren, for this conversation. You're mute, Biren.
Thank you very much. This is truly a very opportune session for us to talk about how we scale the AVGC business. I want to add my welcome to Neerja Shekhar ji, who obviously is going to be a big partner in the progression between industry and the government. I want to give a warm welcome to Rajiv, who I know is in a very holy place at the moment in Amritsar. And Rajiv, seek blessings on our behalf for AVGC as well in Amritsar as well. Rajiv and I were at another summit a couple of days ago, where we were really able to feel the excitement of having artists and technicians back in one large room after 2 years. So Neerja, and I'm addressing Neerja from CII and Shalini, I can't wait for us to do our next summit in a big live location and be all together in the same room. And Dibajyoti, I call him very affectionately, I call him DJ. He's a mover and shaker of MPL. His outswing and inswing are both very, very good, and he makes all the cricketers in the country and the national team, not only in cricket, wear his brand very close to their heart. So hopefully he will share some great insights there. And I just wanted to understand timing wise. I know that Mr. Neerja Shekhar's got an appointment at 3:30, so we would like to cover some points with you, ma'am, and express some thoughts and get your thoughts back before you leave. But this is a very, very great time to have this conversation, because we have had mostly private entrepreneurship that has driven the AVGC story for many, many years in this country. We are still a young industry, about 20, 22 years old. Some of us have seen the initial gold rush in the whole story. And I have this, it's not a joke, it's a truism that in the California gold rush, very few miners made money. The money was mostly made by people who sold tents and shovels, and that's the birth of Levi's jeans and good rugged shoes. And the miners, really, some of them, of course, lucked out. So I want to also pay tribute to many, many entrepreneurs who started many studios without necessarily having an understanding, without an ecosystem. And some of them have, of course, survived this long journey, and many of them have reformatted and come out in new ways. And today's conversation is about value creation. And I think it's really important because industry can only grow if you can make sure that you build value, you build reserves, you build a financial resilience. It's an expensive industry requiring, not just the most amazing talent that now the world has begun to shop from India, but it also requires, for us to be very robust in the very quick changes that take place every 12 and 24 months. So I want to, acknowledge the fact that now we have a real understanding of the value of some of the AVGC sectors. We celebrated last year, just about the time when we had the summit effects from CII, and Nija ji, you were there as well, that Nazara went to the public stock market. And I saw in the last few weeks that it's one of the stocks that really has kind of outperformed post-issue. It has really gone places, which means that it was not just going to the market, but also understanding how to continue to build that scale. I do want to recognize here the presence of DJ, of Divjyoti, and of Mobile Premier League. That is one of our very proud unicorns. And maybe we'll talk about how that happens. So you have a quality set of investors, and DJ, I'm going to ask you this later, but if I'm not mistaken, in the rounds of funding that they have, the initial investors have all moved ahead when it came from a much smaller set. So what inspires that and what makes that happen? And Rajiv, of course, is our poster boy for Indian content, and has created value by making sure that his brand, Chhota Bheem, is not only a national hero now, but a global hero. And how do we unlock that value? I recall, and I say this with great pride, that when I read about 5 or 7 years back, I don't know who made the value, or whether Rajiv even looked at it, but someone said that at that time, many years back, that Chhota Bheem was already a 150, 200 crore brand. And I think Rajiv is much more about, hey, what am I making today? How am I making this build up? But at the side of it, one has to keep understanding. And I think this panel is there for these luminaries. And we were to be joined by Nodwin, but I think they are not on the call now. I wanted for the audience to understand how do we ensure that we help small and medium companies to understand how to do the value engineering on the side of their amazing creative and technology growth, because this is important, right? This is really important for us to grow. Many investors, many global countries look at India and our rating, in terms of the world markets. And I think this industry is now reaching that maturity where the same has to happen with us. So with these words, I'll kick the panel off. I think we have a very exciting conversation to have around that. Ma'am, would you like for us to make initial comments with the team here and then have your address, or would you like to make your address in the beginning? We leave it to you to choose, Nija, ma'am.
Yeah, if it's okay, can I share a few thoughts, and then I would like to hear from my fellow speakers also on the session.
Yes, lovely.
Thank you so much for inviting me, Mr. Ghosh. It's always a pleasure listening to you. And we sure will be interacting in the coming days in great detail, because we have a lot up our sleeve.
Yes.
And Mr. Rajiv and Mr. Mike and Nirja, of course. So thank you for inviting me. And this one is a great opportunity. The Big Picture Summit that we have is a great opportunity, not only for you, the way you bring all players in the sector together, but also for us as a ministry to interact with the best in the field, with the practitioners in the field, in the industry, in the various emerging areas that we have, and areas in fact that have already emerged. Many of these are no longer sunrise sector. The sun has already risen in these sectors. So there's much ahead paths that we are looking at in these segments. When it started in the let's say when the census in 2011 gave us these figures on internet penetration, on the number of computers, laptops, or phones, not smartphones, phones and mobile phones owned by people in all parts of the country. So we could have a fairly good idea of the social and the economic backdrop of the persons who are owning these assets. And now we are looking forward to the next census that will come up with the figures. It is going to be held shortly. It will come up with figures and show us in which direction these assets have grown. We already have studies that tell us how much the internet penetration has been, how much the usage of smartphones has been. But again, we are looking at some primary data when the census comes up, which the census will come up with. And we also know that online gaming and online gamers have grown immensely in the last 2 years in particular, especially of the pandemic. So this one, while I was just thinking on the commercial activities that we have two big-time practitioners with us, I was also looking at various other areas of value creation in the AVGC sector. One sector that I feel that has great potential but really needs to be addressed by the industry is the use of gaming and comics in the education sector, in courses to help students out with their syllabus of understanding of the subjects. Subjects like chemistry, even philosophy, theories, history of India. When we talk about, we can have games to study the Indus Valley civilization. We can, while whatever in addition to what we have in our text, we can have games. Let's say if it is Indus Valley civilization, what people used to wear in those times. This is something that can come up in a game very well. How they used to live their lives, how they used to conduct their daily activities, what the social or economic lives were of people of that times. So there is so much that we can show our children, showing also them the growth of the cities at that time, the kind of trade that took place, how one city, as we all know, the Harappan culture, Harappan civilization was an economic civilization. So they were not major dynasties or kingdoms at that time. So how trade used to take place, what kind of activities, whether the millets were grown, what were the agriculture activities. So there is so much that the gaming sector can do beyond what we are doing now. So I really hope that we are able to look at things in a different direction as well. I had a recent interaction with some experts in the education sector, and I asked that why we are not looking at comics for supporting as a supplementary material for our education and gaming as a supplementary material for our students. So they are working something on this, but I would like to, we would like to be a coordinating platform between education and the industry to the extent possible, and to facilitate how we can bring in these skills, these inputs for the student education, because it's a ready market out there. We are already aware that the market is available. The younger population is much more into gaming, and they're much more adept at using their fingers than other people, older people like most of us are. So we have a ready market out there, And if it becomes a part of our courses or even a supplementary material which can be prescribed as a part of the course. So we have a huge market, we have a huge potential out here. We would really hope, we really hope that it is this skill that the country has created over a period of time, all of you put together, all of us put together. This should be used for the best in the country, for the best purposes and for best growth of our students. At the same time, I also feel that this can also be used to make education more accessible. See, we have different levels of learning abilities of our students. Not everybody is at the same level of understanding, even within a class. So while some people have lesser grasping abilities than the others, then there are some who are not interested in a subject, or there would be some who are slow in understanding a particular subject, but they're good at other subjects. So a game can help explaining the syllabus better and also help students learn the subject better and at their own pace. So, I mean, all of us have been students and all of us know how stressful it has been over a period of time. How today the classes have become so competitive. How every examination is a matter of life and death for the students and for the parents. So we are looking at how to support our students, the younger generation, at a stage where they need this support the most. And one thing has been talked about much in the sector is about age-based categorization of games. So once we move into this area of education, or even if we don't move into, we can always come together, the industry can always come together and create standards where we have age-based categorization and also include a number of other supplementary educational material into it. It can always be priced. There can always be money out of it. Because if the kind of market that we are looking at and supporting our students through education, again, comics for supplementary education for our schools. One major thing, another thing that we can do is, we are celebrating our 75 years of independence. We have lots of heroes to celebrate. There are many unsung heroes as we are talking about. It is the right time to take our history, our stories, our local heroes, our favorite characters to the people and to tell them more about these heroes and stories with the latest technologies. I mean, it's a much more wholesome experience. It can be a much more wholesome experience because as we see, as the industry is growing, market always takes its own course, but we can always redirect our energies towards areas where we feel they may be deficient or may require more attention. So these are the areas where we feel that we can together work on these. When a few years back, the co-production on Ramayana, which was loved by everybody, and children of that age had by then, reading had slowed down as a habit, and people took on to learning about our mythology, about our great stories from animated stories. So there are many more stories and series. These can be taught in series of, let's say, web series or television series or on the digital platforms or just on the internet in various manners. So games and stories based on these characters will reach out and enrich us much more. These are areas that we can work on. Again, then We also have to conduct research on how design can help various sectors and industries in the performance, and how identifying different types of design can support the animation, VFX, and gaming and comic sector. We are aware that the industry is looking towards the government while we are setting up a national center for excellence for this sector. It's an area we are also looking at to emerge pretty soon. Mr. Ghosh will be requiring your support and inputs in this, because we are looking at an institute where the industry creates its own sets of courses and then works towards it. It's not an area where the kind of institutes where there is high level of research and academic inputs. It's not that kind of institute that we are looking at. These are already available. Government has already set up a number of institutes where the levels of research are very high, and the output, academic output, is of a very, very high category. But here we are looking, this is going to be a very different kind of center of excellence, where we are looking at industry creating their own courses, because people who will be studying here will be sent by the industry and they'll go back to the industry. So it will be a very different role for the government to play, and we are looking forward to creating maybe a new pattern for an institute where the industry will be able to own up the education, at least in the institute, and towards improving the skill set in the ABGC sector. We would also like an institute which is, it has to be, you can say, more partnership of the industry, and also act as a bridge to the global level, so that the pass outs are ready for production. So it's not that we are looking at them to do further research and go into activities which they leave and go into some other activity or some other profession. We would really like them to come back to the industry, and therefore there could be set of people whom the industry sponsors, get them trained and take them back. So it's a very different model, and we'll all have to work together on this. The policies of many state governments, like you are there, you supported and steered in Karnataka, Telangana, Kerala, Maharashtra, many other states. These have immensely helped the sector to grow. And also these are an inspiration for other states. So we have been planning, and we would like it to be a platform where we can bring together different states on a common platform and do some sharing of experiences about the best of their policies, and policies which may not be useful, or policies which have been extremely lapped up and appreciated by the industry, and how these have added to the development of the local industry and creation of skill sets. So with your support, we would like to come up with, let's say, a series of interaction with the states, and how therein we can bring in the best in the industry and what their requirements are, so that we take some real picture to the policy makers. Though most of the policy makers are sitting right there where the action is happening. We also have co-production treaties with many countries. So let's also see how industry can be a part of the facilities or the support that is provided through these mutual cooperation treaties. We would definitely look at industry support in this. Finally, I would say that this entire conference of media and telecom industries and technology industries, it's led to a creation of set of media ecosystems which we feel so proud of, and we must work together and enhance this ecosystem and hubs for various verticals in this sector. We would like the Media and Entertainment Skill Council to have a very strong AVGC sector, where today it is just a subsector, but we would like it to be a much independent, stronger sector, where because over a period of time, the way society grows or economy grows, we have to respond accordingly. So this needs more attention than it presently has. So that's something we have to look forward to. And on part of the ministry, I would say that thank you for inviting us here, for inviting me to this session. And I'm looking forward to hearing from my fellow participants. And we're also looking forward to a series of partnerships with the industries in the coming days. So we are looking something in the near future. When we will sit together and talk separately, because this is not a forum to talk about upcoming policies, we'll be sitting together and talking about it, and how we can bring everybody together and come up with policies which are really addressing the requirements of the industry. Thank you for hearing me out. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Thank you, Mr. Rajiv and Mr. Mainak and Nisha. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, thank you so much for those words. I think one of the amazing things is that a few years back, if we hadn't told anyone and you had spoken what you just said, they would have thought that you are speaking from an industry. So you actually are echoing the exact thoughts and sentiments that all of us jointly feel. And I thank you very much for taking the topic of this panel and addressing in a way saying that if we can fall in love and have the passion to serve people, to create value by solving problems, by building valuable connections, and by doing the work that matters in areas of education and culture, then we are far more likely to do that. I think, the modern world has struggled or has unconsciously tried to figure out what is success and what is value. And I thank you very much for bringing out the points that you did before allowing us to jump onto which company got what kind of funding and we have reached what kind of valuation, because that has also happened because they were providing something that somebody wanted. I think that's so this is the financial measure is probably only a barometer of one sort, but I think what you brought out is very important. Ma'am, we will absolutely take you up and we'll be happy to have as many meetings as you have the time for and make this into a very living story, because the policies in this field need to be living documents. They can be outdated with the technology. Changes happen either because market changes or technology changes. And I think the AVGC industry is one where both of those things happen quite frequently. And therefore, whatever we create cannot last more than 3 to 5 years' time. And we need to be therefore very real time in how we engage together with you. Some of the spaces you talked about require a little bit of hand-holding from you, maybe even financially, especially if we were to take our skill sets that have a revenue model in the entertainment world, and we need to pivot some of those to the education world. And of course, there may be other constituents in the government that we can bring to that discussion, from a Ministry of Education and Skills Development, etc. And of course, not to mention that I think we have a way of doing this globally. I think there's a big way for us to get the best of the best. We are beginning to lose a significant amount of talent to international countries now, which was not the case till 2 years ago. And I think that's another thing where we need to make sure it happens. Your thoughts are very well appreciated. We have already started working to see how to come back to you on the center that you spoke about, how to bring industry constituents in that. 2 days ago, we had a conversation in Telangana. Rajiv is heading the association there, that we need to have all the different states becoming members, associate members of CII. Karnataka has already done so. We'll bring the other states together. And then in that way, what happens is that we have a state agenda, which we work together with state government, but we also aggregate this and come to ministries like yours as a nodal ministry for content to make sure that we also understand that we can create a necklace of pearls rather than having everyone doing the same thing. So very, very good thoughts. And I can also tell you that I have had the good fortune of interacting with the minister in Telangana day before yesterday and the minister in Karnataka last evening at the kickoff of the Bangalore Tech Summit. And these thoughts were echoed to both of them, and they're both very, very happy to say that, look, we want India to grow, and of course we want our state to grow. So I think the goals are mutual, and thank you very much for addressing that. And I think on the last point about things that we've already achieved, like treaties and so on, I think we have to learn from other successful stories, like, you know, the IT corridor that got created. And I'm suggesting, and we'll have this conversation another time, ma'am, to build value, we may have to look at countries that we build corridors for, because the treaty is only a way to make something happen financially on a project. But I think we need to have a collective view, whether it is France and India or Canada and India or any other place. We need to be slightly more holistic, where the treaty then plays its role, but there is funding, there is an appetite, there is a market, there is distribution. So a time for, you know, we can talk about that another time. Since we have Dibjyoti Manak and Rajiv with us, I would like to start, and you touched upon, you know, online games. In TV, we have this fantastic example that while cricket became an absolute runaway TV success, but we also made Kabaddi happen. And Kabaddi happened as a very Indian game on television, because we had the media, you know, picking it up as a television promoted sport. So, Dibjyoti, may I ask you to start, and then I'll come to Rajiv. You know, Nija ma'am has, you know, articulated the fact that I think we need to bring value to people in our country. So can you just tell us, you know, from the point of view of both esports as well as from the point of view of online games, you know, how can we add this value, and how can we build value, and how have you positioned yourself to do that already, and how can we build this partnership, you know, amongst the ecosystem?
Thank you so much, Biren and CII, for having me here first and foremost. Nirja ma'am, thank you so much for your comments. It's absolutely, we are young in the business. We are about a 2 or 3 year old company, so it's one of my first times interacting with folks from the government side, and it's very, very refreshing to hear these comments from you. You know, completely unexpected to what we are brought up thinking, but I'm very glad that we seem to, you know, we have a government that understands and is progressive about these things. I particularly was touched by the comments on education and gaming, because that's very, very relevant today, right? And that's where esports will play a big role. In fact, you know, I can give you an example. The National Rifle Association, which is India's official shooting federation, wanted to reach out to sectors and geographies where they still don't have firing ranges and shooting ranges. They will take another decade to set up those physical shooting ranges. We tied up with them and created a skeet shooting game, skeet and trap. This is non-violent Olympic style shooting, and we created a game for them in skeet and trap. In places across the country, especially in second and third tier cities, and in areas like the Northeast, in Rajasthan, we are seeing currently about 1.5 million users, players every day who are playing skeet and trap and learning more and more about how the sport of shooting works. So the synergy between virtual and real sport is extremely, extremely relevant and extremely out there for everybody to see. Chess has gone online, like when due to the pandemic, you know, physical chess tournaments could not be conducted. Online chess became the main way in which players interacted and continued to grow their careers in that sport, right? So for example, we did a chess tournament which was a fundraiser for COVID relief, right? And that saw, I think, around over 2 lakh participants who donated, played chess through the day, and we were able to give a largish sum to the Karnataka government to fight COVID. On the education side, quizzing, for example, has become such a big thing. And India is a land of quizzers, right? We've had Bonvita quiz contest, we had KBC, you know, to bring that experience and to allow people to make careers in quizzing by playing online is something that I think can be really looked at, and something that's happening. I think some of the biggest companies, not just MPL, but even Nazara, which is, as you were saying, the only sort of publicly traded online gaming company today in India. Nazara has an amazing quiz product, and that's, I think, India's most played quiz product at this point. I believe there's another startup called Zupi, which is essentially a quizzing app. And so there is a proliferation of education and gaming that's happening. We have to stand behind that. I think the other point that ma'am made, which was about age categorization, I think that's very, very important, because you can't, you know, just like you can't say all the internet and paint
the entirety of internet with one brush and say, okay, Wikipedia and let's say Pornhub are same because they're both websites. I think with games also you have to make the same distinction. There is no way of comparing something like a Russian roulette with a chess. And you can't have regulations that take a broad brush and say, look, doesn't matter which game you play, if it's a game and it's played online, this is the rule you have to follow. I think that differentiation has to be there. We have to, as ma'am said, pick and choose the games we like and pick and choose the games we want our society and our kids to stay away from. I think that's very important. So just like we have a very progressive internet regulation now, we have OTT regulation, we have e-com, and there are so many different parts to it. In India we don't say we are going to regulate the internet. We regulate parts of the internet depending upon what that part adds to the society. Same thing has to be done with gaming. There are millions of games out there. We have to pick and choose. In terms of value creation, Viren, to answer your question, I think going by what the customer, and our belief has been customer is king. That's what we have followed. We have always followed the customer, right? And we have never followed the money, essentially. We have never followed the investors or the investments. I mean, they have followed us. We have simply continued to follow the customer, continue to understand what the customer really wants, not judge the customer for his choices, and give them as much agency within certain limits set by the law. So not allowing kids to play certain games, having timers on how much you can play a game in a certain day, how much you can spend playing games in a certain day, all of that's fine. But within those broad limits, let the customer have as much choice as possible. Let the customer have all the features they like, and make sure that they feel good when they enter our virtual stadium. And that's basically been I would say the secret sauce to our success so far.
Wonderful. Thanks for those thoughts. I'm going to come back to you. I think we did cover in the Summit Effects, DJ, that we are going to look at a national esports kind of playbook at CII, and would love for you and the other members of that esports community to participate in that. I'll change tracks and come to Rajiv. And Rajiv, while the question remains as to how we are going to grow value in our sector, I would like you to respond also to Neeraj ji's request that we all get together at a national level also, and of course make sure that we champion the state agenda, which you are doing in Telangana and many others are doing in other states. But I also thought it would be very good for you, because you are really the person who can also address her question about comics. And you in your brands, you have also created merchandise that's gone around the country. You created stores that kids look forward to and parents look forward to at airports to buy something when they go back to their homes. So can you give us your perspective on how all this helps to grow value? Because some of these things are wonderful to do, but don't have great economic value. Like comic book distribution and making money may be much more difficult than creating big ticket movies and series. So I'll just leave it to you to explore this thought and this space. Thanks, Rajiv.
Thanks, Viren. Thanks for having me. Yes, so it was great hearing my fellow panelists talk earlier about creating value and stuff. And definitely, we are with you in terms of how do we work globally with, across India with CII as Telangana, as a company. In all the ways, yes, we have to work together, and that's the only way forward. And with, I think, with work from home and all these COVID times, we've all realized that the world is indeed a smaller place. Now most, people, we used to only wait till MIPCOMs and other networking events across the globe to meet people across the globe. But now we are meeting, it's every other week we are doing the call. So the world is becoming smaller, so is India. And we definitely have to do that. Now, coming back to the creating value and, in everything. So there are many ways we can do that. I will try to address a general way of doing something. So one example, a company like Green Gold, came at a time when there was pretty much nothing in the industry. We had to, there was not even much skills available at that time. So we had to be really patient in growing the industry along with everyone. So there was a very patient phase where the skill set was getting developed. Nobody knew how to write a script for kids. There was no original content being created in India, and no original characters being built. So I think that was first opportunity we saw that, how do we, I mean, every company has to have its own find, like, like a lot of people I heard talk about, creating employment. That is also creating value. And that's important too. Creating revenue is also very important. How do you lock, I mean, how do you give value to your investor is another challenge, how do you exit when somebody brings in investment? So I think our field, our sector is not attracting investment, which is also something, an area of concern we should have. Why it is not attracting investment is because, there's not many proven players. The industry is still evolving, and with technologies, there's so many technologies that every other year you have to adapt to new technologies. So the moment when you're investing into a certain technology, in 3 years is obsolete. So we need to again play, pick our battles where we need to focus, and all. But like they say, content is king, and I think creating IP example for a company like us has been of great value. I mean, Chota Bheem now also, like, we've made almost 20,000 minutes of content just on the character of Bheem alone. And we have done spin-off shows from Chota Bheem to Mighty Raju, to Arjun Prince of Bali, to Super Bheem, to now Mighty Little Bheem, and probably many more spin-offs. So now when somebody understands, like, how do you value Bheem as a character? Like you said, there was an article, 150 crores. There was somebody recently said about 250 crores. So this is debate. And then in the global market, you also seen that Peppa Pig was valued as $2 billion, $2 billion, as just an IP was valued at $2 billion. That's fantastic. I think recently I saw that the owner of Cocomelon, the now owner of Cocomelon, Moonbug, they have valuation of $3 billion. So I don't know exactly about that the valuation and stuff, but this is great, because we are progressing in that direction when we have a value for something, but how do you unlock is the challenge. So let us say that now we as a company, now we are privately held company. We don't have external investors. We don't have, we are not gone public. We're not collecting, we don't have to report what we're doing to the public. So which means internally, we need to make sure that we are making profit and profits and value for ourselves. So how do we do that? Example, owning IP makes a lot of difference to us. So see, with earlier in 2011, 12, 13, we had DVDs, and when you're owning content, you were able to take those sales after besides selling to satellite, you could also sell to DVD, VCD distribution companies, or you can take them yourself to the market, and merchandise and all those ancillary rights you were looking at. Today, the revenues coming from licensing and merchandise have become very minor, especially in the COVID times, because it's a different time where, it's all online pretty much. The products are made based on orders. It's changed. The retail industry has taken a hit with COVID, so it's going to take some time to reconfigure everything that is happening in that space. But yeah, coming back to having value of, like, example, Bheem. So look, whatever content we had, when the success of OTT platforms came, we were able to monetize that. That means we're giving more value to our thing. So if we put our then recently, now we also have success of edutech entertainment, or I don't know, edutech apps and technologies, or companies that are into education space are using now this medium, like Byju's and many other players. Now they're getting investments, huge investments in that space. I think I've heard about 20 times more investment coming into the space of edutech than animation, gaming, VFX put together. So that's very interesting. In India, I'm talking about, not
Yes.
globally.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and like what ma'am was saying earlier, you know, focusing India is, as Indian parents, and the market is completely different from the rest of the world in terms of how education is perceived by parents. So I think that is why everybody is investing money there. And again, they need characters to tell stories.
Yes.
You know, tell their education. Like, you know, you probably have you probably have example, a lesson being taught by an unknown character to a lesson being taught by a known character. I think a known character will get more views.
Yes.
So
Sure.
so in terms of unlocking value, yes, there are many ways. One, you go you know, go to the market, you can go public and do it. Raise investment based on your revenues. You have to have good revenues. You have to show growth. It's not easy, especially now. There's a growth dip in 2019 and 2020 for most companies. 3 years later, everybody will forget that, and then they'll say, "Hey, you had dip in this thing. So what if COVID again comes? So your valuation is going to be lesser." So we will have plenty of challenges going forward, but definitely there's a bright future for this industry, and I think more and more companies have started to invest into this space, which is good for us. Over to you.
Thanks so much, Rajiv. Would you like to just briefly touch on, you know, comics? I mean, we need to take that digital because ma'am talked about that as, you know, as an area of education. But I think you've spoken about the areas by which through apps, etc., the same thing can happen. And on a lighter vein, I will say that we should all work to get a doctorate for BEAM, because I'm told that the UGC and AICT, they don't allow any universities to have any master's courses unless the faculty is a PhD and they can't find any PhD. So if you get BEAM to get a PhD, then you can put BEAM as a tutor in lots and lots of colleges and then create educational content. On a lighter vein, I just thought I'll raise that.
Luckily, BEAM doesn't need to teach master students, so that's great.
That's good.
But yeah, on comics, I think I definitely agree with Nirita, ma'am. We need to tell lessons through favorite characters and stuff. Yeah. And see, the physical form is never going to go away.
Yes.
You know, the comics, I mean, we're still getting newspapers. I mean, I still get a newspaper coming to my house.
I get newspapers.
Yeah, we're reading, although we have access to news channels and this thing, but somehow that gives us, when you're having that cup of coffee, you can read that paper. Same with the comic physical form. The kids are still getting the textbooks and stuff. And I mean, nowadays it's much more visual and colorful than what we used to have it as kids. So which is great. So any new methods of teaching is something very, very relevant. I mean, other day I was hearing Leander talk, and it was very inspiring. And how he was talking about using games, you know, hand-eye coordination. How as a kid he played video games, and he's able to basically, his reflexes were fantastic, and he's supposed to be the fastest, have the fastest reflexes in the world in tennis. So that's something which he contributed his success to playing video games, you know. So, I mean, imagine if we have video games or comics or stuff which are not just entertainment, but are also educating your kid. I think that is going to, you know, that's edutainment, and we're going to take it, we are taking it to next level. And today's kids are so lucky. I mean, they have so many ways to research about the project. If they have to do an essay on, let's say, the Golden Temple, you know, they just open the internet, there will be, you know, there's hundreds of information. For us, when we were kids, we had to go to a library, probably look up for something. You know, it is a different thing. So access to information has changed, and hence all this is going to change. And I think even one thing ma'am said about 75th independence anniversary of India is coming.
Yes.
You know, there's so many heroes in India who have rarely been acknowledged. You know, films have been made on biopics. The trend of biopics has come. I think why not we also do use these famous characters in you know, in animation as well as in the right way. Of course, we have to figure out how to get them into. Yeah, we have to get them. How do we get them here? I mean, history. Imagine if you're talking about history and we are able to show Bhagat Singh or someone, some visuals coming up and talking about himself, like what you did with Einstein, it's going to stay forever in my memory, what you guys did. So like that, I think we should do with our own heroes, and all leaders of this country, freedom fighters and everything.
Yeah, thanks for that, Rajiv. Just wanted to say that I think it's great we're having this conversation. I'm going to propose today that one of the things that we should be doing, and I'm picking up on your point that the value creation as for industry in the country has been relatively slow for the conventional areas of animation and visual effects, etc. We are seeing, of course, in the case of companies like MPL in esports and in gaming has attracted a lot of kind of new investment very quickly, because it has got proven models in the Western world where people are looking at the large population and the large population in India to do that. I think to some extent, when people went for the gold rush that I spoke of earlier, Rajiv, it probably spoiled the case a little bit, because in the city that you are in, I think we had the most number of listed companies in animation very early, when the market was not mature and the business models were not clear, and they weren't able to turn around that into a successful outcome for the investors. Maybe that has happened a long time ago, and we need to go back in. So I'm going to propose that at CII, that for our AVGC sector, we create an investor summit, and we actually bring in people from international and local the investment community to interact with the sector, bring our CFOs and bring people that are helping to look at how are they looking at value creation in terms of investment, because we need to grow from 35 billion, as I said, to 100 billion, which is kind of what was happened at the big picture inauguration yesterday. That requires a lot of fuel. And I completely agree with Neerja ma'am that we cannot be looking at government for everything that we need to do. We certainly need to look at government to help us to create certain enabling infrastructure, enabling regulation, and being there in order to showcase this. We had a wonderful comment for a couple of comments from the Secretary INB yesterday, saying that market access, for example, he openly said that he's going to make sure that he takes certain markets around the world and make sure there's an India pavilion that all of us can go and amplify our thoughts and our connectivity and our business at. And I think those kinds of things, yes, the government can do. But when it comes to the next level of where we go with talent, when it comes to how we create value, I do believe that we are a highly undervalued nation of companies in the traditional animation and visual effects and games business. So Rajiv, thank you for making that point so candidly and openly. And I truly believe that the statistic that you gave is actually the one that triggers the thought, right? Why should we have a chota beam at such a fractional value compared to, we have a larger population, we have a larger reach, many more people are attracted to the character. And I'm using this only as an example. I'm doing this on behalf of many people who create IP, right? There are companies now that are, I believe that at this moment there's a slate of almost 2,000 episodes of Indian content getting created, which I think is fantastic. When we started off and looked at it maybe 10 years back, the number was less than 10% of that. So yes, IP creation is happening, but we need to bring in the 360-degree approach to how to make much more value out of it. Comic books being one of those many windows of opportunity for us to create that value. And I think there can be a great synergy cross industry as well, right? I mean, with games and movies and TV and stuff that you talked about. So if the OTT channels are the replacement and are doing better than what we were doing with DVDs before, other things will follow suit, and I think we can go there as well. I like to just, I just got a message from Dibjyoti that he he's connected, but his network is gone. So we will take his initial comments on board. But like to Rajiv, ask you to make any final comments. Do you think we can get an investor summit would be a good idea, and how?
I think the investor summit is a brilliant idea, and it's a need of the hour. I mean, I tried to do this in 2019 India Joy, but I couldn't get, due to lack of time, I couldn't get much of traction there. So I started talking to Thai networks and angel investment networks in Mumbai, Hyderabad, and all. And then we tried to organize something, but then the companies, they also need 10-15 companies to present. They want to come say, okay, I'm going to come, but who am I going to listen to? What is going to be the story? So that means we have to work backwards, find all those companies who are ready to raise money, and so we educate them. A lot of, like you rightly said earlier, a lot of these creative companies do not understand finance. We need to educate them in the first place that, hey, you need to, it's not today is great, but tomorrow you have to be ready for tomorrow. Like a COVID kind of a year, a lot of companies with good management skills were able to survive, whereas a lot of people who did not have good management skills just did not know how to manage that. So it's very important to educate also these creative companies which are having less than 20-25 people, have immense talent to become huge companies in the future. I think there is a lot to learn for us. Like you said, we have to look at other industries. I think NASDAQ and other, those kind of tech stock markets, which have, companies like Apple, and they have like 1 or 2 products, and they are basically ruling the world. I think I've seen better ideas coming from Indian startup companies, but they're not following it up through and take it because they are having shortfall in investment. They're not able to raise that thing. And I think investor summit, that would be, and of course should be held physically.
Yes.
Then I think then it'll be great, and I'll definitely, wherever it is, I'll be there.
Now we'd like you to help to help us in the organizing team to make that. I think we will do something which is for startups. We'll do something which is for small, medium enterprises, and we'll do something where IPs and companies that are there today. I think see, the world always looks for an undervalued option. Actually, that's how the big financiers make money. They look at places which have got less value, and they take a position and they take it to another level. So good time for Shalini to join us. Shalini, we have a project for you, which is to organize the first ever AVGC Investor Summit. There are different elements to that, which, as I said, for startups, etc. Then there'll be something separate for games, something else there. Today, I think there are about almost, I'm told, more than 50 to 75 startups just in the games area that are funded. So I think also for people who funded, like, what are their expectations? We can actually have investors put their expectations. We can have startups put their expectations. We can have value players, who like Rajiv and many others now who are in that game. And I think that understanding will really help the industry to grow, because it cannot grow only with its own private capital and its own purse to catapult itself 3 and 4 and 5 times. And for us to come forward as an industry and participate in the manner that Neerja ji asked for, saying that, hey, we want to create centers where government will be enabling, but private sector must come and invest. I think, we need to bring that understanding to everyone. So it'll be, I think it's a great conclusion to this topic, to say that we all are in favor of making this a very, very important part of understanding. We talk of creativity and technology, but I think the fuel for that is finance, and we have to make sure that we understand that as well. So Rajiv, thank you so much for joining this. Divyajyoti, if you can hear me, although we can't hear you, thank you so much for joining this. And a really big thanks to Neerja Shekharji for her very, very thoughtful deliberations on this panel, and her invitation to make sure that we don't let it go. And there you got Divyajyoti has just put a message on the chat saying sorry about the net. But we'll definitely take this forward. And Shalini, I'm sure that the report from the CII Big Picture Summit will capture these views as well. So
yes, it will.
Thank you very much, Rajiv, once again. Thank you, Shalini, and thank you all of you who are listening in to the CII Big Picture Summit. Exciting panels to come, and have an enjoyable rest of the day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Viren, and thank you all the panelists for that very exciting session on value creation in AVGC. A truly exciting moment is here with us. We have with us Mr. Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra, who needs no introduction, of course. Joining in a conversation with Mr. Mehra is Kaveri Bamzai. She is an independent journalist, author, and columnist. And Kaveri and me, we have worked together for a long time. So happy to meet you, Kaveri. Over to you to start this conversation with Mr. Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra.
Thank you so much, Shalini. Hi. Thank you so much, Shalini. Nice to see you outside of India today. I'm so delighted to welcome Rakesh Om Prakash Mehra. Yeah, I think he needs to unmute. It's a real special occasion because I think Rakesh is one of those filmmakers who's always managed to make films that are that provoke conversation. You know, whether people like them or don't like them, they always provoke conversation. They always provoke thought. They always provoke almost a sort of churning, a churning among people. So I'm particularly delighted to welcome him in a session that talks about creating stories for millennials. I think this is something that people have really thought long and hard about and haven't quite cracked it. It talks about bolder themes, authentic narratives, and relatable characters. Rakesh, you've been someone who makes films, I think, entirely according to your gut. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made something like Rang De Basanti when we already had something like 5 Bhagat Singh biopics that had come out in a series. So what really would you advise filmmakers currently who are sort of grappling with the post-pandemic, who are grappling with audience tastes having changed, theaters opening, but presumably audience tastes not necessarily remaining the same. So what would you advise them as someone who's, I think, never listened to anyone else's advice?
Yeah. Thank you for all the accusations, Kavit. No, I'm so glad to be on the with you on the same platform, and thank you, Shalini ji, for a lovely introduction. I'm no one to advise, Kaveri. The topic you've chosen is fascinating. It's telling stories in the future with bold themes, authentic characters you can relate to.
Right.
So, yeah. So, at the core of it, I think let's understand for both of us, and then for the benefit of the discussion, what is boldness? How is it just a word, or is boldness in spirit? So I was looking up the meaning of boldness, you know, on Google,
right.
just to get my perspective right, and it said it's about a person's behavior, or it's about a person or her behavior, basically. It's a character trait, and she is confident and she is not afraid,
right,
to tell the story or to say anything. Or, you know, in olden days, when there was monarchy, you were known as a very bold person if you would question the emperor in the darbar and say, "No, emperor, with permission to speak, my neck is on the line. You might behead me, but I want to say this, that," and the emperor would patiently hear him out, or and then more often than not, maybe pass the punishment. And so boldness was also like what comes with telling authentic narratives. And boldness is fearlessness.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm fearless, but I'm just trying to get the. It's a very interesting discussion, and I'm sure I'd be richer when I leave this. So,
Rakesh, when you talk about fearlessness, that is something that that can only come when people tell the story that they want to tell, regardless of what the consequences are, whether it's the consequences at the box office or it's the consequences politically or socially. You desperately want to tell your story and you're completely convinced by it and you really don't care. But can a filmmaker, after all, art has to meet commerce in filmmaking. So can a filmmaker be completely oblivious of the consequences?
Commerce, there's good and bad commerce as such. There's the whole idea of creating wealth and value to whatever you're doing in whatever field you are. And then there is the thing of just creating money.
Yeah.
Which is anyway going to depreciate at 20% per annum by next year. Whereas when you create value, it's going to appreciate manyfold. Over the years, it might go up 1,000%, 10,000%. All great companies in the world you see. You see the tech companies today. You see Tesla. You see Microsoft, Google. They've created Apple, Shopify, Teladoc. I'm quoting some very US-based companies for a specific reason. Because they've been extremely bold in what they've been doing. They've been fearless. And they have stood up to the challenges of the time as such. And they've delivered. Obviously, there was no market for that thing. There was no market, but they imagined the market. They understood, they were futuristic, they were visionary, and they knew there was a gap and they filled the gap. In fact, more than that, they even disrupted what was going on.
Right.
So yeah, when you talk about storytelling and in today's time, and bold storytelling to top it, the prerequisite or the masala you need for that is a challenge. And you absolutely rightly said, socio-political challenge. Whether they're social in nature and political, and between this hyphen, I think the whole spectrum gets covered.
Absolutely.
As such, and one thing or the other falls in one circle.
Right.
As such, and more often than not, the circles overlap and there's a union there.
Right.
As such. So there are umpteen challenges there in our social life today. Whether it's caste, whether it's politics, whether it's religion, whether it's differences, whether it's biased, whether it's gay and lesbian rights, recognizing all that. So there are so many stories to tell. In fact, we are not primary creators as storytellers. We are at best secondary instruments of saying something that is going on.
Which is already around us, which is, looking out of the window, there's so many stories to tell,
110%. You close your eyes and you just put your hand outside the window and bring it back in a mutti and there'll be 10 stories in it.
Absolutely.
You open the newspaper in the morning and your front page has 100 stories. So, and you can tell them interestingly, because what are stories? Stories are, you weave a story and they are not homogeneous. It's not like a Ford Mustang, metallic red color, which sold 1 lakh cars. So let's produce 10 lakh more. Exactly the same, because people are loving it.
Right.
So stories are unique in nature.
Yeah.
Each story has its own USP, ISP, everything, IPR. So I think we make too much about the business of storytelling and filmmaking. If you see things which have done great business in recent time, I don't go very far back, just go back 2 years. And you will see content which has been valued at 800 million, 1 billion, and which has crossed $1 billion, are all unique storytelling, very bold storytelling. They question something, either upfront or in a layered manner, in a disguise. You know, if you see the Korean show called Squid Games, and it's a comment on the society. At the same time, it's very entertaining. It's like what's going on. It's crazy. It's irreverent at times, but at the same time, it hits a chord. It kind of very relatable to everybody's life in some way or the other. We are all feeling left out. We all feel we haven't got a due. We all are in need of money perpetually. You know, we all need more money because there's always shortage of it. Howsoever you have, or you don't have. So yeah, all that is there. But for me, it's first about the spirit of the storyteller, because that is, and then the story follows. It's whether I truly believe in change. Change is again a huge word. One will have to look up what it means. It's been used for like hundreds of years, and I've heard huge statements about change, be the change you want to see and all that.
Yeah.
But for me, like, it's like it's constant, the whole idea of change. And that's what brings the boldness and fearlessness and that storytelling. And yes, give yourself permission to fail.
Right. That's very important, Rakesh. And I want to come back to this. When I look at your career, for instance, you've made a Rang De Basanti which sort of captured the zeitgeist. You've made a Dilli Che which a lot of people adored and loved, but somehow didn't seem to capture the zeitgeist. You've made a Bhag Milka Bhag which sort of set off another trend. What is it? And yet you've done what you wanted to, right? This was the thing that you believed in. You went ahead, made the story. I don't think you looked at numbers or you looked at, market analysis or what, the audience wanted. But what happens when a filmmaker's story, which is authentic to him and which he believes in, doesn't work at the box office, which means either not enough people saw it, or a lot of people saw it but didn't seem to like it. What happens when you talk about permission to fail? It's so important, isn't it?
I don't know how everybody else operates, but I can talk for myself.
Yeah.
So when I've got equal number of blockbusters and equal number of super flops.
It's quite amazing.
Yeah, so it's beach ka mere paas kuch hai nahi.
Nothing in between. That's what I said. Your movies either they provoke people, they provoke them into action, or they provoke them into not liking it at all. There's nothing in between.
But that's on an emotional note. Since you were talking about the commerce of storytelling and filmmaking, I don't have a middle of the road approach as such. So either it barely makes its investment, or it's not 100% write-off.
Right.
But you might recover 50-60% and lose 40% or maybe 20% of your investment, or you're making 1,000% of your investment. So my films don't take a big outlay. As such, they're more shot on locations, they're more realistic in nature. Whatever I bring in as value add is as how you stylize something as such and make it more interesting. There are no huge sets, there are no item numbers, there are not 100 dancers. So I don't really have to pay something for what really works. these are the things that attract, give you a comfort value.
Right.
Tried and tested formulas. And why not? I'm not accusing them.
Yeah.
I'm saying that is a kind of storytelling. But when something fails and you've given yourself permission to fail, and I have all my studios I work with and my financing producers, they know that by this time. And we have conversation before I start a film, and I said, we must give ourselves permission to fail. Not just to my financiers. I tell my music directors, I tell my lyricists, I tell my actors, and that I have seen at times, mostly I would say 90% of the time, it sets us all in a zone where nobody is afraid anymore.
Yeah.
And that kind of gives you a certain kind of a strength to tell a story in a way, or act it out in a certain way, or use the camera in a certain way, or A.R. Rahman or Gulzar Bhai will come together in such a way that the music created is like Derry Six didn't do well at the box office, but the music is perpetual.
Absolutely.
Something
people
works.
will
In fact,
sing it and hum it forever and ever, I think.
Yeah. So there are hidden commercial facts. The one song at that point of time did a download on just as a ringatone, Masakali, for 16.5 crores. It was unheard of. So
Amazing.
money was being
money
was being made, and I'm talking about a time which is like 10 years ago, downloading 16.5 crores. In today's time, it would be 250 crores or whatever.
Right.
So there is a commercial acumen and cleverness when you are telling a story that is, or telling in a manner which has not been told before.
Right.
It's very difficult to invent a completely new idiom.
Yeah.
Because there are that many emotions, and otherwise the relatability will go out. But how you tell a story, and also I think it also signifies a free behavior of not just the storyteller but of the society. So, or of the organization that's not really afraid to speak of what it believes in. So that is very important for me.
Right.
I think. And if that free behavior is curtailed, then you won't have stories that you will be able to export to the world. See, where does the bigger business lie?
Yeah.
If today Tata Motors has started making cars, how do they grow? After selling in the metros, they'll have to sell to ABC towns,
right?
Mini metros. Once they have done that, it will be amazing to see a Tata car in the streets of London or Dubai or New York. That's where the business grows. And it's no different. If a BMW can sell here, why can't a Tata or a Mahindra sell there?
Yeah, I mean, Hollywood makes more than 50% of its revenue outside America.
Absolutely. So when do we start looking at the world market?
Yeah.
If we are curtailed and in fear of telling stories in a country, the world is not going to accept your product because they are used to something else, and they're language agnostic, they're skin color agnostic.
Yeah, look
Today
at the Koreans. Koreans have taken over entertainment,
Kaveri, I was speaking about Squid Game, and it's just one of the programs. It's not that it's the greatest show on earth. The valuation is $800 million. Now, not a single Indian show has, I don't know what is the valuation, $8 million also. Not really, not even $1 million.
Right.
So how do you compete? You compete with telling universal stories which are not just at par but ahead of what the world is thinking.
Yeah.
But agar hum yahin pe we get plagued by our own censorship.
Yeah.
And by our own fears and by the way the herd mentality is, it's a herd mentality. yeah, you can fly in a flock, but
Yeah.
at the same time, you're flying. So
Yeah.
it's not that. Yeah. It's so it's all related. I'm very fortunate to be in a business of filmmaking, which is very related to a day-to-day emotional consumption of human beings. You know, you consume films emotionally.
Absolutely.
They don't fill your stomach.
Yeah.
They don't quench your thirst. They are
But
not necessary.
But we can't live without them.
No, tomorrow there were no films. Imagine a dystopian kind of a thing. It was definitely dystopian for me.
Yeah.
It's like there were no films. So big deal. There were no films. I still have food. I'm getting proteins and vitamins. I'm breathing air. But no, there is something very special about stories. And that's why they've hung around. Filmmaking is just, I'm telling stories on OTT, theater, podcast, magazines, written word. They are just forms.
Right.
Storytelling has been around when travelers used to travel.
Yeah.
A Chinese traveler selling silk, eating, roasted potatoes in Punjab village would tell the story about a double hump camel.
Right.
And they would go, wow, are you joking? And then he would draw it out for you.
Right.
Because in Central Asia, you find double hump camels.
Right.
And you don't find them anywhere else in the world.
Right.
So if you go back into research, and when the first elephant landed in a New York zoo and walked the streets, people were like amazed.
Right.
But before that, the stories about that elephant must have traveled. Sorry, I'm digressing a little,
but this is so beautiful, Rakesh, because I remember when I asked you about Tufan, the film that you've just made, and I asked you, what is the predominant emotion do you think it unleashes in people, and what did you want to do? And you told me something very interesting. You said you wanted to soothe people. You felt that people wanted to be soothed at that time, and I wonder, as a filmmaker, any story that you tell takes at least 2 years, in your mind, by the time it, sometimes much longer. So how do you realize that this is the moment people want to be told a particular story? Do you go by what they want to hear and see, or do you just go by what you want to do and just stick to that? So is it just your own gut, or do you also see around you what is the conversation? What are people wanting to do or see?
We've been quantifying the people for the longest time. People want to hear good stories, see good stories.
Right.
They want to eat good food. They want to live in clean homes. They want to send their children to the right schools.
Right.
People are pretty simple. People are okay. It is the creators who, like us, who are the problem area, where the problem area is. People are fine. They're very okay. As long as, you adapt the idiom. For instance, I can't tell a story in Sanskrit today because that's not the spoken language.
Right.
But 1,000 years ago, if there was movie making, I would have told the story in Sanskrit.
Right.
So you have to, your music has to sound today's. Howsoever the golden era of music was in the 50s and the 60s, that is still would sound dated today.
Yeah.
Though you want to hum those songs, but you have to keep. It's not like old wine in the new bottle kind of story. You have to keep adding to the whole value of that thing. So a car invented in 1950s and a car invented in 2021, there's a world of a difference. It does the same job. It's got 4 wheels. You sit on the driver's seat. It's got a steering wheel. It will take you from your home to the market.
Right.
You open the dicky, put the vegetables and come back.
Right.
So, but look at the value addition today. You have electric cars, the windows go up and down. It runs on
Driverless
command.
cars.
Now you'll have driverless car on voice command. It's amazing. There are all sorts of connectivity. There is things going on. The satellite phone in the car these days. They're much safer. They have these bags which come from all over in case you hit an accident and you're safe. So there has been, similarly, the stories have to keep upgrading themselves with the times. But the key component, the key thing is the same.
Yeah.
It's not that today's stories are different what were told 100 years ago. To kill a mockingbird or a fountainhead is, you can still consume it today, though you might feel the languages, I'm not getting the languages, feels like, how you cannot read a Shakespeare in play today. It should be like thou shall, all that.
That's right.
You'll say, what's going on? So, so stories, I don't think we invent stories. Yes, what you can do is you can be true to your times.
Right.
More often than not, we get opportunities in our business to tell stories which are relevant to the time. So Rangde Basanti was one of them. It was relevant to the time. So were Delhi.
Yeah.
Yeah. It kind of underlined the times we were living in or the times we were heading towards.
Right.
Corruption has been an issue for a zillion years.
Yeah.
It's not that corruption was invented in 2000 and at 2006 I made Rangde Basanti.
Right.
Corruption has been there. It's a part of a human DNA. It's just that I just made it relevant to that time and that point of time that even we can be corrupt and play with the lives of the young ones who are defending the country.
That's what caught the moment, that's what caught the zeitgeist.
Absolutely.
And Delhi Che, I felt, was talking about the way identities are shaping and dividing us. And it was something that people perhaps didn't want to hear because it was actually happening right now, right there, right now, at that moment. And it continues to happen.
Yeah, no, your faith.
Sometimes too much reality can also be a terrible thing.
No, it's hard to consume. It's, maybe I should have sugar-coated the pill. And but at that point of time, I felt bolder, maybe to the extent of foolishness, because I had Rangde behind me. And I thought I can take off one more coating of sugar, from the pill and let it come in its ugliness. But it's, maybe I shouldn't have said, look into the mirror and you'll find Allah and God in the same mirror inside you, and they're the same.
Yeah.
How can people question me? How can they be the same? Allah is Allah, God is God. You don't know. So please don't question our religion.
Exactly.
So, but the beauty is, for the first 3 days, we broke all box office record. We did 56 crores at that time. And then on Monday, it felt like a rock. By the time everyone realized, oh God, he's talking about what I don't believe in.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
And which you hope that they believe in, but they don't, So that brings me to almost the end of the discussion, but I want to bring in this whole idea of tailoring stories to a particular audience. Our discussion today was, creating stories for millennials. Can you do that? I mean, a story is a story regardless of the target audience. So can you tailor it to a particular kind of audience?
It's a mixed bag. There's a yes and no there. Then it depends on the person who is telling the story. Most certainly, what is the intent of tailoring? That is the school I come from.
Right.
Is the intent just to make that 50% return on it, or the intent is to relate to a generation which wants to go there? Today the Indian youngsters, they admire young influencers from across the globe.
Right.
Whether it's a Greta Thunberg, whether it's a Malala, whether it's a footballer, young footballer, Neymar.
Right.
They are, and we deserve it.
Right.
And so do youngsters all over the world deserve influencers from young influencers from South Asia.
Right.
Nobody wants to listen to an old idea and nobody wants to live in the past.
Yeah.
We have an amazing tradition, but I don't want to live what India was 1,000 years ago. I want to live what India will be 10 years ago.
10 years.
That's what I want to create.
10
Taking
years
all
from
the
now.
experience,
Yeah.
taking all the experiences or learning from all our mistakes. We cannot talk about a rich culture and heritage. That's very empty. Why do you want to talk about it? Practice it and adapt it to a modern world. Those are the kind of stories which are gonna fly.
Right.
You know, if we again, if I'm not speaking out of turn, when you talk about a god who's got an elephant head, and you have faith, and there are festivals around him, and he is the master of wisdom, you have to tell your children, this is the metaphor. This is a personification. This is the wisdom of the elephant in a child's head who could write whatever without stopping what Vyasa was dictating, who had the wisdom of going around his mother and father to say, I've traveled the universe.
Right.
So he was a very clever boy.
Yeah.
Those are the metaphors. But you can't say once upon a time, Ganesha walked on earth.
Right.
That's blind faith. Yeah.
Right. Right. So you have a generation that is questioning everything. So you have to give them stories that question our past and also give them sort of solutions for the future, because they are concerned about the future, because they know that they are going to inherit this earth. We won't be around. Their parents won't be around.
110%. I don't think they're going to inherit this world. The moment you're a young adult, the world belongs to you.
Yeah.
And you have to pass it on to them. There is absolutely no question. Actually, you are then living on borrowed time on their earth.
Right.
And you can't do this. So, and this should reflect. I would love to imagine Indian and South Asian stories reaching out to the world.
Yeah.
And that will make a huge, not only give you satisfaction of creating something and telling story, not just to your limited audience. You know, the biggest hit in India for a feature film reaches 3 crore people.
Yeah.
That's it, in a population of 150 crore.
Exactly.
So what are you talking about? What are we talking about? Reaching our own farmers.
Exactly. And this is from a culture whose, temples have gone all the way to Angkor Wat. I mean, in the past, when we didn't even have such sort of communication.
Oh, well, a little further than that in Japan, up to Japan. Yeah.
Exactly. So we come from that culture which knows how to travel, across the world. We just have to go back to discovering it, right?
Yeah, no, we need to go forward. Because they have been there, done that. If you go back, you're not interested. What is the new culture? The new culture is technology. The new culture is reinventing mythology. The new culture is, that is the new culture. That is what is relevant. Since your question was, what will be relatable and relevant?
Right.
It's not the past. It will be the future. It is the present, actually. Why future also?
Right.
So, I'm sure if I were to tell a story which is deep rooted in your culture, but it has to be relevant to today's time.
Right. Right. what I really want to see from you, Rakesh, before we end, Shalini, just one last thing. What I really want to see from him is our own superhero universe, which takes over from the Avengers are dead, the Eternals haven't worked. So I want to see our own superhero universe from Rakesh, which I'm sure he'll come up with, which is exactly what he said, deep rooted in our culture, but moving forward to the future. Thank you so much, Rakesh. It's always such a pleasure to speak to you. Over to you, Shalini. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaveri.
Mr. Mehra.
Amazing.
Thank you, Kaveri.
Thank you.
A so very important message we take back from this conversation, which is that we need to look forward or not back. You can't walk with your head turned back. It is the future that we must always aspire to. And may you have always the strength to make stories which are bold and which are not sugar-coated. Many thanks for joining this conversation, for coming on the summit. Thank you, Kaveri, for this wonderful conversation.
Thanks, Rakesh.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. For our viewers, we are taking a half-hour break. We will join again at 5 o'clock. Coming up is a very interesting session, which is on content monetization. And we are going to discuss if publishers are sitting on a potential gold mine. So do join at 5 o'clock. There's lots of new technology, lots of new ideas which are going to be discussed at 5 o'clock. See you after half an hour. Thank you.
अलग है सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही खुले यहाँ नहीं जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नहीं जहाँ खुले यहाँ नहीं जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नहीं जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमां खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है। कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है। कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा। सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही। खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ।
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन। आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिरकर, इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा। सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
I think मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है। सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है। सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदें पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ, और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन, आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
फिर कर। इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close, enemies closer.
आई थिंक मुझे तुमसे प्यार हो जाएगा।
अरे जब उसको लॉयर चाहिए नहीं तो मेरे को सेल्फी खींचने के लिए बुलाया आपने।
खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुली उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ रंग वही पहने पर लिबास अलग है, बात वही कहते पर ये अल्फाज अलग है, सुर वही गाते हैं आवाज नहीं है, आवाज के पीछे झांके तो जज्बात वही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही है, सुन ले दिल से हर धड़कन कह रही खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ उमंगे उम्मीदे पतंगे परिंदे उड़े आसमान खुले यहाँ नए जहाँ जुड़े यहाँ नए जहाँ
देख, मैं मार्केट में जाके भाषणबाजी करना नहीं चाहता, सीधा लोगों के भरोसे पे खेलना चाहता हूँ।
क्रिमिनल अगर क्राइम सीन क्लीन करके चला गया, इसका मतलब ये थोड़ी है कि क्राइम ही नहीं हुआ।
ये मेरा जंगल है और मैं यहाँ का शेर। मेरा ना एम्प्लॉइज के साथ गजब का कनेक्शन।
ये आदमी तो सबको डुबा के रहेगा भैया।
पकड़ना नहीं है उनको, मारना है।
कैसे भेज दूं अपने बेटे को पुलिस के हवाले?
केस जो है ना, सिर्फ वकील नहीं लड़ता, आपको भी लड़ना होगा।
It's happening again.
मैं हिस्ट्री बनाना चाहता हूँ, और हिस्ट्री ऐसे ही नहीं बनती, लोगों को साथ लेकर चलना पड़ता है।
पावर इज जस्ट एन इल्यूजन, आखिर में सिर्फ रिश्ते बचते हैं।
इस गेम के रूल्स मैं बनाता हूँ।
सच क्या है?
Someone is stalking me.
कोई तो भरपाई करेगा।
सपने वही प्रश्न उठाते हैं जो मन सुलझा नहीं सकता।
कौन कहता है यहाँ सच की जीत होती है? यहाँ वही जीतता है जिसके हाथ में बंदूक होती है।
This is an act of war.
Keep your friends close.
Welcome, Shiva, to this session on content monetization, our publishers sitting on a potential gold mine. We have a very eclectic set of panelists in this session curated by Shiva, and thank you, Shiva, for that. May I welcome Mr. Tom Crary, Global CEO of Pond5, Mr. Nitin Lakhotia, Senior Vice President, Corporate Strategy, Digital and Content at Bennett Coleman and Company Limited. Nitin is the former India and South Asia head for Getty Images. We have in this session with us Mr. Sankalp Shangri, Managing Director and CEO of Algorithma, and Mr. Neeraj Khandelwal, Co-founder and CTO of CoinDCX. So over to you, Shiva, for this conversation.
Thank you, Shalini. Thank you, CII, for this opportunity, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Media and entertainment companies are sitting on a treasure trove of content in the form of archives, both unpublished as well as residual content. The monetization avenues of M&D companies is still confined to traditional monetization streams, either advertisement or subscription. In the digital economy, especially with the advent of new users of content, and emergence of micropayment, the UPI, the cryptocurrency, the copyright protection of IPR of the creators, emergence of NFT, the non-fungible tokens, and its ability of the NFT to protect copyright digitally with the help of blockchain technology to distinguish original from piracy, the possibility of distributed ownership for a valuable piece of a photograph, a news, an artwork, a video, and so on and so forth. The possibilities are immense. So the CII has put together an eclectic set of panelists, as outlined by Shalini, each one an expert in their field, to share their vision on the evolution in this space. The evolution in the technology space has been fascinating, with this new, with several new monetization opportunity each stage, be it search engines much earlier like Google, social media like Facebook, Insta, online commerce like Amazon, sharing economy pioneered by Uber, Airbnb, EdTech, which was pioneered by Coursera. Every part of the value chain is being recognized and rewarded for their efforts. That's what technology brings to you. Similarly, we feel going forward, the blockchain technology, the UPI payment mechanism, the cryptocurrencies, the NFTs would breathe new life into age-old archives. The factual account of history and authentic archival content, which the publishers own today, are integral part of our collective human experiences. If the ownership can be digitized as tokenized asset, as we call it, NFT tokenized asset, enabling distributed ownership, and consumers can actually own the shared experience in the form of digital token, the possibilities, we can all know, becomes immense. Similarly, it is expected that the marketplaces would emerge to buy, sell, and trade in the shared ownership of valuable content and tokenized historical archives. To summarize, the boundaries of monetization of content are rapidly expanding, introducing new paradigm of dynamic between content creators, centralized ownership to distributed ownership, and emergence of new consumer class, which are hungry who seek to invest, own, and opportunities that were previously unimaginable opens up thanks to the immutability of shared data transacted broadly across an ecosystem of multiple parties. So this is broadly the theme which our esteemed panel will discuss and debate. Let me now take the opportunity to introduce the esteemed panel of experts on the subject. We have Nitin, who works as head of corporate strategy and digital content and monetization for the Times of India Group. He is an expert in content monetization, having worked across different aspects of content monetization, including licensing, syndication, distribution, and creation. In his prior assignments, Nitin has worked with IMG, ESPN, Star Sports, and Getty Images. He also established Getty Images in India and South Asia to become the market leaders in his last assignment, headed digital business at Reliance Entertainment. Few months back, he has joined the Times Group, heading digital and content strategy and monetization. Welcome, Nitin. We also have the opportunity of welcoming Thomas Carey, Tom as he is affectionately called, all the way from New York. Thank you, Tom, for waking up early for us. I know it's still early morning for you. He's from New York. Tom works for Pond5. He's the CEO of Pond5, which is one of the largest content distribution platform globally in the league of Getty Images and Shutterstock. But for video, Pond5 is the largest. Tom is alumnus of Babson College and masters from Boston College. In the past, he has worked as Director of Transaction Services at KPMG, and now he has been with Pond5 from 2014 onwards. It's a pleasure. We'll all look forward to hearing you from you, Tom. I also have the pleasure to introduce Sankalp Sansgari, Managing Director of Algorithma. I think he's based in Singapore. He's a leading global crypto investment fund. Sankalp has been a serial entrepreneur, a former investment banker with JP Morgan and Deutsche Bank, and subsequently an early investor in the crypto space. He's extremely active in the blockchain, crypto, and the NFT space since 2013. That's a long, long time ago. Started his entrepreneurial journey from fintech firm InstaPay and subsequently Asia's first crypto exchange, the Singapore first crypto wallet. Sankalp Fund has leading crypto leaders on his board and is also an LP. Welcome, Sankalp. We also have the pleasure of having Neeraj Khandelwal, the co-founder and CTO of CoinDCX. CoinDCX is arguably the largest cryptocurrency exchange in India, and they aim to make cryptocurrencies mainstream in the country, backed by some of the largest names in the world, such as Coinbase. Neeraj is an alumnus of IIT Mumbai and has been part of the core team of many fast-growing startups in the past, such as Mint and HolaChef. Neeraj can certainly provide us this evening a ringside view of how is the latest monetization option, that is NFT, space can be expected to evolve from the existing cryptocurrency investors in India. So thank you, gentlemen, for joining the CII panel today. May I request each one of you to give your opening remarks and thoughts of how this space of content monetization would evolve. We can start with anyone. I can start. You can choose. Or Tom, you want to go first? Nitin?
Yeah. Thanks, Shiva.
Thank
and I'm very glad, we are having this discussion. I remember the days when I joined IMG way back in 2008 and then 2013. So I've literally seen content produced, monetized in different formats. And I remember the early days when I used to reach out to the publication houses and to the media houses. From that day till now, I think everybody had a cognitive bias. I would say as an industry, you only valued what is visible. And today, this forum, we are discussing the value of what is not visible. And I think the value of the not visible is far more than what is visible to us in different formats. I mean, for example, if you talk about the news publication houses, the entire history, when we talk about original content, we talk about exclusive content, we talk about the entire legacy of this country, or for that matter, any geography, is there with the news companies, and we are not monetizing, we are not doing anything with that. If you look at movies, for example, to shoot that 2-3 hour movie, we generate hundreds of hours of content, and then what do we do with that content? So that answer, nobody had that answer till now. And then again, I mean, if you talk about sports, you talk about events, any kind of creative art form. In fact, even if you talk about the top 1,000 photographers in the country, and if you ask them that what have you done with the great work that you did? So until now, I would not say there were no avenues, but the avenues were very limited. And if I look at the industry, and my fellow panel members would address that in different formats. So I would basically categorize content archives into 2 categories. One is rare and exclusive, that you tremendously value when you think that this is something that as a company you have, nobody else has. all that content going into the NFT format, where you transfer the digital ownership to the end user, and the content that is really good, but not, I would say, rare and exclusive, their entire model would go into the content licensing space. And all these spaces would basically be monitored using a tech where the copyright and IPR infringement would eventually lead to proper monetization of the assets. So I see broadly this, and on the content side itself, I see that the whole understanding of content needs to be divided into two parts: editorial content and creative content. Editorial, yes, it does give us more eyeballs, but the value of the money lies in the creative content, the business, what Tom runs. And whether you look at the B2B models, where companies like Get Images, Shutterstock, etc., they have created billions of dollars. Or if you look at B2C models also, companies like Shutterfly, Vista Prints, they are doing billions of dollars of business. So I think in the evolution of the overall industry, we are at the right time now with Internet of Things, 5G, NFT, crypto. So I think the entire ecosystem is creating a way for us where we can monetize all these assets.
Thank you, Nitin. Extra avenues were limited so far, but the opportunities are opening up now in respect of content and archives. What is real and exclusive are far more valuable versus content which are good but not rare and exclusive. You are differentiating between editorial and creative content and feel that creative content will be much more compelling and valuable. Thank you for the opening remarks, Nitin. And if I may request Tom to give his opening remarks.
Yeah, thanks for having me today, Siva. This is a great pleasure to be here. And as Nitin said, it's a unique time in history. I've been with Pond5 for 7 years, and to see the evolution in this short a time, where, as you said, NFTs have become, the future of copyright enforcement and digital rights management. It's really an interesting time. But Pond5 was founded on exactly this concept of the sharing economy, right? And where we help copyright owners monetize their unused content, digital content on an evergreen basis. So at Pond5, we have over 100,000 active artists that are contributing: photographers, cinematographers, musicians, illustrators, motion graphics designers, and 3D artists. And they all upload their content onto Pond5, and thousands of customers come to Pond5 every day to shop for that content and license it. And it's pretty cool. You set your own price, and you believe depending on what you believe it's worth. And as Nitin said, rare and exclusive content can sell for a whole lot more than some more commoditized content and commercial and lifestyle stuff. Interestingly, I think you're right. Some of the most valuable content is the archival content, right? Where you can't make it anymore, right? It was there in a moment in time. You've captured a moment in time, and that stuff can certainly license for tremendous amounts of money. And I think, again, that's where NFTs really will play really well going forward. So I think it's Pond5 was the perfect company, I think, for this time. We were probably a little ahead of our time, but now we're set up really well to now convert from just standard license rights into monetizing content full spectrum using NFTs and digital rights management for content in the wild. So
thank you, Tom. I think excellent point you made. Archival content is something you cannot make it anymore.
Exactly.
Saying that NFT would play a critical role to give this full spectrum of content monetization. Thank you, Tom, for the opening remark. If I may move to Sankalp. Sankalp, your opening remark, please. Do we have Sankalp?
Hi, Siva. Thank you very much.
Yes, Sankalp.
And hello, everyone. Tom said some very good things, which you stressed upon: the archival content, which obviously cannot be made again, and by default it is archival. From the monkeys and the donkeys age of NFTs, gradually at some point we will move to that very scarce archival content that we have. But I beg to differ on one part there. The future 10 years down the line will be what my kids want to see, not what we want to see today. Similar to what it was 20 years ago, the Microsoft and the Intel age, and today we are at the Coinbase and the CoinDCX age, whereas the 10 years from now, my kids, they don't want to see the archival content. I do, and my dad does, but the kids, they really want to see those monkeys and the communities that they're associated with. They want to see what their peers are doing, and the peers are all jumping into from a non-gold world, from a gold world to a non-gold crypto world. And I always say this, that like Anderson said, that software ate the world in 2000s, token is going to eat the world in the next 10 years. Everything is going to be tokenized, call it an NFT token or a utility token, a security token, and it will have various products associated with it, games, DApps, DeFi, etc., etc. And gradually, even the loyalty points, the Singapore Airlines or the cred points that we have, everything is nothing but a token at the end of the day. And all this will come together to create a parallel virtual world, which is very fashionably called metaverse today. I think that's the future. And as far as content monetization is concerned, you will have so many more opportunities to not only monetize the archival content, but if you are able to win that metaverse race, and nobody knows what it would look like today, then you have the opportunity to monetize your music, your art, your celebrity, your archival, and the new age as well at the same time, using a play to earn kind of methods in gaming. I would Neeraj here is a much more expert when it comes to the trading side of things. So I'll pass the baton to Neeraj, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Sankalp. Before we move to Neeraj, excellent. Thank you so much for giving a reality check and almost like a wake-up call on the virtual gold mine rush. And what the message from you is clearly saying that what is that the future generation? Look at the future generation, what will appeal to them? And obviously, yes, whether they will care about the archival content is a key question. And therefore, archival is also about experience, history, ability to own a piece of history, a part of shared experience. But you're absolutely right. And thank you also for giving your own vision that everything will be tokenized going forward. And all of them will come together beautifully to create what we call metaverse, which we are not clear. And you are saying that it's extremely going to be important to win the metaverse from a future backward perspective, and not from a gold to a virtual gold perspective. Yeah. Excellent opening remarks, Sankalp. Thank you so much. Now we'll come to the real expert on the subject, on the, as you said, on the coin and the crypto, which is the most cryptic thing which most of us don't understand. Neeraj, over to you, please.
Thank you, Siva. Thank you, Sankalp. I'm glad to be present here amongst the I guess experts, I would say, in the content and in general, and expect to learn a lot about the content space today. On the NFT and crypto, I'm surprised how quickly it has been realized across the board that crypto and tokenization will play a very big role in the content economy and the general economy at large. We have been working in the crypto space since 5 years, but last 1 to 2 years have been truly amazing, because we are seeing crypto and NFT, which is a form of crypto, getting mainstream into various industries, and more specifically the content space. I believe that very critically, regulations, how the government builds up the policies around cryptos and NFTs, how the government creates an enabling environment for the innovation to thrive, will play a very critical role in how the NFTs or crypto will improve the content economy. You know, how the technologies can add value. So collectively, we'll have to work towards forming or winning the better regulations from the government, not just in one country, but across the globe.
Thank you, Neeraj. Excellent opening remarks. You are saying that crypto and NFT is definitely going to become mainstream in various industries, and especially more so in the content space. And you're saying that the key part depends on the government, not only locally but internationally, because internet and digital is not confined to any geographical boundaries. So I'm sure that as the technology evolves, the laws and the regulations and an enabling environment has to catch up to enable all this form of monetization. Thank you, Neeraj. Thank you for the opening remark. Thank you all the panelists. Now I have a specific question which I will ask Nitin. Nitin, you have seen content monetization and are the domain expert in all aspects of content monetization. You have seen the traditional way of monetizing content beyond the obvious. And you said in your opening remark as well, the intangible is more valuable than what you can see. So do you believe that the content publishers, the publishers today they own, can it be monetized, especially in the context of what remark Sankalp made, that please focus on what the next generation needs versus what the earlier generation who will value historical content. Can you share your experiences and insights? What would be your advice to publishers and content creators? Publishers and content creators. Thank you, Nitin.
See, it's pretty interesting. If you look at the last 10, 15 years, then it was a tech-driven, knowledge-based economy where the Googles and the Facebook of the world, they created this huge value proposition. I believe next 10 years across all age groups, whether Gen Z or Gen X or the baby boomers, everyone, it is going to be the creators economy. Just to add to Sankalp's point, everything is valid. Today is valid, past is valid, tomorrow is valid. Everything needs to be interlinked through technology. That's number one. Number two, when we talk about the archival content, I necessarily do not mean only archival. Archival would be unpublished and unreleased content also. For example, we have seen our photographers go to capture these events. I'll give a very basic example. Out of the whole day, they give us 10 pictures that we utilize for the newspapers or the magazines or digital portals. The question is, what happens to the balance 90? Now, those 90, possibly some portion of that could go to an NFT, some portion could...
Hello.
Some portion could go to the content licensing. If you look at journalists, same thing. They go with the purpose of creating an editorial story, but during that time, there are so many creative stories. Do we capture that? If you look at the movie producers, I can tell you my example. Until 4 or 5 years back, if you look at the video footage of, let's say, a Mumbai ceiling, you won't find it. And it's pretty unfortunate that 80% of the Indian content that is being monetized by the global platforms, be it Getty Images or Pond5 or Shutterstock or whichever platform, it is created, 80% of that is created by non-Indians. So that means there is definitely value when they come, they shoot. The only thing is the overall awareness in terms of how to monetize content is not there. And the third aspect is the copyright aspect. Today, whether I'm any kind of art or creativity that I produce, I'm unable to manage my copyrights. So I don't know whether the value of that content is $10 or $10 million because I have no mechanism to monitor that. So to answer your question, yes, 100%, there is value. And when we talk about archives, I mean archives, unpublished, unreleased. If we become more aware, and while we are giving a creative brief to all the content creators, be it a photographer or a movie producer or a documentary producer, that while you're creating content, not only create content for this brief, but also keeps your creative instincts open and create other kind of content where you feel this can be NFT, this can be licensed content. So yes, 100%, I believe that the publishers in any format, they have immense value. And just to give some examples, if you look at the direct examples, look at how New York Times has evolved or BBC has evolved in terms of this. So BBC, despite being a news company, they have pivoted into a very different format of content monetization on their own. Or the second model where these companies are giving their content for global distribution to companies like Getty Images and Shutterstock, etc. And third, of course, in recent past, we have seen Time Magazine and various other magazines and media houses coming with their own NFTs. So I 100% believe that we need to look at it in a different perspective. But that perspective needs to be supported by relevant tech.
Thank you, Nitin. Excellent remarks. I understand that archival will also mean unpublished and unreleased content. as you know, Uber and Airbnb created a whole new economy through monetization of idle asset by leveraging technology to match demand and supply. So you are saying that they be more aware before junking that creation, which has not been unpublished. You are saying there could be other briefs, there could be other usage, there could be new appeals for unpublished and unreleased content, and therefore be aware of it, leverage technology, how technology evolves to monetize those unreleased and published content, and how do you discover new uses of content is one of the ways. So you are, if I may summarize what you are saying is that yes, publishers can monetize their archival content, both published and more importantly, unreleased and unpublished.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Nitin. Now I move to Tom. Tom, in the context of Nitin confirming that there's some value in what the publishers and the creators own. What is since you are the largest in the space of content licensing and distribution, and you are the leading player in helping publishers create and monetize content. From your own experiences, can you share some light, throw some light on possible avenues, and how have publishers and content creators actually leveraged Pond5 to create new monetization streams?
Sure. I mean, and NFTs is obviously just one area, and it's only just emerging, quite frankly. I mean, just in terms of NFTs, we probably get a couple of requests a month, one or two from customers who want to try and tokenize a particular asset. And typically, actually, most useful. Generally, it's been in the music space so far. That's probably been the most useful media type for us, where they're taking a music asset and combining it with a few other assets, and then trying to create a derivative product, which they will then securitize. And so we've been able to support that a few times, mainly by trying to ensure the exclusivity of that asset, so that it hasn't been used multiple other times. So I think, as Nitin said, licensing can be multiple use assets, whereas tokenized, you probably would leave towards more exclusive things that you only want to use one time. And that's how we've been looking at it so far. But NFTs is only one very small aspect of our business today. It may become more common over time. But today we're really mainly a multi-use licensing platform where most of our content is online and can be used dozens, if not hundreds of times over its lifetime. So as a content owner, I think that opens up a lot of opportunities to sell at a low to medium-sized price and get a lot of revenue over time, over the life of the asset. So I think both avenues are very important to the long term. I take Niraj's point longer term, though, where I could imagine where almost all assets are eventually securitized in one form or another. And I think that plays into that digital rights management concept that Nitin was talking about, where you really want to be able to monitor your content over the life and know where it's going. So this is an area that we're also focused on developing resources in to provide that visibility and transparency to our artists on where content shows up. NFTs is one strategy for that, really, monitoring the chain of custody of the asset. Another one is in, monitoring the internet and finding the instances of these things in the wild. So things that show up in YouTube or social media accounts, there are now crawling engines that can identify that at the pixel level or at the waveform level, so you can actually find these things in the wild. So all of these concepts are ones that we're looking to employ in the future to help copyright owners monetize their content and know where it is.
Thank you, Tom. I think absolutely clear. You're saying that the most of the use cases you're seeing in the music space, where people buy music, take the music content and create an exclusive new asset, a new product and offering. And you're saying that NFT is important, it's growing, but it's just only a small aspect now. There are also other multi-user licensing opportunities at various price points as the publishers are discovering, probably on your own Pond5 platform. And second is, most importantly, you're saying that internet itself, in addition to NFTs, is just one of the strategies. The internet itself is a huge discovery platform. And as long as the content owners have digital, properly manage their digital right management, they can monetize over the life of the asset. And I guess the asset life itself gets extended thanks to technology. Thank you, Tom. I go over to Sankalp. Sankalp, NFT or non-fungible token, and you have spoken a lot in your opening remark itself. Tokenizing historical archives, you did say that the future generation may or may not really value it. But distributed ownership is almost like owning a share in a share market. I'm sure that even the future generation will be very happy to own a distributed ownership or something like a Mona Lisa. But so all this seem to be new way of monetizing content. And since you spoke about credit, you spoke about tokenizing, all this seem, what are NFTs? If you can educate the audience, what are NFTs and how do you think the ecosystem will evolve? And how do content creators differentiate and distinguish valuable content capable of becoming NFTs and which will remain monkeys or donkeys, as you said? So what are the questions in the mind of consumers? And obviously they're consumers, current consumers at least, if not the future consumers, before they are buying these tokens.
Good question. Let me break this down into two parts. One, a discussion that we were having earlier, and Nitin and Tom commented on it, very rightly so. What I meant by the archival content being able to monetize or not, the answer to that is it's definitely monetizable. Like you said, Mona Lisa is or MF Hussain is always going to be monetizable, or your 200 years of front page newspapers, they're always going to be monetized. The question is, the way to monetize is going to change. The millennials and the Gen Z, they want you'll have to gamify the whole concept. You can't just put it on an e-commerce platform and hope to sell it. You'll probably have to add rewards, incentives, a play to earn, or other incentivization schemes to these new guys, because all your peers or all other content platforms are offering that. The second part of your question, what is NFT? In its very raw form, it is a digital representation of the ownership right of the content that you own when put on blockchain, which makes it trackable, which makes it secure, which makes it ownership proof, as they call it. And there are obviously different forms of blockchain, but generally NFTs are on Ethereum and now expanding to other blockchains as well. In the traditional world, when you had a content, could be video, media, photograph, anything, you would have to archive it, store it in your servers, and then, like Tom said, now we have crawlers which can crawl to find, if there is any abuse of your content. But on blockchain, that makes life simpler. But that still does not mean that the guy cannot right-click and save it. They still can. So you still need the crawlers to crawl across the universe. So basically, we are going to go into a hybrid world, and that is what Meta or Facebook is trying to create. A centralized authority with a lot of resources playing the decentralized web. The last question that you asked is what does the consumer want to see, or what will sell? I think, in my opinion, what I've seen so far, what will sell is what has communities behind it. The new generation follows each other. They follow groups. They have a leader or leaders, and it's the community effect. And bigger the community, bigger the network, bigger the effect, and bigger the price. You look at Bored Apes or CryptoPunks. Honestly, there's nothing in it. It's probably the ugliest form of photographs, but the most expensive at the same time. We are moving from Mona Lisas and baskets to that age, and we have to acknowledge it. In the process, there'll be hybrids. In the process, there'll be fractionalization. Like you said, I can break a Mona Lisa into 1,000 NFTs. So we are moving to a very new digital world where the old world will not die. It will just reimagine itself in a different shape and form to sell in a new way.
Understood, Sankalp. Very interesting. You are saying that it is extremely important to repurpose the content. Content, yes, archival content can be monetized. 200 years of front page can be monetized, but it has to have appeal to your audience. Remember, they are millennials, they are Gen Z, and they are more engaged in a gamification and incentivized model because that's what the peers and competitors are offering. So unless your product appeals to that audience, so monetization is not the question, not only about your content, but how do you enable consumers to interact, I guess, with the content.
Correct.
And also you're saying that, yeah, we understand the challenge of a blockchain, but blockchain enables, is much more robust, and therefore, and it will continue to evolve, offer new opportunities. And lastly, when you're talking about consumers, you're saying that you are moving from, it's all about the community, the group, the appeal is based on that. And maybe we are moving from Mona Lisa to multi-vistas. And therefore, that's where the metaverse probably comes from. And it's a new world out there. And therefore, it's extremely important to reimagine and repurpose. And it will not be, cannot be sold the way it was sold in the past. Thank you. Thank you. I move to Neeraj. Neeraj, cryptocurrencies seems to be the most prevalent, and whatever little I understand, I must say that I have, that's all my understanding comes from Nitin. I met Sankalp and also Tom. And I also see your advertisement. And this morning I heard your advertisement on Radio Mirchi when I was driving to work. And they were trying to explain. So it is quite interesting that, and cryptocurrency seems to be the most prevalent for NFTs. I guess most of the NFTs currently traded, whenever I asked some question to Sankalp also last time, he said they are predominantly traded in cryptocurrency. So what is, I don't know whether I'm right or not, you can say that NFTs are traded in crypto or not. So what is your outlook on evolution of cryptocurrencies, readiness of the market for NFTs, and how closely linked is the evolution, regulation of cryptocurrency, since you touched upon it in your opening remark, for creating a market for content creators in the form of NFTs?
Sure, I'll take a shot at answering the questions, Shiva.
Yes.
Firstly, on the growth of cryptocurrencies, so that is growing very rapidly. We have been doing advertisements on radio, on newspapers, with the purpose of education and trying to make it mainstream. And overall, to give you some numbers in terms of the growth rate, we have been, CoinDC specifically have been onboarding 75,000 customers on a daily basis on the platform, right? And then we have to add to that the other competition, other peers of CoinDCX, So overall, the number runs into hundreds of thousands on a daily basis. These are new customers getting verified. So the growth rate, specifically in India, is very, very fast. And that is for cryptocurrency, which is even today largely driven by speculation. A lot of speculative activities happen, and mainly Bitcoin and other crypto assets, Doge, Shiba also included into that. So cryptocurrencies, yeah. But moving on your next questions, Shiva, on the NFTs and how cryptocurrencies can play a role, I would say that today NFTs are largely traded within the crypto community, right? When it comes to the spread and reach of NFTs is still at a very technology level, and not it's not still widespread in the market, and a couple of reasons. And one of the important reason is to the end user. For example, a person who's consuming content, for an end user, NFT is still not making a direct impact, right? I browse Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, So NFTs, I believe, need to be integrated into these platforms eventually, right? So that to the end user will never go to a platform, just looking for NFTs. But at the end of the day, when it comes to mass scale, NFTs have to by default provide some kind of a value to the end customer, in order only then you can monetize it. Only then people will spend money for NFTs, and that will reach to the artists. So what is the end value to the customer is I think and that is still not clear. That's still not widespread. For artists, it's very, very clear, right? The ownership and for the creator, the capability of owning the content in a very transparent manner. That is very, very clear. For the end user, I think that is where a lot of innovation needs to happen. A lot of the startups, innovation, funding, and experimentation need to happen for a couple of years, and then automatically we know the couple of possible use cases, but it needs to be it needs to be integrated with the existing content platforms. That's very, very important. And for that, as I mentioned earlier, enabling regulatory environment is of very high importance. We are going to see a bill getting tabled in the Parliament of India very soon, maybe this month or next. In the beginning of the session, there are rumors, but this winter session will see a crypto bill. And so we are still CoinDCX along with peers are trying to influence and have discussions at various levels to form an environment which is not just allowing, say, Bitcoin buying and selling, speculation, etc., but overall an environment in which even NFTs can thrive. If there is no mention of NFTs for that matter in the bill, then it gets difficult for the startups to raise funds, to get access to bank accounts, to get an enabling environment. So I guess in the most important innovation, which will, like the killer app, we in the crypto space we call it the killer app of NFTs, is yet to be built, which is at a mass scale. And the most important thing, India specifically has a lot of tech talent. We are one of the biggest top 3 tech talent related to blockchain, crypto, NFTs as well, in the content economy as well. But I think the most important thing would be, I would say, a motivational or a forward-looking approach to regulations from the government side, and that is where we stand today.
No, Neeraj, you actually made the most important point. You are saying that the value for the creator and the use for creator is extremely clear, but you are saying that an buyer, an NFT consumer, even if you own something, what does he do with it? What is his experience? Where does he share his experience? And your question is that whether it's shareable on social media, it is integrated there. So the question is, this space you are saying that has to evolve rapidly, because unless user experience is addressed by an ownership of NFT, and that is the space you're saying India has a lot of tech talent. So the motivation of the end user, unless that is addressed, and that's the $1 billion question now, maybe the elephant in the room. Have I got you right?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. At what value does the end user get by virtue of being on an NFT platform for content? That I think will play. What value is end user getting? Would love to hear everybody's view. And
also, is crypto one more question I asked you? Is crypto the largest currency used for buying NFTs?
Yes, absolutely. Because most of the NFTs you can today buy with Ethereum, as Sankal mentioned, it's on Ethereum blockchain. So you have to be into the crypto space, first. Few platforms do offer buying NFTs with USD, INR, but that's not most prevalent. Most prevalent is about buying NFTs with crypto.
And that's in any case one of the use case. That's in any case one of the use case, which has already been developed for cryptocurrency. But similarly, you are saying some use case has to be developed for the NFTs.
For content economy, yes. How will the users benefit with the use of NFT? Because that is where the money will come from. The monetization, the one leg of monetization is what users will pay. The another leg is how the artist will be paid, right? So that needs to be addressed.
Thank you, Neeraj. Now, one last question before I open, and this is going to be a common question for all of you. And I'll start with you, Neeraj. I'll go in reverse order, Neeraj, and what would be a question to all of you? What would be your one single advice to publishers or content creators today? One single advice, if you have to, what will be advice? Starting with you, Neeraj.
I think I may not be the right person in front of all the experts here, but I'll take a shot. I just say that to not just publishers in the content economy, but in general, businessmen, entrepreneurs. We need to be open to the technological advances and changes which are happening, and accept them. They may change the way businesses happen tomorrow. So we need to accept them and evolve with the technological advancements. I think that is very critical.
So the rules of the games are changing. Technology changes are inevitable. So the quicker you embrace technology, the faster you will evolve.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Neeraj. Sankalp, your thoughts?
A very, very difficult question, Siva. If a gun on my head, if I have to pick one thing, I would say embrace Neeraj's technology, but keep the Gen Z in mind. Because you're building for the next 10 years. Yeah.
No, absolutely. Consumer focus. And who is your consumer? Identify a consumer, targeted consumer, and Gen Z in focus, then you are already future ready. Yeah. Thank you. Tom.
Yeah, we have a saying, and I think it probably works in India as well. Content is king, right? And I think it is. And so don't be afraid to expose your content to the world. And I think to Sankalp's point and Neeraj's point, the technology advancements will eventually be your friend, but don't wait. Get in the game and get your content out there. Make sure it's digitized if it's old, and then make it available. And I think the rest of the technology enhancements around it and the demand will work its way out. I do think there is demand for different parts of, different types of content, certainly including the Gen Z mindset. I agree with that as well. My kids have a YouTube channel themselves, so I know they're not watching the same thing I am, but absolutely, I think there's going to be demand for all types of content. So get it out there, get digitized, get it ready.
Don't be afraid to expose your content. Today, IPR is protected. Your copyrights are protected. It can be tokenized. Make it digitized, sure, and make it available. Excellent. I can't help but to just ask one more question, because based on what, and this is the common theme which is coming across from all of you. Whatever you do, keep the Gen Z in mind. And one of the key points made doing this by this panel is that it's tribe. It's tribe and creation of tribe, which is got to drive the ecosystem. Any comment from any of you on how this tribe will evolve? And what kind of marketing initiatives are the market making initiatives you will advise publishers to? You are asked of the publishers, because publishers, as you know, in India, print and media has a significant role in driving consumer behavior, and therefore the tribe behavior can largely be driven by media. So, what is your ask of publishers? Any of you?
Siva, my ask from all the publishers across different formats of content would be, first of all, they must realize...
Sorry, Nitin, I think I forgot to ask you. You didn't make your comment on your single advice to publishers. I'm so sorry.
So, okay, I'll include that in this one. Yes. So my advice to all the publishers would be that, first of all, a mental paradigm shift has to be there, that what is visible is one value, and there is a larger value in what is not visible, whether archives, unpublished, unreleased. See, today we are talking about NFT. Down the line, after 2 years, there could be something else. Down the line, after 5 years, it could be something else. There will be various licensing models, various APIs, syndications, derivatives, as I said, NFT+++, and involve tech in your business. And eventually, tech is going to drive content. And coming to my advice, my advice would be that, we are talking about democratization of content that will lead to decentralized ownership. That's the core of this. We are all talking about, Gen Z, 100%, current generation, variety of contents. But the idea is we are talking about democratization of content, where every target segment can be addressed using technology and creating decentralized ownership. My one-line advice would be digitize your content. That is the first step. Unless you digitize your content, nothing happens.
So you're saying from aristocracies to autocracies to theocracies to democracies to meritocracy to creatocracy with cryptocurrency.
Yes, absolutely. The first step is digitize your content.
Got it. Got it. Excellent. And what would be asked of each one of you from publishers? Within, you can start with you.
I mean, as I said, you know, it starts at a mental level where we start
on creation of awareness, creation of ecosystem, because we spoke about tribes, we spoke about tribe behaviors, and how do you create an ecosystem around it? So how do you, what is your ask of publishers?
The ask from publishers would be one, inwards, and the second is outward. The inward would be that the entire management, all the levels must start realizing within the company or the group that yes, this is the future. And outwardly, I would say the ask would be, again, once you digitize your content, creative analytics would play a very, very, very important role, where any kind of data that you are creating on a daily basis, that data need to be captured, that data need to be analyzed, that data need to be reanalyzed, and that is the only way you can address all the 19,000 plus pin codes in the country, because the consumer behavior is moving more towards micro consumption rather than macro consumption.
Got it. Thank you, Nitin. Anybody else?
I'll just add. I think consumer today is happy to pay. You can see all of us have 4 or 5 subscriptions, from Netflix to Disney Plus to Amazon Prime, Apple. At least I have 4, and consumer is happy to pay. The quality of content is king, and what you said earlier, distribution through tribes and communities. I think the publisher needs to come out and reflect that I am here for the youth. I am moving to the youth, and maybe even have a youth wing, if I can use that word, to portray yourself that you are here for that generation.
Got it. Got it. Excellent. Tom, Neeraj, any closing comments on this?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just add, I think there's so many types of communities and tribes. I think that's right. And as publishers, don't be afraid to associate yourself with them, right? You know, I think the Times Group has probably many tribes and communities within it. And so bringing your brand along with the content, you know, into the market, I think is important, because I think people immediately associate the Times Group and the content they've created over 150 years, you know, with what you're going to get, you know, as an example. And any brand, that's true for any brand, whether it's a Nike brand or Disney, they all have their own communities, their own tribes. Associate your content with your brand, and that will form a community.
Thank you, Tom. Anything, Neeraj, from yours?
Yeah, so I'd request publishers and creators alike while I mentioned that we have to accept the technology advancements. I think crypto and NFT will play a significant role. It's still just the beginning of the journey, a significant role moving forward, and the value addition to the creator and the publishing side has been identified. The benefits of this technology has been identified. So I think we have to educate the masses. We have to educate our circles about the importance of this technology, and eventually, essentially the objective today of this NFT and crypto, and the main roadblock is lack of education. Across the nation and as well as globally. So and we as end benefiters, we are benefactors of this technology. So it's our duty to take this upon us, educate everyone and anyone who can benefit from this technology, and that's the way forward for advancements on this front.
Thank you, Neeraj, thank you, Tom, thank you, Sankalp, and thank you, Nitin, for so insightful and eye-opening session on this space. Yes, you have managed to raise more questions for publishers than answers, but those questions are important, and it's extremely important that as a space evolves, publishers also have to, as you all said, understand technology, embrace the change, and also think about the Gen Z, as Sankat very strongly said, and as Tom said, don't be afraid, and be out there, show your content, learn. And yes, Sankalp, we take your advice. We have to probably create a youth wing to be able to identify. I can't identify, you see, all my hair is already white, but we have to create a youth who can identify and be a part of the tribe. So the evolution is co-created and not also then or follow me too kind of thing. Thank you so much on behalf of the CII. I thank each one of you to be a part of this panel and for giving us your valuable insights. Over to you, Shalini.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Shalini?
Thank you. Thank you, Shiva. Thank you for that very interesting session. I think we are all going to preserve our copies of unpublished content just in case it has some value. Well, with that, we now move to our valedictory session, the most important session for today. And we have 5 minutes before we start. So request Shiva to stay on and we'll be beginning the valedictory session in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Rain, hi Puneet.
Valedictory session of 10th CII Big Picture Summit. We have the host of the session, Ms. Shivani Garat, anchor and senior producer of CNBC TV 18 with us today. Shivani is there on one of the live feeds which are there in this. We'll soon have her on camera. We are very privileged and honored to have with us Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, Mr. Apurva Chandra. Thank you, sir, for joining. The guests in this session are all the office bearers of CII Media and Entertainment Committee. We have with us Mr. Siddharth Roy Kapoor, who chairs the subcommittee on films. Mr. Biren Ghosh chairs the subcommittee on AVGC. Mr. Puneet Mishra chairs the CII subcommittee on broadcast and distribution. Mr. Harit Nagpal also chairs the CII subcommittee on broadcast. Mr. Shivakumar Sundaram chairs the CII subcommittee on news, print and publishing. Mr. Gaurav Gandhi, who chairs the CII subcommittee on OTT and digital content. And Mr. Blaise Fernandez, who chairs the CII subcommittee on music and radio. Shivani, I hand over the podium to you now to steer this conversation. Shivani. The NBC team has been logged in since almost past 15 minutes, and we just checked with them. Shivani is there against one of the live feeds. Request Shivani to come on the camera.
This will not happen once we enter the metaverse.
Yes.
To create a digital avatar of yourself. In Bangalore, very close to where we are, the local association that's an associate member of CII has put up a fabulous motion capture and a way to do a full body scan and a facial scan. So anyone wants to play with their own avatar and get ready for Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse, please do come to Bangalore and get yourself scanned, and then you can have a licensing business where Sid's company will be able to license himself out for future productions.
I can barely deal with one of myself. I can't have another.
Okay.
Yeah, I need to lose 5 kilos at least before I do that. So target set.
We can, for a small extra fee, they'll do that as well, right? When they give you your version.
Oh. That's a good idea then.
Mr. Chandra.
You need to unmute, please, Shivani. Shivani, unmute.
Yes. No, I have been waiting. I've been, in fact, listening to the previous discussion for the past 20 minutes. I don't know what was the issue. So we just got it sorted. So let's get started. I'm so sorry.
Shivani, over to you. We've made the introduction, so you can now start the conversation.
Yes, absolutely. So let's just begin the conversation. So in spite of facing immense amount of disruption over the past year and a half owing to the pandemic, the Indian media and entertainment industry is transforming into a key driver of economic growth while simultaneously employing a significant portion of the population, and has literally transformed into a focal point of the Indian economy. As the Indian media and entertainment industry is poised to grow up to $100 billion by 2030, the question we are asking today is, how do we make it happen? So hello and welcome all of you to the Big Pitch. Is industry ready for it, and what's next? I'm Shivani Gharat. So this topic essentially alludes the sentiment that is being expressed by some in the industry that the media and entertainment is the next big growth story from India after IT, and has the capability to make it happen at the global level. First up today, we have the opening address by Apurva Chandra, Secretary, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. Over to you, Apurva.
Thank you, Shivani, and all the chairs of the subcommittee, Mr. Siddharth Roy Kapoor, who is chairing the media and entertainment panel of the CII, Mr. Biren Ghosh, and all the others. So I believe that we had a very good discussion over the past 2 days, and the pitch has been set for the media and entertainment industry to grow. But from what I'm told, I see that the CII Big Picture report, which was presented yesterday, it projects that the media and entertainment industry will grow from $26 billion now to $55 to $70 billion over the next till 2030. That is over the next 10 years. This 55 to 70 itself is a range, which is a very broad range, 55 billion and 70 billion. And as Shivani just said, I think we should set a target of $100 billion. When we expect the country to grow at 8% plus, then definitely media and entertainment has to grow much faster, because media and entertainment is a leading sector of the economy, not something which will follow the economy. So we have to move fast. And as I had said yesterday in the inaugural also, we have to look at internationalizing also, not just look at the domestic market, we have to look at the world. Recently, over the past 1.5 years, when we were all cooped up in our homes, and we consumed content heavily, and that time it was not limited to Bollywood or Hollywood. It became language agnostic. So many of us have watched Money Heist and Parasite, and then now this Squid Games, and there's so much of content from different countries that become so popular. So we have to make at least one Indian, and Jai Bhim also, I'm told, now has become one of the most popular movies. So it is not this that India is not doing well. India is also doing very well, and we have to also capture the world like we are capable of, and we have been doing in the media and entertainment industry for the past 50 years. Because before our cricketers came in, and before our IT engineers came in, it was only the media. India was known only through its media and entertainment abroad, through Raj Kapoor and his films, and then others, that it was known abroad, and we have to continue doing that. So that is my first pitch to the media and entertainment industry, that go ahead, think of the stars, and you will achieve it. You are, of course, you are all the stars. The government is there to support you. We are there to play as facilitators, not as regulators. Of course, like in any other sector, there are regulations, but we would like it to be light touch. Yesterday, the chairman of TRAI was also there as a part of the deliberations. He did express that they would like to have the media with a light touch regulations. There are certain issues which are sub judice, which we should not, which I would not like to comment on. But then from the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, we are there to support. We would like to be a part of the entire effort of the industry. Then Siddharth had raised yesterday the issue of restrictions on creative freedom. I can only say that yes, there are some restrictions on creative freedom, because even the Constitution allows some restrictions on right to speech. But then once it is within the purview of the law, then there should be nothing which restricts what is said. And we should be there as government to support whatever is being created, as long as it is within the purview of the law. So, and we endeavor to do that, and we will continue to do whatever is required to that effect. On this, yesterday I had also mentioned, and which was probably discussed also, that on the AVGC we would like to promote it in a big way. So not only the National Center for Excellence, we would also like, and which I have again been discussing with some of the players, that we would like to, during this 75th year of independence and Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, we would like that some of our legends, some of our war heroes, all these are made into into a format which is appreciated by the young. The freedom fighters and all our stories, so that again becomes a medium for people to enjoy, for the young to get attracted to, and then to associate with, because that is a medium which now people understand more than the regular books and the earlier formats. On the AVGC, the National Center for Excellence, we are very keen for industry participation. We don't want it to be a government institution, and we look forward to government participation on a PPP basis. We do realize that when we are talking of expansion of the industry at a very fast pace of 10 to 11%, 12% per annum, then a lot of skilled manpower will be required, not only in AVGC, but in other sectors also. So what to say of AVGC? In fact, I would like to propose that in future, we can have FTIIs and IMCs also on a sort of a PPP basis with industry partnership, like we are already doing on IIIT. So that is another area we can look at, that FTIIs and IMCs also, like AVGC centers, and we can spawn these throughout the country so that their skill can be developed and more people can get attracted. And industry also becomes a partner in this effort. We have already said that international, now the government would participate in a larger number of international film festivals, and also in all sorts of AVGC, whatever is proposed from the industry, we will participate in AVGC festivals also. We will start with NSC in France, and whatever else is suggested, we will become a party to that. Promotion of theaters is another area where a lot of talk has been there, and we have been talking with the Invest India, Deloitte and others. Deloitte, I think somebody sent me a report. Deloitte had prepared 2 years back a very beautiful report on covering a lot of aspects on setting up of new theaters in India. So we will try to associate with this, and in the film facilitation office, we will try to expand that to cover theaters, and this we will do over the next 2 to 3 months. We will associate the states and be proactive in that regard, and we will also propose a model law for the states, because I am again told that the laws to set up the theaters are very old. They were also enacted around the time of the Cinematograph Act. So we will have a look, we'll ask the states to have a look at that also. Then I am told that CII and the industry is very keen that the government supports the anti-piracy movement. Yes, that is something, whether it is music, whether it is books, whether it is cinema, piracy is a scourge which needs to be taken out and which should be discouraged, and strong action taken at all levels. There is a proposal in the Cinematograph Act which is already there in the public domain, which talks about taking action against those who use camcorders to record films while they are being projected on a screen. But beyond that, because now piracy has moved to the digital piracy level, CII has proposed that we support them, and yes, we will support them, and in whatever way that is required, we'll come along with you to check the schools of piracy within the realm of the law of the land. Whatever can be done, we will be with you. So I can only say in the end that the government is with you, and please go ahead, pitch high, pitch for the stars, and the stars will be there with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that address. Over to you, Siddharth. Cinemas have finally opened. How do you see cinemas recovering, this industry recovering? And also, what is the growth plan for the coming months?
Thanks, Shivani. To start with, I'd just like to say thank you, Mr. Chandra, for that very inspiring statement. It's very, very heartening to hear that the thoughts that were discussed over the last couple of days have been taken into consideration, and the government believes that it wants to be of a strong support to the media and entertainment industry, because as you rightly said, the soft power that we can wield around the world is really unparalleled with regard to the India story going forward and being told to the world in the way that we want to tell it. And I don't think there's a better industry to be able to win hearts and minds, rather than going out with bullet point like sort of messages that people don't really take into their subconscious. I think this is the one industry which can actually go forward and tell the India story to the world in an emotional way, and therefore a way that resonates for a longer term. To your question, Shivani, I think, like Mr. Chandra said, it's great that theaters have opened up now, and that's very heartening that a lot of movies are doing exceptionally well in, despite the fact that there still is a 50% sort of capacity cap in certain states. But on the flip side, I think we're leaving a lot on the table when it comes to the potential of the market, and therefore the theatrical expansion I think should really be given a fillip over the coming years. A country like China, around 15 years ago, we and them were pretty much at 8,000 screens. Today, they're at around 75,000 screens, and we're still languishing at 11,000 screens. So I think when you look at that gap, there's no dearth of demand as far as the audience is concerned. I think it's really about us being able to go out there and encourage entrepreneurs and encourage organizations who want to go out and actually open theaters in places which are either not that densely populated with theaters right now, or are completely theater dark. And like Mr. Chandra, you said, it is a little bit onerous. In fact, it is very onerous at this point of time in terms of the regulations involved in setting up a new theater. And I'm so encouraged to know that that's something that we are going to be looking at going forward, because I think that can be a real step jump in terms of the sort of potential that the theatrical exhibition sector can see in the future if given the right support. The other thing in which the Film Facilitation Office has been very proactive in, and I hope continues, is really the ease of shooting, across multiple states. It has improved considerably over the last few years. There's always scope for improvement, but I think the more, interface that happens between the industry and the FFO, the better it will be. I really do think that if the center can encourage states as well to provide better incentives to filmmakers, there are some spectacular incentives that countries around the world offer us to shoot there and to showcase their culture and their beauty. But if we can do the same thing here in a more aggressive way, I think we'll be able to boost tourism, we'll be able to increase employment, and we'll be able to showcase the beauty of the country that we're in, rather than going to other places to get incentives there because they're just more attractive for us commercially. And what I was most heartened by in what you said, Mr. Chandra, was the fact that you do believe that whatever might be circumscribed by the Constitution notwithstanding, which obviously we all have got to follow as citizens, you believe that artistic expression should be encouraged, and there should be a concerted effort to ensure that creators are able to tell the stories that they want to tell, because there is currently an air of a certain amount of consternation amongst the creative community because of actions that happen on a ground level. And I think if there are strong statements of support from the government, making sure that everyone is clear that this is the stance of the country as regards artistic expression, I think that will continue to go a long way to ensure that creators feel secure in telling the stories that they want to tell. I just want to end by saying that, once again, just touching on the soft power that we can wield in the future. The way that Hollywood has done it over the last century, where, McDonald's and Coca-Cola and Nike and all the symbols of Americana have become something so aspirational to the entire world. There's no reason why our culture, whether it is our contemporary culture or our ancient culture, can't be showcased in the way that they've been able to showcase their much younger culture to the world. And I think when you look at examples like a film like Dangal and what it did in China, where it earned $200 million at the box office, but even more than that, what it actually did was move beyond the South Asian diaspora to touch the hearts and minds of a country with whom we've probably not had the warmest relations, but affect people on a ground level where they understand that this country across the border, actually humanity is exactly the same. And the people there, bleed and feel for their families and have exactly the same family dynamics and the same issues and the same culture in a sense as we do. That I think can go a long way in ensuring people to people connect as far as we're concerned with the rest of the world. And like you said, the movies of Raj Kapoor have done in Russia as well as in the Middle East, the films of Amitabh Bachchan in Egypt, you look at Rajnikant in Japan. These have been small examples of it having happened in the past, but I think we can really do it in a very, very hands-on and aggressive way in the next 10 years if we get the right support. So I'd just like to sign off by saying that it's a very encouraging address, and I'm looking forward to us all working together to take the India story to the world in the future. Thank you.
Siddharth, hold on there. How exactly do we do that? Because yesterday in a session, you mentioned K-pop, and there is no reason why India, with a 100-year-old film and entertainment history, should not be riding a similar wave across the world. But, to an extent, as you just now mentioned, the Hindi film industry, which is also known as Bollywood, is really popular world over. Wherever you travel, you get those anecdotes from Bollywood. So tell us, how do we exactly execute that, and what is the kind of support that is required to make it happen and to take it to the popularity level of, let's say, K-pop, as you mentioned?
I think there we'll have to turn inwards and look at ourselves and look at the quality of the content that we produce. That's really not something we can get the government to do anything for us, in terms of putting out content that can resonate around the world. What I think we'll have to do is really be able to ensure that distribution-wise we are expanding the footprint of our content as much as possible, but at the same time, really being brave in our style of storytelling, in the stories that we tell, because the more local the story, the more it tends to travel. When you look at, something like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, that's one movie from Taiwan that broke out and went to the whole world, but it was a distinctly Taiwanese film, right? Or when you look at Parasite, or when you look at Squid Game, these are all very, very local stories told with a very local sensibility that therefore becomes very attractive for the world to want to watch. So I think there we need to look a little bit inward and figure, challenge ourselves and put that challenge to our own creators. And I think the best support that probably a forum like this can give them is for them to feel like they have the freedom to express themselves.
All right. Also, Siddharth, over the past 2 years, we have seen the OTT consumption grow, and people have gotten used to watching films on OTT platforms. Theatrical revenue has come down quite significantly. How will this new dynamic and change in the audience behavior shape your business in the coming days?
Theaters were shut, pretty much for the last 2 years. So theatrical revenue, of course, came down because of that. And there's no doubt that, of course, we got used to watching much more content on streaming and on television in the comfort of our homes. But as some green shoots have told us of films that have just released recently, people are waiting to come back and experience that big screen theatrical experience. And I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I think it's just about the consumption of content is growing so significantly that there are different forums in which you want to watch different kinds of content. You want to watch a big ticket superhero or a big star film or a big scale movie on the big screen with, in a dark room with a group of people enjoying that experience. But at the same time, you want to watch an intimate drama or you want to watch a romantic comedy, probably in the comfort of your home with friends and family, where you can pause and rewind and fast forward at your will. So I think the beauty of today is that you're being able to give people so many choices. And I don't think it's mutually, I don't think it's mutually exclusive. I think it's really the sum of the parts is greater than the whole.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for those insights. Over to you, Shivakumar. The print media business has seen the biggest impact of COVID with revenue plunging to a great extent. What is the way to recovery?
Thank you, Shivani, and thank you, Honorable Secretary. I want to first thank you for your encouraging opening statement and remarks that MND needs to grow needs to lead the growth. And if I may add, media also reflects the economy. As Shivani, you also mentioned, a thriving MND means a thriving and fast-growing economy. So, sir, we want to thank you and the government for understanding the challenges faced by the industry and continued support. Shivani, to address your specific question, the news, print, and publishing industry, after facing the COVID headwinds, has emerged leaner but stronger, because obviously, inevitably, we had to work on streamlining the cost and processes to be more nimble, to match the digital onslaught and manage profitability. The circulation copies continue to grow, the only country in the world. The festive period has been very good, both in terms of growth of copies as well as advertisement revenues, though it has still not reached the pre-COVID levels. The news ecosystem in India is now one of the largest in the world, and with the rise and importance of India as a leader, relevance of Indian news ecosystem is also growing at a global scale. In the Indian context, print media continues to play the pivotal role in shaping the nation's narrative, as it is the most trusted media and therefore respected by the readers for the news and views. And you must have seen recently the University of Oxford, along with the Reuters Institute for Study in Journalism, in July 21, published a list of top 15 trusted media brands across print, television, radio, and online in India. This is an independent study on India by global organization. This study endorsed the trust and credibility of print. 8 of the top 15 most trusted brands are print brands. The Times of India, followed by DD News, All India Radio, BBC, Indian Express, Economic Times, Hindustan Times, and Hindu. This came as the top 8 trusted brands in India, which shows that the print still has its relevance in the credibility index. Of course, publishers continue their digital trust, both in terms of accessing the digital subscriber as well as advertising. Yes, digital subscriber numbers are picking up, but the numbers continue to be very small, and it's no way comparable with an ad or a subscription. No way compares to the monetization of the traditional platform. Conversations are on with the digital majors like Google, Facebook, Microsoft for revenue sharing. The conversations are progressing very satisfactorily, and I'm sure that this will constitute the new revenue streams for publishers. In the CII earlier this evening, we had a session on new monetization streams for the print and publishing industry. The fashion of the day, last year it was all podcast, this year it all seems to be NFT and blockchain. So media and entertainment companies are sitting on a treasure trove of content in the form of archives, unpublished and residual content. The monetization avenues for M&D companies is still largely confined to traditional monetization streams, advertising and subscription. So this evening at the CII, we discussed in the digital economy, especially with the advent of new users of content, emergence of micropayment. The UPI has been a big development. Cryptocurrencies and copyright protections of IPR of the creators in the digital economy, emergence of this non-fungible tokens or NFT, the ability to protect the copyright digitally, the possibility of distributed ownership for a valuable piece of content, be a photograph, a video clip, or art of work through digitized tokens, all open up new possibilities for the print and publishing industries. The challenge, the commodity super cycle that had started from the last few months, worsened by the rising ocean freight, has spiraled all the input costs, especially newsprint, for the print industry. And obviously, we have made appeal, support from the government on easing of custom duty on newsprint. And as said by the chairman of M&D committee, Mr. Madhavan, yesterday in his keynote address at this forum, the industry must be allowed to thrive freely with the ability to self-regulate. The support from government to waive custom duty on newsprint and dependency of especially of small and marginal newspapers on government advertisement and DOAP support is extremely critical for the industry to maintain objectivity, guard the freedom of speech and expression, which is a vital need for a thriving democracy, as large democracies as ours. So it is the print and publishing industry which can actually make a difference. There's no better instrument in a democracy than a newspaper to influence change, reflect the varied voices, and reach out to those who matter. Policies need to be made to ensure that the traditional part of the fourth estate continues to thrive to maintain a balance in society. Thank you, Shibani.
And absolutely, in fact, some of the Indian publications and newspapers which have, actually started off in the pre-independent India, and they are still thriving. How do you keep them relevant in today's times?
No, so the question is that, as I said, we have to move. Content was always served on a single platform. Now the content has to move into omnichannel. And the omnichannel is not what we understand. It's not only confined to print, television, radio, digital. It also we have to find multiple avenues for content, which is the point I made about the emerging NFTs, emerging blockchain, emerging users. And there's also global demand for content. The most exciting space is that probably what they call the NFTs. I don't know how it will evolve, but there's a journalistic cost. And there's a cost of curation. That is the most valuable part of traditional industry. And as publishers, we need to find multiple monetization streams so that we continue to fund and grow the industry and protect the journalistic freedom and talent.
And over the past few years, we have seen the trend of talent moving from print to the other sectors. How do you retain and keep the talent within your sector?
That's the point I'm making, that now we have to pivot from a sunset print industry to a sunrise content industry. As we have been discussing, content is king. The same content which is getting monetized through limited streams, the subscription or advertising, we have to innovate, leverage technology, and find new avenues because everything is today based on content. Everything is based on narrative. Everything is based on storytelling. Everything needs content. So content is king, which was about 20 years back. It's much more true today than what it was. Therefore, for us, we need more journalists. We need more talent. We need more creators. But it is our duty also to create new revenue streams to be able to fund the talent. And that's the path we are all on right now.
Okay. Gaurav, OTT platforms in India have seen one of the fastest growth, and India is one of the fastest growing OTT markets in the world. How do they sustain the growth, and what is the big next thing for the OTT players?
Thank you, Shivani. Let me first thank the Honorable Secretary for showing us the path and the vision and challenging us to go even higher and take the 100 billion target. And OTT will play a significant role in that journey. I think, Shivani, the way I would look at it is that we have, as a sector, moved from an early stage to a scaling stage now as a sector overall, and it's driven by a bunch of factors. Of course, content, but the fact is affordable data, ubiquitous devices, a single TV home market, which basically phone is the TV for most people, young demographic, and a bunch of those. As we move to the next sector, I think the fact that we have a huge base of connected customers and with an insatiable appetite for entertainment, a very rich pool of creators who create differentiated world-class experiences and content, and we can talk more about that. Increasing disposable income and people wanting the best experiences. All of that backed by the infra of broadband payments, all of that is going to make India one of the fastest growing and the largest markets for OTT as we go forward. I think OTT is doing a bunch of things here, which is unique, and it's first of all breaking barriers. I think the building on Sid's point earlier about the challenges of distribution and reach. I think, and I completely agree with him, where OTT plays along with cinema and theater, where we are able to get distribution and reach, which is unparalleled in the past. So you're actually now having films and content reach deepest parts of the country and around the world. Indian film being watched in 180 countries around the world in the opening weeks of its release, or in 4,500 cities and towns. Now, we saw with movies like Sher Shah, for example, that distribution happening so quickly and that appeal going. Not only that, if you look at what it's also doing is breaking language and geographical boundaries. Today, Malayalam cinema has become mainstream across the country. Everybody's enjoying that. Same for Tamil, Telugu, and so on. In fact, 50% of viewing of some of the language films comes outside their home state. Now, all of this is possible by the fact that this enabling creators to tell stories and getting the stories to reach customers. So that's one part of the barriers being broken. The second part we talk about is the hard and soft power, and we can talk about jobs and investments, and that's a big hard factor in how OTT contributes to other parts of the media entertainment sector, be it films and others. But I think the soft power piece is very important, and we talked about it earlier. Honorable Secretary mentioned, Sid mentioned also. The fact is that you are not just putting India on the world map and making stars Indians around the world and showing our culture and our heritage to the world, but we're also bringing India closer in itself by showing parts of a part of the country and its creative prowess to the other parts. So I think those are very, very important factors. And finally, I think the interesting part of the sector is that this sector actually, while may compete, but collaborates way more. Examples we mentioned about, again, films and streaming are intricately linked. As in more investments go into streaming these movies, the more movies can be made fundamentally. Similarly, there are interesting models emerging where you actually at one end compete, but you also operate as a marketplace to distribute content of each other. And I think those are the factors which will really make this sector grow even faster. And I would just like to end the point with saying, at the end of the day, it's about telling great stories, right? And the stories reaching people. So there is no better time to be a creator. And it's a delightful time to be a viewer. Yeah.
Okay, Gaurav, since you mentioned collaboration and collaboration as the future for OTT platforms, considering also the fact that there are increasing number of OTT platforms in the country today, that has also created sort of a subscription fatigue for the viewers. So how do we take it to the next level with collaboration?
I think, first of all, it's very early days in the sector. And there's a huge headroom for growth as unique original content is created, and people, Indian customers are, people say they're price conscious. I continue to say they're value conscious. They will pay for content, and they paid for content for years, and whether it's TV or theaters. So customers will pay for content that they value. Second part, I think, is, like I mentioned to you, that there are emerging models in play which are coming through, which are just not only about and the fact is we have, in India, we also have and not or in most things. You have an ad-supported business, you have a hybrid ad and subscription business, and you have subscription businesses. And then models like Marketplace, we introduced a model recently in Prime Video channels, but there are others as well, where you actually are able to collaborate way more and actually reach the customers. And finally, I would say that as our infra becomes even better, and with the payment solutions today in place, and with trust, in digital payments, customers are really, really, eager to come and pay for high quality content. So I actually feel it's very early days in the business, and it's and there's a big headroom for payment and subscription to grow.
Okay, people are willing to pay for high quality content, and we discussed content earlier, and we also discussed K-pop earlier. When it comes to content, what will it take for the Indian OTTs to create huge international successes like, for example, Squid Games?
Yeah, I think, the OTT industry is about, in the original content space, is about 4 or 5 years old. We actually never had premium pay cable in India ever. We had basic cable, and the TV industry was structured in a particular way, which allowed us to create content of a particular kind. But our films have traveled around the world for many years. but there were distribution challenges, and you could be releasing only in 15 or 20 countries. Today, when movies are releasing in 180 countries or 200 countries or 240 countries and being watched there, not just by diaspora, but by actually beyond diaspora. And with the series, we're already seeing 1 in 5 customers of our Indian original series being outside of India. I think shows, I can talk about what we have done, which shows like Family Man actually have shown us that there's a huge following of these shows outside India as well. Similarly for the films, and Sid mentioned some of the names from yesterday's, but we can today say not just Hindi cinema, and that's an important part here. It's not just Bollywood. I think the consumption of Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam, Kannada, and Hindi across the board around the world has increased dramatically. Now, obviously there are pockets where one is watched more than the other, but I think we have a very good early start for a 5-year-old, a 4.5-year-old industry, practically speaking. We made big strides, but of course, a long way to go and a big opportunity.
Okay. Since also you mentioned, Gaurav, you mentioned collaboration. Now over to you, Puneet. Traditional TV industry has been facing severe competition from the online video streaming service platforms. What is the current kind of synergy and integration seen between traditional TV and digital streaming platforms? And how are you guys doing it at Zee?
Thanks, Shibani. If I may take the liberty of just referring first to something that Mr. Chandra said, because I thought that was a fascinating number, sir, that you put out. India today, if you look at the media and entertainment industry, we are about 1% of the country's GDP. And if you look at all developing economies, typically media and entertainment is about 2% of GDP. And if you look at the developed economies, it's at 4% of GDP. And if we go with our ambition to be a $5 trillion economy, the 2% number seems to, in US dollar terms, equate to the number that you've put. And I'm thinking US dollars here. So I think it's a fair ask, not just because that's good for the number for the country, for the industry, but indeed for the overall economy. If it has to be 5 trillion, we have a big role to play. So I think that's something that we must, as the CII committee and all of us who are sitting here, we should take that forward and figure out how we'll make it happen. Shivani, coming back to the point you talked about in terms of challenges and competition and how we see the things play out. If we were to look at it as TV versus OTT, the way I think the whole industry is looking at it, perhaps at least from all the players that we engage with, I don't think it is this or that. And it's something that we have to get out of thinking in our minds that one grows at the cost of the other. Thankfully, as a country, we have opportunities to grow, and we talk of the and economy that we are. We see huge opportunities for growth for both. And let me just put some numbers out there. If you look at television today, while on one side we can say there are 200 million homes that have TV, fact is 100 million homes don't have TV. Fact is that television is still the cheapest form of entertainment and the widest form of entertainment across genres. And in that context, the 100 million homes which we are talking of, which obviously are currently on the lower socioeconomic class of the country. As we look at this $5 trillion economy, that's the group that will grow. I mean, that's how it's been. As we say, the pyramid is today a diamond, and hopefully it will become an inverted pyramid very soon in terms of how our economy and our people and homes are structured. We see that as a huge opportunity for growth, and we are seeing that happen. We have seen, for example, during COVID times, the consumption growth on television, by the way, was 30%. Interestingly, the growth on digital content, if you look at the 8-week period and not a 1-week period, and don't get me wrong, I do content for digital as well. I have that responsibility as well. But in the same time, the digital content growth was 12%. So I think sometimes we lose sight of, because we want to do one versus the other. There is significant opportunity there. I also foresee lead the digital content, and we are very excited about the opportunities of growth, and Gaurav spoke about it on OTT. We see the regional markets as, and I hate to call them regional markets, I don't know where the name stuck. These are just, India as a country, the rich cultural heritage we have, the multicultural content that we hope to create and win
we see that as a significant opportunity. So I think the onus is now on content creators, irrespective of platforms, but thinking viewers and consumers, to serve the content which then people will consume as they see fit. It is a democratized world. And the bigger question, Shivani, is what you asked. When will we create that content which will become the talk of the world? And I think that's really where I would stick my neck out and say that in the next 12 to 18, maybe 24 months, we should be having that target to create something which all of us will say has really traveled the world, and hopefully not need to talk about Three Idiots once in a while or Raj Kapoor after 25 years, but make it a habit to really launch these on a trot. I just want to talk about one more thing, and Mr. Chandra, it's in the context of the larger ambition that you were laying out for us as an industry. There are two metrics which perhaps are not as well known, but I think are really crucial for us as an M&E industry. The multiplier impact of revenue in M&E to the country's GDP is 3.5x. This is data which is well established. If M&E grows $100, the economy as a GDP will get $350 increment. I think that's where our role in economy becomes crucial. There's another important metric that if there is one direct job that gets created in the M&E industry, there'll be 3.6 more indirect jobs that get created. And I'm talking the totality of M&E, not just broadcast or cinema. So I think our role as M&E is really significant in shaping the power that is India and the ambition that we have as a country. And the soft power we've spoken about, I think is really nothing more to add. So I think the time is right. I think the industry is set. We are ready. I think what's next is to deliver on this promise. And it's really our time to shine. These have been 2 great days of discussion. I think discussions have led to some direction, and it's for us now to pick it up and execute and make it work.
Absolutely. Harith, over to you. With this entire behavior change and acceptance of on-demand content, what will be and where do you see the future and the contribution of DTH and cable to the M&E industry?
You're not the first one to ask me this question. My children have been asking me this for the last 5 years, saying, Dad, you're in the wrong business. This business is going to vanish. But I stuck on, and the fact remains that, yes, like Puneet mentioned, in a country of 300 million homes, there are still 100 million homes who, despite their need to be entertained, informed, and educated, don't have a television in their home. Our aim, unlike most people on the screen or all people on the screen, we don't produce content. We take the content that everybody else produces to the consumers. Our aim has been, on one hand, to take a television screen to each and every one of these 100 million homes. Parallelly, we are also now aggregators for OTT, and we aggregate OTT in the form of binge. And people who want OTT aggregated, we take that also to them, because we know that business of boxes, wires, collecting money, etc. Well, that's all we understand. We don't understand as BPOs. That's what we understand. We were on this task for a very long time, and we're doing it very well. We were set back in the last 3 years, first by a draconian tariffing order, followed by the COVID. COVID is behind us. Work is progressing on that. The last 2 days of conversation that I've had in these rooms, one I've moderated, one I was participant in, and I sat through a few others. I've been attending these sessions for the last decade now. I have never been heard with an open mind like this before in the last 10 years. And I would say that openly. I would acknowledge that. Our points, our views were acknowledged, and explicit assurances were provided to discuss and find a solution. And that's encouraging, to say the least. There are dialogues that are there on confusion as to what goes into the license fees, what shouldn't go into the license. These are the kind of issues that mar people like us. What should go into the license fees, what should not go into the level playing field with respect to the license fees, or micromanagement of prices of an order that is not seen in any other industry, including the regulated businesses like airlines or even banks. Don't have this kind of micromanagement of prices that we've had. And we've had very good assurances from both the policymakers and the regulator that, yes, we shall listen to you and we'll find a solution to you, because nobody wants, the agenda is the same. We all want the industry to grow. We've invested capital in this. The government wants revenue and taxes. Both are on the same path with the same car in the same direction. So why should we be at loggerheads with each other? So thank you very much. And Mr. Chandra, with your support, whatever we've seen in the last 2 months, this is the first time that the government walked into our office instead of we walking into the government's office. And this is the first time the kind of assurances and the open mind with which we've been heard. I'm absolutely confident that we shall deliver a connection in most of these 100 million homes that do not have a connection today in the coming times.
Absolutely, Harit. The new tariff order, the channel pricing, GST, license fee, all of these factors have impacted the DTH players to a great extent. And you have been extremely vocal about this in the past. Can you share with us how much is it holding your sector back to make that big pitch?
Harit, you're on mute, please. You need to unmute.
Okay, I can share the numbers broadly. Till 3 years ago, we were growing at the rate of approximately 18 to 20% a year. For 3 years, we've been absolutely stagnant. I'm not saying everything is to be blamed on NTO. It's part of the NTO, part is the pandemic. Both have played a role. And with the pandemic kind of behind us, with the severe speed with which we've done the vaccination and people are going about their jobs, I mean, that's commendable completely. Life is back to normal, I would say. Actually, better than normal. We're just hoping that these glitches in the policy, if they're sorted, we'll be back onto our 20% growth.
Hope so, fingers crossed. Birren, over to you. The demand for animation and VFX content to power these immersive experiences such as augmented reality and virtual reality is growing exponentially. What will it take to take games, VFX and graphics to the new level of performance?
Thank you very much. It's been 2 great days, and we've been talking about the big picture. And I'd like to start by saying that the big picture of the media and entertainment industry is that it is highly, highly undervalued. Luckily for us, there are some guardrails, but otherwise in the world of arbitrage, if someone was to come and buy over the Indian M&E industry, they would have a huge arbitrage, because everything that we do locally, from films to television to all the content that we create, is at a fraction of its international value. If you look at any other country, both east of us and west of us. But I'd like to actually come in and say that there are 3 or 4 specific things that I think Mr. Chandra also referred to. And we are an exciting panel today with Nija Shekharji also from his department talking about what do we really do, right? Number one, I think we serve people with what I think I would call the happiness index. So you raised a very large and specific question on AR and VR and stuff like that. But I'd like to say that in this sector, the A, the V, and the G are themselves becoming really, really large. We're a kind of a derivative industry. So when Sid does something, or Puneet does something, or Gaurav does something, we derive value from that. We power them with ways by which they add value to their content. There are fully animated movies, but in terms of where it goes to people distribution globally. And Mr. Chandra made a very important point about internationalization. The AVGC industry is 75% to 80% an international business. So the difference between what we've been doing so far is that with our own domestic content and domestic pipe still picking up, we actually are much more of a B2B business. And therefore, let's say about 45 to 50 billion rupees worth of our business is international, 5 to 6 billion rupees of our business is local. And that is changing in its complexion as visual effects becomes more and more embedded into our own local content. So that's the one point I wanted to make. The second is that, when we talk about creating value, we had this very good panel today on value creation within this sector. And we talked about success and value in two different ways. In fact, what emerged from there is that if you want to see what success looks like, it's the kind of content we create. And again, Mr. Chandra referred to the fact that this is the 75th year. He referred to the film industry and the growth of, how the biopics are taking off and why can't we do that with culture. And Nija Shekharji talked about the fact that there can be a huge value in education as well. And that I think we need to have a separate conversation on how that can then take place, because obviously it's easier to sell content that is entertaining, and it is not that easy to sell it, except for the edtech industries that have not taken this whole story and gone further. But Shivani, it's important to note that when we talk about what we do in this sector, not only are we a derivative sector, but we're also a contributing sector. And SID has participated in discussions and in action in the last 1 year in recognizing how technologies from the gaming world are becoming virtual production for film and television as well. So this is something where I think the marriage between creativity and technology, the AV sector brings much more of that technology transformation required by all of the industries that we have out here. In terms of building connections, really pleased to hear music to our ears that, of course, our own film festival is going to go places, but also that we'll be able to be, if we want to be at the #1 visual effects festival in the world, it is FMX in Stuttgart. At #1 festival in the world, it's Annecy in France. We want to be in games, it's the #1 festival is GDC. And of course, the film festivals and the traditional festivals of television as well. So market access is something that hundreds of people cannot do in our countries. And when pavilions come up from the state, then people can come there, and make that market access really valuable in terms of building that. In terms of the immersive world that you talked about, the business models are not fully mature yet on the VR front. I think that will, emerge with time. But AR, interestingly, is absolutely catching fire, not necessarily in entertainment. So all the people that we have who work in this field are now doing things in education and in healthcare and in other fields like R&D, etc. And that's where it's arrived in a bigger way. And coming back to the point that we were making about characters, and we've always been talking about IP, Indian IP. We talked about the relative value of Chota Bheem, which is probably the most valuable character. At about 250 crores is the value of that character. But similar characters in the Western world are $2 billion, $1 billion, or $3 billion. So we have to resolve how do we as a country that has many more people create value for the IP that I think is so important for us to take forwards. And that was a conversation in itself. And we are going to create a CII Investor Summit. And we'll work with everyone here on this panel to make sure that we understand how to create value for startups, how to create value for content, how to create value for services businesses, like we have in the AVGC front. And that's a very important conversation for us to take away this undervalued nature of what has been a passion industry rather than a value industry. Absolutely. And finally, I'd like to make 2 points. One of them is that we will absolutely respond to the call from Mr. Chandra on how to create a center of excellence, which is highly participative between the industry as well as the government. I said this in the opening remarks, the government has to do the heavy lifting sometimes of putting the seed capital, for example, building roads, and then we buy the cars and we kind of make sure we use them in order to drive the economy further, to the points that Puneet made earlier. On the last point, in terms of the similar to the CII project on anti-piracy, we had a session on CII Can Create. We had people talking about talent, because this business is all about talent. And I can just tell you that in the last 2 years, after having developed this industry now robustly for the last 10 years, we're losing hundreds of people to international markets. So we do not want to become the training school for people to go all over the world like it happened in the IT industry, but need to find more avenues to keep them locally to make sure that we grow this industry in the future. So those are some of the key points: serving people, creating value, solving problems, building connections, and finally, success and value at the same time. And thanks very much for your question, Shibani.
Thank you, Bireen. At this note, I have a question for Mr. Chandra. So we are drawing comparison with IT, and if you look at talent and consider IT, then IT as an industry in India, India is known to give the best and the brightest IT talent to the world. But day by day, as Viren mentioned, this industry is losing talent to international markets and other industries. How much role, according to you, will talent play to get that $100 billion figure possible, or make that $100 billion figure possible by 2030?
In the creative field, I think talent is inherent. There is something which is an inherent talent, and there is something which has to be honed with some training. It is different from IT because there, you have to study engineering, you have to go through a college, and only then you can probably do a formal work. But and we Indians are naturally talented creatively. But yes, in AVGC and others, there are areas where the talent has to be honed. And there are our institutes like FTII, Indian Institute of Mass Communication, and so many other institutes have now come up also in the private sector, which are doing a human service and which are honing the talent of the country. But as was mentioned, that now if we have a target to move to $100 billion, then a lot more talent is required. We have to go to the hinterlands, to those who don't have the opportunity to come to the big cities, to take this training and to then go ahead. And then the good thing is that now with this democratization of content, so much more of content is being created, that so much more talent is getting an opportunity now to work in this field. So that is the good thing which has happened during the COVID, that now the content is king and so many more people are getting an opportunity. But to give them more of training so that we can compete on the international level, it is required. Some technical inputs are required. As I mentioned, that we are very keen that we partner with the industry on the AVGC Center for Excellence, and not only the Center of Excellence, even at other centers we create a PPP model. And the same for FTII and IMC and other things, that we can work on that with the industry so that more and more people get attracted and get employment in this industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Blaze, over to you. So the Indian music industry took a huge hit due to the pandemic, no live shows, and recorded music industry is very much dependent on films, which by itself was affected. What are the factors that will drive recovery for the Indian music industry?
Thanks, Shivani. At the outset, Secretary Sir, thank you for your regular interactions with us. This is, I think, your third interaction since you've taken over. And what was music to my ears is when you said, we've taken care of the Cinematographic Act, where we took care of piracy. You're looking at the digital. We will cooperate with you in any way we can, because that is very important to kind of plug. Shivani, yes, the pandemic has had a huge impact on the music ecosystem globally and in India. Having said that, what we've discovered now through various surveys is music listening actually went up in the pandemic. And it's the health factor which a lot of surveys are throwing up. Mental health being equated with music. People cooped up, people sitting in their rooms, but you still have to kind of your own playlist. And I think what technology has done is the democratization of the recorded music industry. You could be sitting in Brisbane, you could be sitting in Bhopal, you could be sitting in Brussels, or you could be sitting in Brooklyn. The song is available to you free of cost on an ad-supported model. And I think technology has always been equated with George Orwell, but I would like to kind of equate it with Shakespeare, okay, where the world is a stage. And I think this is the opportunity for the recorded music industry in India. If Despacito, a Latino American song, can be playing in the pubs of New Delhi, Gurgaon, and Bombay, the #1 song in the international charts for 9 consecutive weeks is not a Western artist, but we release these charts on a week basis with IFPI, is CK, a Nigerian artist, is the #1 international artist in India. There is no reason why our Indian acts cannot be on the global stage. So what's stopping it? And I think our big vision for the recorded music industry, the theme is the big pitch, is to be amongst the top 10 markets in the world by 2025. And for that, we need an ecosystem which facilitates, encourages investments in different forms of and different genres. For that, that to happen, I think you need free market economics to kind of prevail. As KM in his opening statement said, lesser government intervention will probably spur this industry up. And you have the multiplier effect that sets in. The moment you have a vibrant music ecosystem, then you get the big players like AEG setting up a Madison Square Garden in India, or, you know, these arenas. You get a touring market. We don't have a Glastonbury. We don't have big festivals. The festivals, the music festivals kick in. So effectively, the big pitch for us is, as much as we can, we'll try and work within the ecosystem. But if the ecosystem permits pure free market economics, I think India can be on the global stage in the next 3 years, and we can have the next Despacito coming from India.
Okay. Also, please, what is the kind of opportunity that technology can create for the music industry in coming days?
Simple, search. Today, you're not dependent on an RJ or a VJ to tell you what song. And as I gave you the example, if a Nigerian artist can be the #1 artist on the Indian international charts, okay, that is a pure function of search. That's a pure function of technology. And if Despacito is traveling, and I'm not even getting into K-pop, because K-pop has a huge fan following in India. They're always amongst the top 10 in the Indian international charts that are playing this market. And the K-pop is now a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. They've got a New York stock listing. They've got a New York Stock Exchange listing, and it's a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. And I think we've got to take lessons from Latin America. We've got to take lessons from Korea, where the government didn't intervene in the demand and supply and the pricing of music. And I think if free pricing is allowed, let demand supply, you'll have fresh investments coming in. You'll have the main staple, which is the film-based songs, or what they call the OSTs. But you also have indies. You'll also have regional. You'll also have tribal. You'll also have folk songs through. Going global.
Okay. Okay. Over to you, Mr. Chandra. In yesterday's discussions, one of the topics discussed or raised was the single national policy for the media and entertainment industry, which is coherent, captures the industry's aspirations, and brings in greater clarity for the industry and regulators going forward. Considering the diversity of the media and entertainment industry, just look at how diverse this panel in itself is. If it happens, how could it propel the industry to the next level, and how can you make it happen considering the diversity?
Yes, media itself is diverse, because today also in this panel we have so many people represented from films, TV, OTT, AVGC, news, music, so many sectors are there. So whether one policy can encompass everything, that itself is something I think we have to work more with the industry. What is the international experience on this? How it is working in other areas? I think we have to discuss more. I am also new to this field. I think we'll try to understand the perspective of the industry and whether it is possible. And again, I am sure a single policy will benefit some, will lead to some more restrictions on others. So whether everybody is on board and all, we will have to see.
Okay. Before I close this session, final remarks from all the panelists. Any final words that you would like to say? Yes, Viren.
I would just like to say that, we are presenting this industry in this siloed fashion, but we are a highly interconnected industry. As we talked about, because we are, championing the various, but when we get together, we are united in a few things. Number one, we do believe that this is a huge opportunity for this industry to be a big push for India everywhere. And that's, I think, hopefully we will call it the big push instead of the big picture or whatever we come up with next. But this is, as I said, an under-leveraged opportunity for us to really take the value of what we do into a very, very different trajectory. And I think Mr. Chandra's call for this to be 100 billion. There were many statistics thrown in this panel. Obviously, action is more important than just vision. Talent is a very key part of that. And I think that some of the ideas that we've talked about in how government, industry, academia, and the system can come together to make that happen is ripe for a blueprint. And I think we need to respond to Mr. Chandra and his teams throwing up the opportunity for us to really sit together as often as required to make it happen. The second point, and I want to just react to, is this whole idea of how do we actually make this into one policy? It's a sum of parts. You don't start with a policy and make it. And in the media business, a policy has to be a living document. It's more a statement of intentions and putting in, the things that we would like to take forward. There are examples that we can pick from other countries and from other places that we can do this. Mr. Chandra, your point about internationalization, I could tell you that UK, which is a much smaller country than ours, 12% of their total exports happens to be media and entertainment. And in 2019, it was a 45 billion pound sterling story. And you also heard from examples on this panel about South Korea. Now, if they can do that with such a small ecosystem, our large media and entertainment ecosystem can absolutely outshine that. So there are examples for us to draw from, but I think we need to uniquely craft our own story, and we'd be very happy to do that with you, sir.
Okay. Anyone else? Puneet, Siddharth, Harit, Gaurav?
Thanks. I'd just like to close the session by thanking Mr. Chandra for his very engaged discussions over the last few months with us, and for being, so positive and optimistic with regard to the vision for the industry going forward. Like a lot of us have said, this is, very refreshing for us to see, and we hope to build on this as we move forward. So thank you, Mr. Chandra.
So thank you all. Thank you once again, and look forward to the growth of this industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today. So the media and entertainment industry is indeed going through a lot of changes, but good days are yet to come. Thank you so much for joining us, and fingers crossed for the $100 billion by 2030. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary Sir. And thank you all the office bearers of the CII National Committee on Media and Entertainment. With your guidance and support, we will make it happen. Ours will be a $100 billion industry soon. Hopefully next year we will all be meeting physically for the 11th edition of the CII Big Picture Summit. Thank you and good night.
Shalini, may I take the opportunity to thank you and Nirja and the entire CII team for having made this thing a success that it is. Not easy in the best of times, but in these times to pull the panels you did, all the hard work that went in. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much.
And Shalini and Nirja, this is our third engagement with the secretary, which is very good. Our third engagement. This is
yes.
It would have happened without all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shivani.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye. Bye. Sorry for the delay again.